Building on heritage.
Building on the heritage.
Bludging on the
blind side.
Building a new heritage on old heritage. I mean, that's what civilisation's about, isn't it, ultimately? I mean, you can't just leave things as they were, otherwise we'd still be at the bloody Roman Colosseum wondering why it hasn't got a roof.
I've always wondered that. So we leave you in the safe hands of the Saturday Sledge, and of course Andrew Moore and the team will be calling football all afternoon till about midnight when hopefully the ambulance can arrive. Thanks very much for being part of the Bludge today. We'll be back again next week.
Yes.
You know, legacy and heritage willing.
And don't forget to get involved if you want to have this lottery, this Rugby League Las Vegas lottery deal. Don't forget to get involved there and give the thumbs up and put a little bit of pressure on ABC management to at least attend the meeting.
With that thought, we leave you from Bludging on the Blind Side for another week. Bye now.
ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good afternoon. The pilot injured in the Avalon Airshow crash southwest of Melbourne has been identified as Glenn Collins. Jason Katsaris reports.
Aviation veteran Glenn Collins from Paul Bennett Airshows in the New South Wales Hunter region suffered both upper and lower body injuries after his plane nosedived before crashing into the ground in front of horrified spectators late yesterday afternoon. He remains in hospital in a critical but stable condition. Chief Commissioner Angus Mitchell from the Australian Transport Safety Bureau says the wreckage has been taken to a hangar at the airport where it will be examined.
It obviously has hit the ground with quite a lot of force.
The Paul Bennett Airshows team says it's thinking of Glenn Collins and his family and is grateful for all the support it's received.
Opposition leader Peter Dutton has kicked off his election campaign in Brisbane, saying a government he leads will provide cost of living relief and reduce electricity prices. Romy Stevens reports.
The Coalition bus's first stop on the campaign trail is at the 4X Brewery in Milton. It straddles the seats of Brisbane and Ryan, which the Coalition lost to the Greens in 2022. Opposition leader Peter Dutton says he wants to make life easier, not harder, for Australians.
This election really is about who can manage the economy, who do you trust to manage the economy, who do you trust to keep our country safe in uncertain times.
Both Labor and the Greens are also in Brisbane today to try and win over voters in the River City.
Meanwhile, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has described the opposition leader as appealing to people's darker side a day after indirectly comparing him to US President Donald Trump. Soon after calling the federal election yesterday, the Prime Minister said Australia should not copy other countries, pointing to Peter Dutton's policy to cut public servants, a reference to President Trump's cuts in the US. Mr Albanese went further while campaigning in Peter Dutton's seat of Dixon this morning.
Now look at Peter Dutton, who's made a whole career out of appealing to the darker side of human emotions. His whole career has been built on that. His speech, I haven't seen a budget speech or a budget reply that was characterised by that so much as I did on Thursday night.
The scale of the destruction from a powerful earthquake in Myanmar remains unclear. The magnitude 7.7 quake hit near the city of Mandalay and was felt as far away as Thailand, where a high-rise building collapsed in the capital Bangkok, killing at least 9 people. Rescuers in Mandalay have described scenes of utter devastation, with overwhelmed hospitals and buildings flattened and injured people running through the streets. Dr. Chi Min is the country director for World Vision and is based in the larger city Yangon. He says getting aid to Mandalay will be difficult.
The road from Yangon to Mandalay is badly damaged. No car or buses can able to go. The runway of the Mandalay airport is also damaged. And in Naypyidaw airport, the airplane controlling tower is also collapsed and a few people died from that.
Canada's new Prime Minister Mark Carney has held his first official phone call with US President Donald Trump. Sarah Hall reports.
Mr Carney described the phone call as constructive and says he told Mr Trump Canada would introduce retaliatory tariffs on the US from early April. Mr Trump says they had a very good conversation. The call comes as Donald Trump intensifies his trade war on Canada and threatens to use economic coercion to make Canada the 51st US state, a position that has angered Canadians. Mark Carney says Mr Trump respected Canada's sovereignty during the call, but says the relationship between the two nations has changed. He says negotiations on a new economic and security relationship will get underway after the Canadian elections on April 28th.
To sport, and in tennis, Novak Djokovic secured his place in the Miami Open final with a straight sets victory over Grigor Dimitrov. The 24-time Grand Slam champion needed only 69 minutes to secure a 6-2, 6-3 win against his Bulgarian opponent. The 37-year-old Serbian is bidding to land his 100th career title and a record 7th in Miami, and his first since teaming up with Andy Murray as his coach. Djokovic took his first Miami Open title in 2007 when he was 19 years old. To the weather now, and it's a strong wind warning for the West Coast, Central Gippsland Coast and East Gippsland Coast. For the state, cloudy with isolated showers, more frequent about eastern districts and tending to areas of rain in the far east. Showers becoming confined to the east and south during the day. For Melbourne, cloudy, the medium chance of showers most likely in the evening with a top today of 22 degrees. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, 21, cloudy on Monday, 20, Tuesday, partly cloudy and 22. Right now in Melbourne, it's 20 degrees. ABC News. Join me, Patricia Carvelis, on the brand new podcast, Politics Now. The federal election is just around the corner. Break down the headlines and detangle the spin with the podcast, Politics Now, on the ABC Listen app.
The tradition continues. The Sheffield Shield Final on ABC Sport.
What about that? Unbelievable!
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass.
Hand pass to Ngoe, the Collingwood superstar. Ngoe, the destroyer.
AFL coaching record holder.
Mr. Mick Mulhouse.
The man's about to coach a team for the 715th occasion.
Premiership pleasure.
Number 12, Luke Ball.
Finals pressure. Luke Ball from 45 metres out directly from goal. Score the level.
AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bally. AFL Saturday on your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
Some of the Bulldogs players regard last night as one of their best wins in their time at the club. What made it so special? We'll unpick it apart today on AFL Saturday. The Blues, what to tweak and what to keep as Voss ponders changes with the club at 0-3. The Bombers win for the first time in 2025, but are they in rebuild mode? Plus, there's plenty else to chop up. Simon Goodwin's faux pas. We've got the Saints looking to try and attract a star player still. Is Harley Reid being treated unfairly? And which game are you watching tonight with two blockbusters head-to-head? It is a juicy slate ahead of us. Saturday footy right here on ABC Sport.
Now it comes the way of the Bulldogs. Dale picks it up and he goes for the goal line, taking the mark and putting it through. Absolutely brilliant from O'Donnell.
Forward plays on by hand to Doherty, but the Blues will run out of time. The Bulldogs run them down. They gave up the first 4 goals of the night, but they would not be denied. It's heartache again for the Baggers. Their winless run continues. Run down and overrun is how it played out last night. A big win for the Western Bulldogs. 3 lead changes in the match. All of them occurred after the 13-minute mark in the final term. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. A bit of info out of the Blues coach's box to come as well. My name's Corbin Middlemass. The whole gang's here. Luke Ball, the Premiership Pie. Hello, Bally.
Corby, good to see you again. Great to be back at the G on a Saturday afternoon.
With the coaching icon as well, the man who's coached more games than anyone else in VFL AFL history, Mick Moldhouse. Hello, Mick.
G'day, Corby, and our listeners. What great game last night? No, close game last night. The right side won because of the way they go about it.
Good contest, I thought.
Yeah, contrasting, because one side is horribly slow, the other one has got leg speed. Just didn't take their chances early, which made Carlton look better, and it was only a matter of time before they got run down, as far as I was concerned, and that probably shows it on the scoreboard, but it doesn't always work out that way. I thought the Dogs earned their victory.
So the footy today, it'll start with Melbourne and Gold Coast, which is a fascinating game of footy. So Melbourne trying to get their first win. Can it be a coming-of-age moment for the Gold Coast Suns and winning at the MCG so early in the new season? We're about to find out. So that's the first game up. We'll have the broadcast for that. Bawley will be sticking around to be part of the call team there. Then following that, it's Maddie's match across town underneath the lid at Dockland. So St Kilda and Richmond. And then tonight, 2 blockbuster games, Brisbane and Geelong, with 20 to 40 mils of rain expected. So that'll be an interesting battle up there. That last year's preliminary finalists going at it again in a rematch. And then down at York Park in Launceston, GWS making the trip down there to play the Hawks, who celebrate a milestone year. I think it's 20 years this year that they've been in Launceston, so 20 years for the Hawks, celebrating a little milestone.
They don't get beaten down there. I've been down there, as you know, with ABC, and they've played some good. They played Brisbane a couple of, it might have been last year, and you think, well, where Hawthorn were at the time, too good. They just don't lose down there.
The Giants go okay down there too, and some big ins for the Giants. So this will be a big
ins. I'd like to know why Stringer gets a game first up. Really, Bawley, fair dinkum.
We'll get to that.
I'd rather play you now.
Don't worry about that. 1-300 558. Bawley's he's below his playing weight. He's looking super trim. There's no doubt about that. 1-300 558 222 is the talkback number. 1-300 558 222. Ed Richards may as well lead us off. We had him post game last night. This is what he had to say about the Dogs' victory over the Blues.
For everyone to stand up and have their moment down the stretch, it was awesome to see, and it's really one of the better wins I've played in, to be sort of down by 4 or 5 goals and into quarter time. We were a little bit out on our feet, but we just sort of stuck in, and as I said, everyone had their moments, and it was it was a really great win for us.
Why would he say that, Mick? What made it so special?
I'm still trying to work through that. It's because we also realised that the coach was hugging everyone and made it maybe the 4 goals or 5 goals that they were down, and to come back with Carlton, they hadn't had a win, so therefore, their determination to break that drought. I'm not 100% sure, because I said to you, I didn't think they were ever out of the game, because they mucked up so much on the 50-metre line in the first quarter. They could have well been in the game at quarter time. As the game progressed, their speed was always going to be an issue. And it took them into the last quarter to get in front, which was surprising more than anything else. But, I don't know, maybe they look at it and think, how many players have we got out, and the calibre of players we got out, and what he didn't say, and perhaps what Luke Beveridge will say, is we've discovered a couple of players out of this. When you don't play players, senior players, you have to bring someone in. One or two things will happen, Bawley. You're exposed because they're not good enough, or all of a sudden you go, wow, we've got a couple of kids here who are very much the way the game's played. Davison on the wing, very good. Fraser, very, very good.
Yeah.
Darcy stands up again. O'Donnell goes forward and kicks goals. I like what I'm seeing with the Dogs.
Yeah, I think that's been the theme, hasn't it, over the last 3 weeks. So no Bontempelli, no Treloar. So they're 2 best midfielders by CV.
And Jones was out.
And Jones out as well. And Waitman, who's a talisman for
they
the
lost
ball.
O'Donnell.
That's right.
Johansson on the back flank.
Yeah, and we heard Libba talk on the broadcast after the game as well. I think it's been an opportunity for the Dogs who, let's be honest, over the last couple of years, it has been more about personnel, I think. And sometimes you can't help that when you've got the superstar of the game like Bontempelli. But he's out, and they've known he's been out, and he's out for a decent chunk. So for me, it's a theme around, okay, system over talent. Talent's got us over the line in the past. It's not going to get us over the line against a desperate team looking for a win last night. I think that's been, when you hear Richards and you hear Liberatore talk about that, I think that's where they've probably taken a few steps. And you're right, they've found a couple of really bright young prospects.
I'll ask you this, Paulie. You're a good midfielder. Just looking at, say, Bontempelli, champion, but when he went off the ball and sat on the bench, there seemed to be a hollow in the middle of the ground. I reckon Matt Kennedy has perhaps filled that. He's not comparing him to Bontempelli, but I tell you what, he's might be down a little bit, but he's still a big boy, good goal kicker, plays forward, fills that void.
He played at their opponent. He played at the other mob last year, didn't he?
Yeah.
Let him go for nothing. I mean, that's a story in itself, isn't it? When you look at, on the flip side, we'll talk about Carlton perhaps being exposed for a little bit of a lack of depth at the moment. Cripps is a bit off his game. We know there's a few others out. And
Cripps is getting run to the ground. That's another issue.
Matt Kennedy probably would have been handy last night.
Played 99 games for the Blues, played every game last year, and of course, controversially, they subbed him out in the first half of that elimination final after starting to cone in as the sub, and we know what went on over the off-season. They basically said, hey, if you want more opportunities, you may as well look around and we'll help you get there. He had the last laugh last night, and Coach Luke Beveridge was asked about Matt Kennedy in the post-game.
Yeah, having been in his shoes and played against your old team a couple of times back in the day, I reckon there's no one more satisfied than Matt Kennedy tonight. Their skipper, Patrick Cripps, is an outstanding player, and we just needed Matt to do his best to have an influence at the source and make sure Patrick wasn't at his match-winning best, and I felt like he was influential in that role, but also managed to help us with clearance, and Matty was terrific.
So it was a team that had no Bontempelli, no Treloar. They're two All-Australians. They were also missing Cody Waitman, obviously Jamari Ugle-Hagan. Perhaps last night he's seen as a step forward. He was at the game, so that's good news. He's clearly on a flexible training arrangement where he's sort of coming and going and has had some... or has been reluctant to be in and around a footy environment, particularly on match day. And so to see him there last night was I'm sure, uplifting for all the Western Bulldogs supporters. And before we get on to Carlton, a couple of little controversial moments out of the night last night. So the Aaron Norton goal at the end. Cameron Ling said on our coverage last night, look, if there were the laser beams pointing up on the post, I dare say it would have gone through the laser. Instead, obviously, it was ruled as a goal. There's not much you can do about that. The posts are pretty large as they are, and the goal stands.
Yeah, I looked at it again this morning and thought, from that angle, but I reckon if you're under it, Norton straight away threw his hands in the air.
He did, yeah.
So that can twist around, and because you get caught on that angle, you don't see the actual twist around.
Yep.
It's a bit like the goal that was eventually touched was by Sam Darcy. For all intents and purposes, we thought that was going to hit the post, but it swung late. And I reckon, to me, I don't think there's any doubt. Goal umpire was in good position. Player realised he kicked the goal straight away. We, on our angles, thought there was doubt.
It's just a quirk. It happens half a dozen times a year. It's a bit of a quirk of our game. I don't think there's a solution. I think the player reaction, the instant reaction, is usually a bit of a tell. He was really confident, was he? My first reaction was, that's skinny. And good luck to the goal umpire. So I think you sometimes you're on the right side of those. Every now and then you might be on the wrong side.
Well, I tell you who got to be on the wrong side last night was Darcy.
Yeah.
Because everything pointed to what they say it's got to be conclusive. The goal umpire said goal. It wasn't conclusive at all, and it was deemed a point. And yet we know we were doing a game a week or two ago when a Melbourne lad kicked the point, knew it was touched. He said it was touched. Everyone knew it was touched.
He was
it looked to me like last night the arc actually deferred to some player reaction on the ground. And for Jacob Wiedemann, he's got a pretty sort of sound character. He was really sort of certain that he touched it, wasn't he? Despite the situation of the game. So I'm with you. So I think that one probably should have been a goal, and then who knows about the other one. So swings and roundabouts.
Yeah, I mean, and that's where if we're going to use the technology, we got to use the technology. Yeah. You can't then interpret from the technology what you think. If we're going to solely rely on a conclusive evidence, then that is the way that
I think the public can cop that, I think, can't they? Because it's never going to be perfect.
Yep, and
but get it done quickly, though.
If you don't see the fingers bend back and you've had a couple of looks, I think the on-field call should absolutely have stood. And the roof been on last night. So this is the second time in the opening 3 weeks. Clearly, it's hotter later. I mean, we've seen that. You can look at the temperature and the trends that are going on. The footy's starting earlier than it ever has before.
Yeah.
So we've had 2 hot games underneath the roof at Docklands. Interestingly, the Bulldogs have been involved in both of them, one against North and then again last night. We had Brendan Lade as part of our coverage pre-game last night, and he was asked about that situation.
Yeah, it's a bit warm. It was a bit warm in round 1 when we played North Melbourne, so we did ask them to open the roof in round 1 and they didn't, so I'm assuming they probably won't open it tonight then. We thought we'd ask, but obviously didn't go anywhere, so no AFL run all that, and look, we'll just play where we're at, and at least we've played in these conditions before, so we'll be ready for it.
So I get it. It's nice to have a one-size-fits-all rule that the roof's shut for every single game. But surely we're flexible enough, aren't we? For a night fixture, it's not as if the sun...
Common sense clause, you think?
Like, just open the roof.
No, I totally agree with you.
And it would have made it such a better...
For all stakeholders too.
Yeah.
Players, coaches,
spectators.
Yeah.
Everyone.
Who makes that decision in the end? It's got to be AFL, but which one? Who is it? The ground manager, I suppose.
So I think essentially it's the AFL basically say, hey, the roof's shut for every single game, so that starts and finishes there. But then you notice, I mean, we were still there last night doing the post game. The minute the spectators are out, the roof opens up and it's much more pleasant. And I don't know. I thought a little bit of common sense would have gone a long way last night in that particular instance. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport, and the talkback number is 1300 558 222. Brad Green, the president of Melbourne, is going to join us on the program coming up, and then following that, it is going to be, of course, Melbourne up against Gold Coast. We'll have the full game broadcast for you. The Carlton side of things last night, and Michael Voss was asked about what changes he would consider, obviously, with his side now 0-3.
One of the questions you get through these periods of time is what do you need to change? You know what I actually find the hardest part is what do you need to continue to reinforce and keep doing and keep making consistent. Because the more change you make, it doesn't necessarily work out great. But at the same time, you've got to look for your adaptations. You've got to look at how you grow your game. You've got to look at where you can find the small bits of difference that can help us move forward. So we'll do that. We'll flip every rock we possibly can, but it won't come without a really consistent message and enough there to be able to suggest that we've got something to build on, but we've got some really clear things that we need to get after. So that part I find it's a bit simpler.
I'm listening to the coach. But I'm looking at the game and I'm looking at their player list. I'm looking at a young ruckman. He's not going to get much better. He might need a hand off from the bench. Yep, he'll get better, sorry. So they've got that covered. They've got forward. When Kemp's kicked 5, you've got Curnow kicked 3 in the first half. He's going to get better. We already spoke about Curnow probably needed another couple of games under his belt. Have they got their back line? If you've got an All-Australian at full-back, centre-half-back, whichever way you're looking at it. They've got the Brownlow medalist, dual Brownlow medalist in the middle. Walsh was going to be one. Chera they got from Fremantle.
He was better last night. He was good.
But, Paulie, the fundamentals of Carlton are right. They are right. Their ball use may not have been great, but they've got enough players in position. What they haven't got is leg speed, and they haven't got ball speed. So you don't necessarily have to be the quickest person to move the ball quickly. And the only way to get the ball into a player like Curnow and perhaps Mackay when he comes back, and they got the ball into Kemp quick enough, is ball movement.
Yeah.
And I don't necessarily think they have to do anything extra outside of recruitment of trying to get some speed around the flanks, because through the middle, I don't think that, in the middle they've got to get some. But it's the way they use the football and move the football is principally, and I said it last night just before I left for the supporters. I said, I hate saying this to you Carlton supporters, but you're going to play a side next week in Collingwood who've had a week's rest, who know how to use the ball and know how to put speed on the ball.
Yeah.
It's no accident that the last 3 grand finals have been won by Collingwood, Geelong and Brisbane. Geelong was horribly slow with the ball a couple of years before that, changed it up to get more speed on the ball. They've won premierships. Adelaide, whilst they got a lot of goals kicked on them last week, their ball movement slaughtered Essendon last week.
So yeah, no, it's a good point, man. You were here last night. You had a much better view, but it did stand out on the screen as well. So there's leg speed, isn't there? I thought Williams really looked sharp early, so that hurt. Exactly. Him going off really hurt and exposed a lack of depth in that area.
Yep.
But then, to your point, if you're not going to do it with your legs, you have to be precise by foot.
Yes, you do.
And players, we know that.
But turn and go, Bully. Turn and go.
The players like at the moment, Walsh still coming into his best foot, his slower start. Cripps likewise, we know, not a great quick kick. And then one or two others that, going to your point, going through that area of the ground, they're not like Hawthorn. They don't have that precise kicking skills. To get it down to Curnow, to get it down to... It was Kemp last night. I mean, they need Mackay back. We know. Of course let's be honest. They're a much better side with the Curnow. What's been exciting about Carlton over the last couple of years, it's the double header. It's Curnow and Mackay.
Of course it is.
So they need to get that right. So I've got hope. I think their fundamentals, to your point, Michael Voss has got them, contested ball they win, clearance they win, they tackle.
Inside 50,
effort's not one inside 50. It's not an effort issue. It's just some mechanics that they need to fix up. Yeah. And there's time. They've got Collingwood next week. Yeah, I do. They've got Collingwood next week. I think Collingwood are still working their way out as well in this early part of the season. And then I think they've got West Coast over in Adelaide and North Melbourne. So you don't want to fall too far behind, we know that. But we also know that sides have been able to claw if they've got those fundamentals right around contest, as the season goes into that more grind period, Carlton will start to, flex their muscle a bit through that period. So I'm not giving up on them yet.
To the phones and Blue and Peter in just a moment. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. Something that people may not be aware of. I can tell you that the incoming chief executive at the Carlton Football Club, Graham Wright, has been in Michael Voss's coach's box through the first 3 games of the season. Now, I asked the Blues about this morning, and the Blues responded by saying, look, Graham, the plan was that for him to be across every area of the football club, so it's only natural that he gets a lay of the land on match day and sits in with Michael Voss. Nick, you've coached more games at VFL, AFL level than anyone else. How many times has the chief executive sat in your coach's box?
Oh, a few times. And quite frankly, you get asked, because they get hounded and they are football heads generally. So I can't remember Trevor Nesbitt sitting in there that often. Greg Swan maybe a couple of times. And believe me, I was not under pressure at the time. We probably were winning games. Yeah. So it was more just a case of feet up and just maybe get a bit of a feel for people around you. I wouldn't like it to be a habit because the box itself is designed to take your coaches, your statisticians, anyone you need to actually help you translate what's going on around the ground. So you don't want to be overdone with add-ons. So, it become a little bit hip there at one stage to be able to put sponsors in there. They pay X amount of dollars just to sit in your coach's box.
Yeah.
One famous one.
How'd you go with that?
Oh, well, they went out with red ears, put it that way. But I know there's one famous one that a person won at a raffle or something with John Todd when he was coaching West Coast, and part of it was they could make one move or bring one player off. They took the captain off during the game.
This happened during a proper VFL, AFL game?
Yeah.
Well, the sponsor
10 goals up.
Could take
I don't think they were. That's the thing. I think he was going okay, so that's when I think that might have finished.
You can understand the storyline here. So he's coming in as the chief executive, but if you look at it from purely a practical football sense, this is a guy that has high footy acumen. He's been in the box with premiership coaches like
that was his last interaction.
Craig McRae.
Exactly.
So why wouldn't you use
Makes
that resource?
Complete sense. Yep. Take them with. I'm sure we'll ask Brad Gray. They're looking for a CEO, and I'm sure someone like Graham Wright would tick all the boxes of someone that they'll look for. So, I think you take them on their word, and I think it's a good thing. I think he'll be able to bring a lot to that role when he starts.
Yeah, so do I. I think it's a good change. Cookie's been a fantastic CEO, so the transition should be really smooth. But now you've got a younger player, a younger person, energetic. Not saying that Brian's not, because Brian gives everything, but I think he's it's interesting that he left Collingwood, and we know certain circumstances from it. So. It's just very interesting. But I also remember sitting at a coaches' conference one day with the CEOs, I think it was the CEOs, and Andrew Demetrio said, we are short of 2 types of people in the AFL. Coaches, correct, because there's not a lot of us at this stage, and CEOs running football clubs.
Yeah.
And they need to train a lot up because it is a unique position. It's not just a matter of being a CEO at certain places, and I'm not running them down, but it's a unique position. You've got to have a bit of a feel for the game. You've got to have a feel for what the people that pay the money to be members. It's a big job. So that's why I say about Trevor Nesbitt. I'd be talking him into it, living in Melbourne for 12 months, just to get the right person in to back him up.
We'll get to some of that in just a moment. Brad Green is going to join us, the president of the Melbourne Football Club. No late change ahead of the first fixture of the day between Melbourne and Gold Coast. So Jake Melksham and Jake Rogers are the 2 subs. Blue from Tassie is the first of our callers on AFL Saturday. Blue, appreciate your call. 1300 558 222. What have you got for us?
With the goal umpiring, for mine, it's a simple fix. Every other umpiring position on the ground has been doubled or quadrupled. Double the goal umpires. Give them a post. And when it's a set shot, the boundary umpires now go to the point post. So give them a protected area, 600 square behind the post, and they just watch that post. So they are the laser beam straight up at, like Lingy talked about. So it's just, For mine, it's not that hard. It's just 2 goal umpires. We've got 4 boundary umpires. We've got 4 central umpires. Give us 2 goal umpires to post each. And if you're worried about who's going to wave the flag, one post waves the point post flag, the other one goes the goal flag, and then at half-time they change that around. So
Thanks, Blue. Appreciate your call. Well, we said maybe more field umpires might help, and now we're sort of thinking, maybe we should go back to 3.
Is that an Eddie Maguire one? I've heard him talk about that.
He has.
But I think he wants to do away with the...
He restructured the whole
yeah, that's right.
He basically says we need to redesign how we do all of it. Yeah.
No, we've got enough umpires as it is.
Okay.
Tangle each other up.
Peter from Hobart's the next of our callers. Thanks, Blue, for your call. Hello, Peter.
Good afternoon, gents. I wonder if you agree with me, or you can tell me why the night games have been so poor this year. I'm a person who thinks a close game isn't necessarily a good one, and especially the games at Marvel, just to me, have been fumble fests. Is it because the roof's closed? Is the ball slippery? What's going on?
Well, I certainly reckon the ground is a little bit slippery, and the ball would be, but that's giving an out. Players are trained up to absorb the pressure and take the right option and deliver the football. I've said it, and I know it's ad nauseum, but I just don't think we have the quality in the 18 teams at the bottom end of each list that we used to have. Maybe it's more sides, less players to each club, but we're not drafting as many players. It just seems to me that I'm not going to name the player because it'd be unfair, but the Thursday game, I watched a player miss. He had a kick from 35 to 40 metres, didn't even make the distance, and that tells me a lot about the next layer of players. The cream will come to the top, so your first 10 to 15 players are going to be okay, but from there on in, I reckon you scratch around, you might find a diamond in the rough. I think Davidson's a clear case of that, but there's a lot of players being drafted and they come in because your list is basically pretty shallow, and I just don't think the quality of players is there from 15 to 22, and that you only need... You have all your good players out there, but you only need players that aren't up to scratch, and the link drops. The ball in between hits the ground, or someone slips over, a couple of slip-overs. I mean, you've got to hold your feet.
Starting earlier, I'm just trying to think back to the first 3 or 4 rounds last year and whether we were having similar conversations. It feels like there's always a bit of a theme around.
But what do you think about the depth of players, though, Bob?
Yeah, I think that's probably a fair comment. I find it hard to be objective about that. I mean... I think when the 2 new teams came in, there was a strong argument around that. Now all of a sudden that's 12, 13 years ago. So surely the talent system, let's call it, has caught up with supply.
Numbers it hasn't.
To the demand?
No, it hasn't. We're getting 60 or 70 drafted. Yesteryear we had 100 drafted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And those 100, I can name dozens, and I can name a Brownlow medalist in Hurd who was 90 something.
Yeah.
So,
but there's more being kept on lists. Is part of the reason around that. There's not as much recycling on lists.
Well, but what they're deciding is a 31, 32, 33-year-old player or a player that plays, is 25, plays 6 or 7 games is better than an 18-year-old coming through. So the argument is there's not enough kids out there pushing up. Okay. Some good ones early, but the later ones, no.
We've seen some mature age guys come in and have an impact.
That's the thing.
Davidson was magnificent last night. And
he was 23.
He's a St Joan of Arc boy, mate, where my girls go to school, and his uncle's the principal down there. He's a ripper, Tony McMahon, so he would have been wrapped with his performance last night.
How did the Disco Wolves and the Firewolves go?
We're through to we've got back-to-back grand finals tomorrow.
I thought the grand finals were today.
No, we're Sunday morning operators. So
Paulie's daughter's junior basketball.
Yeah,
which
they'll go in as underdogs, both of them. But we tend to just find a bit in a grand final. Our girls.
Disco Wolves the best name for a basketball team?
It's fantastic.
The Disco Wolves.
I had 2 of my grandsons play prelim finals last week. Got beaten with a second to go.
Oh no.
One kid had a shot from halfway, as if he's going to do that.
Josh Giddey.
8. No, he got a slight touch. They gave me 3 shots, got them all. Got them all, and we lost by a point.
Cruel basketball.
Don't have to be stiff. Don't have to be dead there, is the saying. The Bulldogs by 8 points last night. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. As Paulie sort of put it earlier, it's amazing the Dogs have been able to change this narrative. Last year it felt very much as they're not maximising the talent on their list, and now they're doing it with less. It's amazing they've been able to get these results and get themselves to 2-1. And the fine margins of footy, it means that Carlton is now 0-3 in the space of what really was a telling 8 minutes to finish the night, with the Dogs kicking those last 2 goals to close out. Back to your calls on 1300 558 222 ahead of the Melbourne president, Brad Green, who's going to join us in the box. Barry is in Chelsea. Hello, Barry.
G'day. Just want to bring up this point about, we've heard this many times, I know, if you've got the coaches, you've got the players and all this sort of thing, if you haven't got the talent, you can be the best coach in the world and you can have the best of training, but if you ain't got the talent, you ain't got it, and you're not going to do any good.
Well, Barry, you're semi-right. When you say not going to do any good, if a little bit of grunt, a little bit of determination, good game structure, you can actually make up for a deficiency in quality of players. What you do is you close the game up on sides. You don't go into a shooting match with them. It's no use, say, taking on... Borley, remember this when we played way back when I was coaching Borley, we played Hawthorn. No use getting in a shooting match when they've got Buddy Franklin. So what we did, we tightened the game up and you try to win the game with 10 or 11 goals. And Borley was on the end of one of those. He kicked, I think, our 10th goal to win a prelim final. So I semi-agree with you. People quite often ask me who was the best coach to coach against, who was the hardest, rather. The answer was simple. The coach with the best side.
I mean, Lee Matthews used to say that as well. Yeah. You know, when was I coaching at my best? You know, those Brisbane 01, 02, 03, because I had a pretty handy sort of cattle at my disposal. So, there's an element of that. I mean, there's clearly coaching around and the Bulldogs discussion around, okay, now we've got to concentrate a little bit more on system and everyone else playing their role. But, you know, at that very pointy end, it's funny how often the premiership team, you know, is stacked with talent as well. And that's been the big conversation coming out of Essendon, hasn't it? The last couple of, I know we're going to talk about them, over the last couple of weeks. Yep. The gap that they're trying to address on that front.
This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass alongside the coaching icon Mick Malthouse and the premiership player Luke Ball. There's no late change in the first game of the day, of course, is Melbourne up against the Gold Coast. So Jake Rogers and Jake Melksham are the subs for the Suns and the D's respectively. We will hear from Brad Green, the president of Melbourne, who's about to join us. You mentioned Thursday night footy, so it was an ugly game. There's no such thing as an ugly first win, is it? You just get it however possible, and that's what the Bombers were able to do back on Thursday night as they grind out a 12-point victory against the Power. Interestingly, the conversation all week had been around the term rebuild, and Brad Scott sort of alluded to it as much. 20 list changes over the past couple of years at Essendon, but no one wanted to go all in on the actual term. We had Cole Langford with us pre-game the other night on ABC Sport, and I put it to him saying, look, are you now playing for a club that is in rebuild mode?
Nah, I mean, I think that's a bit of an agenda that the media's kind of put forward, but we've never spoken about once, and to be honest, I don't know too many rebuilding teams that can play, majority of the season in the top 8 in the last 2 years. So I think we've had one really poor game. I think one poor game. Hopefully we can bounce back tonight, but it's a long season as well. But yeah, I never heard rebuild.
Interestingly, I felt like it was Essendon as much as anyone that were trying to sort of temper expectations in the pre-season, talking about, hey, the time's not now for this group.
Well, I agree with you. Everything that comes out there is, even Brad when he talks, is, they don't jump up and down. What we're trying to do is we're maturing this group, we're identifying our weakness and we're working on it. So it was a really gutsy win, though, in the end. That was because it was a horrible game. Let's make no mistake about it. It was a really horrible game, but Port appeared to have the better of it. But then I thought Essendon's consistency with the whole squad, as much as there were mistakes, their bottom player still tried to play the role, whereas I thought Port were really badly let down by the captain.
Senior players, yeah.
And certainly I'd say Horn Francis needs to have a close look at what he expects from playing football. And that's not being too harsh. I just think that he put his hand up to leave North Melbourne, and fine, that's what happened. And I've seen him play some great games against the crowd when the crowd had really booed him, and I felt sorry for him. But he worked through that. But the other night, I think he would be one that's be looking at Kenny Hinkley saying, I really let you down.
Yeah, I mean, just back to it's become an emotive word, rebuild, hasn't it, when you think about supporters and stuff. And I think Brad actually articulated it reasonably well. They're pretty clear with internally and with their supporters. There's a gap they're trying to address, but it doesn't have to be binary that we're here and so don't come and watch us this year or we don't expect to compete. We expect to compete every week. They had a howler last week. We sat here and watched it, and they got the response. They had a good performance against the Hawks, and they had a response more in keeping with what they would expect internally. So they're going to have some games where they lose clearly this year based on that gap in talent. But when it comes to effort, they have a minimum standard, and if they play like that, then that's going to keep them in a lot of games, Mick. So I just think when that word appears, it draws a lot of attention to it, and there's some emotions attached to it. But I think both can be true. You can be trying to. I mean, have a look at Hawthorn, a great example, aren't they? Yep. This time last year, when they were 0-5, and everyone was throwing that word around. Mm-hmm. So you can be working on both.
First time in 15 matches the Bombers conceded less than 80 points, so they got better defensively. And in the last quarter with the game on the line, they scored 28 points, plus 15 contested possessions, plus 8 inside 50s, plus 3 clearances. With the game on the line, they had the key.
Well, that first point too, that's a clear thing they need to get better, and they haven't been able to nail. In the last, let's talk about since Brad's been there. They just haven't been able to get it right. You were about to say 20 years. I know you were about to say 20 years. But let's just talk about Brad's tenure.
Yep.
And so, thinking about him as a player and his experience in coaching, that's one thing that would be number one on the agenda for them to get right for the rest of this year, and then everything else flows from there.
Brad Green about to join us. Rosie from Wonthaggi is the next of our callers, though, on 1300 558 222. Hello, Rosie.
How are you going?
Well, thank you.
That's good. I just want to put to the fellas, they're talking about the low-scoring games at Marvel and they're not up to scratch. I'm just wondering if all that lighting and advertising around the game gets in their eyes and they can't see the ball or, catch the ball accurately.
Well,
the LED.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought that would be a problem. I've got to say, sitting up here looking down, you really don't notice it so much. And I've never heard a player complain about it or say something. And you know that players will be the first, if they have a bad game, to look for something like that. But some players.
The cricketers always talk about it. So they talk about the height of the lights, basically. So they played a game like the MCG, for example, and the light towers are much higher.
Yeah.
Whereas you go to a ground like Perth Stadium or the Gabba, where the lights are sort of built into the top of the roof, and that affects catching.
I haven't heard a player say it. Look, if there was a general complaint from players, then you'd be looking at it going, maybe you're right, but I'm not sure that would be the reason.
Rosie, appreciate your call. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. Our feature guest is the Melbourne president, Brad Green. He's going to join us next here on AFL Saturday through ABC Sport.
The footy might stop with the final siren, but with ABC AFL, the conversation keeps rolling. Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Roos alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny.
From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop.
It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app. You're listening to AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass, Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball on your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Melbourne president Brad Green joins us on ABC Sport across the country. Brad, appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me.
How's the start to the season been? Obviously not the wins that you would have wanted, but there's been a lot of focus on your footy club. How have you assessed the opening fortnight?
Yeah, a win would be nice. I think we saw, against GWS, I thought our performance was solid without getting the victory in the end. It was probably the last 2 minutes that really cost us. We led for the majority of the day. I thought our style and the way we wanted to play was sound. But it's going to take time. We've got 6 new players playing at the moment. Our forward line's still working through with Van Ruin, Aidan Johnson, Jefferson's been up there. And you look like Petty's gone back to, he's been playing forward. So, even Clary and Track haven't played together for 6 months. So you're looking at the machinations, as you know, Mick, coaching a team and getting it to gel. And I'd love a few more pre-season games just to get our boys in sync and to get going. So that's going to take a little bit of time.
We've heard a lot about sort of the harmonious nature of the football club and working on, loving one another and trying to get back on the same page. Is that tested without the wins early in a new season?
I think it's always tested because members and supporters and players and staff themselves we're all about winning. Let's be honest, it's a win-loss business. We're ambitious. We want to play finals, and we need to start to get some wins on the board.
Simon Goodwin's faux pas during the week, he obviously came out on Fox Footy and then again in his press conference and said, look, I simply just got it wrong. Does the club do anything further with Simon to try and educate him further in that space, to help him out in the way that I guess he handles himself in front of the press?
I think, and I've spoken to both of them, I think, he was trying to back his captain in. I think Max is big enough to say he didn't play well last week. Sherry had the perfect game. He was best on ground. He dominated Max around stoppage. So you've got to give credit to him. And I think as a coach, and Mick's done it before, you protect your captain, you protect your players. And that's all he was doing.
Brad Green with us, the Melbourne president on ABC Sport.
Green, it is a big job because many, many years ago, Melbourne, not that you were only a part at the time, were offered the opportunity to go to the Olympic Park. Didn't have the vision. Eddie Maguire did. Collingwood now have made it their own. You've now got a vision of going to Caulfield. How far advanced is that? And what have you got signed? What is physically that you've got done that says we've got a good chance of doing this?
So we're going through the feasibility. We're into the business phase. So that's where it's at. So there's no more movements on where that. We're hoping to sign off on that business phase come sort of June, July.
Who's doing that? Is Perth still
no, so we've got a committee that's working on that, working with state government and the Caulfield Trust, because it's trust land that we're trying to build on. It's not state government.
Are they happy for you to be out there?
Yeah, the movement and the voices that are speaking to us are happy. Because if a private firm is not looking to move into there, not trying to set this up, what will happen is we'll put two ovals in the centre of Caulfield. We'll have a high-performance venue on the outside, and Melbourne Football Club, as you know, working in football environments, we've never had our administration, our membership, our sales team in one environment. Our members, our sales, our staff are here in the grandstand at the MCG, and our football department go between Amy and Casey. It's a bit of a nightmare. Oh. We've got to give them a one hubs where they can turn up every week and feel like one club.
What year are we talking about? We're talking about a new club coming in, and even their ground situation was going to be, but now it may not be. And so, what are we looking at?
We're 2 to 3 years away from, I reckon, moving into it. If we build dirt, I think you're moving dirt. We're hoping you would hope by 26, but who knows? It's pretty. When you're dealing with state governments and federal governments, it takes time, and you've got to work with people, and we've got to show that there's a benefit to the councils, and we're working with the Jim Steins Foundation, Reach, MND, all putting it in a one hub, and hopefully we can make it all work as one.
Right. Brandy, what about you personally? You obviously stepped into the role in challenging circumstances, but it looks like you're really comfortable in the chair. I love listening to you talk. You're obviously a Melbourne person, champion player of the club. Are you enjoying it?
It's
been challenging. You see yourself there for.
It's been challenging 4 or 5 months, if I'm to be honest. I've just had a baby. I've got a 15-month-old boy. I've got Oliver that's 15 and 12. And my own business that I've been running for 6 or 7 years. So it does take up a bit of time. I'm probably doing 30 or 40 hours and then trying to juggle. Lucky the business can sort of tick over itself. But I'm here for 12 months. I'm the president. I'm the leader. I am leading, and there's no interim word in this role at all, what I see at the moment. And then potentially in 12 months' time, Steve Smith, who's on our board now, can take over, who was the MCC president.
Given you've stepped out of the footy direct, have you got enough football representation on the board now? There's a strong thought now that's where it's going with footy club boards. It needs to be more than just the one.
Yeah, so
footy director.
So Steve comes from he played for the Demons. Mick, did he play in your time?
Yeah.
Yeah, Steve was a good player for us. Played has been around the club a long time. So there's two of us we can bounce things off, and then if you trust your GM of footies, your staff that are in the environment, hopefully we can get things going.
Has the CEO search taken longer than you'd hoped?
No, Purdy was there till December. He told us he wanted to step down sort of November. So the time you go out and search and talk to people in the industry. So we're in the process at the moment. We've got a short list of 4 to 5. We've had interviews, and we're looking at making a decision end of April at the board meeting.
There was a report during the week that basically a bunch of names were put forward to the board, and essentially they said, hey, go back to the drawing board and start again. We're not happy with any of those candidates. Is that accurate?
I'd be disappointed if our search team hasn't gone and asked everybody and brought back candidates that we think can fill the role. They've been doing that. They've been canvassing everyone. Obviously, if you're in a CEO role at the moment and you're asking for them to go through a process, sometimes people don't want to be told you're not good enough for it. Remember that.
So just on, I guess you're not going to tell us the name necessarily, but what do you see the next CEO of Melbourne? What kind of a person is that?
I see a person that's skilled, one with football, commercial and finance. I think you need those balance of three. Sometimes you might not get the three that have that balance. But I reckon our football clubs need someone with a bit of humility, empathy. You know, I think we've been in a lot of noise, I reckon, over the last 3 to 4 years. We've got to start winning back our members. You would have seen since I've taken on the role a bit of transparency with the media, and I really wanted to get back out there and talk to our members and supporters. You know, every 3 or 4 months you'll see a members letter that will go out to our members. I'm here today talking. I don't want to hide. I want to be out there. If people want to talk to me, I'm open. You can ring me anytime and we can have a chat. So transparency is a big thing.
And we love that. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, I don't know how much time we've got, but Greenie, just on that CEO, the AFL are the first to admit that there's been a real dearth of talent in that area for football clubs, and some that have gone from the AFL into that have found it far too hard. Have you thought about people, and I'll say like Trevor Nizzard, like say Walshy, Jeff Walsh? I know Jeff Walsh has got another appointment, but have you thought about going into people that have got football just for 1 or 2 years, just to steady the ship a little bit?
Yeah, well, I've spoken to Nizzy. I caught up for lunch with Nizzy, actually, because he's working with the AFL.
Yeah.
I don't think he wants to move to Melbourne. He's pretty comfortable just working with the AFL.
Why wouldn't he move to Melbourne?
Mick, you've worked with Nizzy for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
Look, he's great. He's a sounding board for us. I've been having plenty of chats. I've been chatting with Dills, all the right people that we think we can make the right decision for and the best decision for our footy club, and we'll keep making those phone calls and talking to the right people until that decision's made in about 3 or 4 weeks.
Good luck today for your footy club.
Cheers.
For the remainder of the year. Really appreciate you dropping by.
Thanks, guys. Have a good afternoon.
Mate.
Brad Green, the president of the Melbourne Football Club, with us in the box ahead of the D's and the Suns. We're about half an hour away from the first bounce. Just repeating, there's no late change here at the G. So Jake Rogers and Jake Melksham are the two subs. Corbin Middlemass alongside Luke Ball and Mick Malthouse. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Interesting time for the D's, isn't it, in everything that they're going through at the moment. And as much as they talk about sort of harmony over the off-season, trying to bring it back together, nothing sort of tests it more than going 0-2 and perhaps 0-3 if things don't go their way this Savo.
I think you've got a couple of good kids coming through. The worry for Melbourne is that Gawn's 32, 33. I'm not sure how old May is, but there's a key back. Their forwards are, and it doesn't matter how old Fritsch and Van Ruin are because they can't get it. Petrarca is probably playing his best football. They're not going to get better. Oliver's about the same. They need a big step up of younger players coming through. Which I know they've played 6, and I was pretty impressed with those 6 kids. But they've got to be looking at. Well, it's going to take years again of recruitment to get that side back to where they want it. In particular, and the coach has got to work out how to get that ball from back line to midfield and into forward line, and they mark it and have shots on goal as opposed to in and out the way it's been going.
The one home base thing is interesting, isn't it? In a way, if you wanted the one home base point of view, and your question around that, and if you wanted to really be a bit almost cynical about it, you could say that it's almost a reflection of how they've played in a sense, or the noises coming out, the fact that they're not all in the one spot. They're half down there out at Casey, they're half here, and I know that's sometimes out of their control. And 20 years ago as a player, you go, just as long as the grass is in good order and there's some dumbbells in the gym, who cares? But the game's gone further than it hasn't now, and at every club, I mean, the interstate clubs now, they're the one that have fallen behind from that point of view, and they're trying to address it, but even that's sounds like it's years away. So that's interesting.
Paulie, also the travelling thing of players who lived in and around this area, going out to Casey 3 or 4 times a week, then finding their way back here. I always found that players who live close to the ground would spend more time at the ground, and therefore you're able to get more. You might get another 30, 40 kicks in them, or touches, or a bit more weight training, or whatever. I know they're professional and they've got time to do things, but if they've got to get on the road, they tend to get on the road.
I've got some sharp questions to finish. Ian from Mornington is the next of our callers, though. Hello, Ian.
How are you, Baldy and
and Mick. I've got a question. I'm disappointed I missed Brad Green there, but the Melbourne Football Club last year announced at the AGM, and just prior to that they were going to have, as part of the review that they did last year, they'd have 5 new committees. But the 2 that I'm interested in are the High Performance Committee and a Member Engagement Committee, which Borley mentioned before, that the Melbourne Football Club has not got enough involvement of members at that level, and I completely agree with you, Borley, 100% there. There's not enough there. But at the moment, you can't apply for those 2 committees. So they were designed to, member engagement, you would have thought that it was to do for the 2025 season. You can't even, when you go and try to make an application, it won't allow you to make a nomination for 3 other committees, which are board-related, like director-related, but not sort of the high performance and the member engagement. So I'm very disappointed with the Melbourne Football Club that they haven't made that available. When you click through, you can't actually lodge a submission.
But there might, when you say committees, is it just a group of people that the club appoint to get the best out of it? Because you don't want, one thing you don't want is a whole host of people at a football club that it's dominated by a committee, because nothing will get done. There's so much red tape. There's different procedures. I'm not sure the word committee is the right word here. I'm not sure, Corbin, that's what they're talking about.
Well, I think they do. They do say committees. The current committees: Audit, Risk and Integrity Committee, People and Culture nominations for that, and Investment Committee. So they're they're looking. They're the 3. They're looking at well qualified people to be involved.
Okay.
Good on you, Ian. Appreciate your call, and for all our callers throughout the day as well here on AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Luke Ball and Mick Malthouse. A couple of other things before we get out of here. Harley Reid has been in the headlines all week, the number 1 pick from the year before last. Is he being treated fairly in the coverage that he's getting, do you think, Harley?
I don't. And I've said before about this, and we spoke to, I think it was Dylan, about this. He's been hounded by a number of clubs in Melbourne. We know that. Come home. Well, straight away the kid's he's disjointed from the club he's at, which shouldn't take place. And it's only because where they are on the ladder and because of the pressure that the Western Australia press have put on him. I'm not saying the press shouldn't do this, but they have really hounded this kid to the point where he is distracted. He's showing all his warts. In other words, because he can lose his temper a bit, and that's not helping his game. His performances have dropped off, so he becomes an easy target. And being an easy target, that means that somewhere along the line, someone's going to try to put something in front of him, and again, he's going to be lost to that club that's drafted him. And I think it mounts up on him, it mounts up on his manager, it mounts up on the football club, because what do they do? A new coach, how does he handle it? And I think it's been badly handled by a whole host of people.
I'll just talk about the footy point of view. There's just a bit of second-year blues, isn't it? So, and I think there is, and it's very early, and he's 19, so is he being treated unfairly as a 19-year-old? I think the answer is yes, but that's based on how good he was. He didn't play like an 18-year-old last year, did he? So, the expectation was set really high, and that's that old saying, sometimes early success can be a bad teacher because you can just rest on your laurels a bit. I'm not saying that's happened. He loses Elliot Yeo, who to me looked like his mentor, both on the field and we don't know what's happening behind closed doors. But so there's a few a few parts that have changed from this year to last around that. He's just got to go back to controlling what he can control. I was interested to hear Liam Duggan talk about him in a really honest way about what he's like in behind closed doors, and he wasn't. He was talking pretty genuinely, I think. So I thought that was really interesting. He's just got to get back to controlling what he can on the track, training hard, letting his footy do the talking, and then I think those sort of distractions and the little bits and pieces, the flipping the bird, all that sort of stuff, doesn't become as much of an issue. because his performance is doing the talking.
I think I'm the only person in the footy media that's currently watching every single footy show. So there's so many of them on at the moment. I'm keeping across everything.
Too many. Stop it. You're on half of them.
It did make me chuckle during the week that everyone was saying, are we covering Harley Reid too much? Are we doing too much on it? And yet everybody spoke about it. Everybody covered Harley Reid, and he's that kind of figure in the game. What about one of your old clubs, Paulie, the Saints? The article in the Herald Sun during the week talking about a match day concierge for families. They want to become the number one First Nations team. The cuddly Ross image. They're looking to Ireland to try and recruit players, doing everything they can to try and attract a big fish. What do they need to do, the Saints, to try and get one of these big name off contract or gettable players over the line and down to Moorabbin?
Oh, I missed that article, I must admit. Well, they need to keep winning. Winning's the biggest draw card, isn't it?
It is,
let's
Paulie.
be honest, I think, going back to those successful years, even early 2000s, and then towards the end, if you're up there around the hoop every year, players like, for instance, players like Zach Merritt, who's getting towards that point of his career where, I'm just using him as an example, where he's thinking maybe my time's running out to be able to play in prelim finals consistently. That's the first port of call. I mean, their facilities are fantastic. Again, I always reflect back to 20 years ago when we just did have a patch of grass and a few dumbbells in the Trevor Barker disco, Mick. The facilities down there now are absolutely magnificent. And at South Road, you head down South Road, and Church Street Brighton's not too far away, so there's no issue there. So I just think they keep getting the on-field side of things right, and one of them will eventually drop. But we talk about it like it's like there are teams doing it out there doing it easily every year. It's bloody hard to attract the big fish, isn't it? Usually the big fish get the big deals and they stay.
Correct. More often than not, they stay. There's no doubt about that. I'm getting better at managing the clock, but we're still sort of getting used to the 1 hour as opposed to the 90 minutes. So mixed messages and Cool Hand Luke will hold that over for next week, maybe a special edition of both. But before we get out of here, Mick, 2 big blockbuster games tonight. Which one will you be watching? The Hawks and the Giants, or the big slip and slide between the Cats and the Lions up the Gabba?
I'm going to see if I can do both.
Okay.
Because I totally agree with what you're saying. Ripping games of football. Hawthorn rarely get beaten in Tasmania, but my soft spot is for GWS. I don't know why they played Stringer, though. Secondly, Geelong have got a great record against Brisbane, in Brisbane. So if that game becomes a mud feast, I'll swing the Tasmanian game.
Catch you at the footy soon. Thanks for dropping by.
Look forward to it.
Mick Moldhouse with us on AFL Saturday every week from 12 noon Australian Eastern Daylight Time. Luke Ball's sticking around for the game coverage. That's coming up next. It is Melbourne and Gold Coast as your Saturday slate rolls on here on ABC Sport.
There are 3 warning levels across Australia: advice, watch and act, and emergency. To learn more, go to the ABC Emergency website and stay listening to your emergency broadcaster, ABC Radio.
Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Roos. Alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny. ABC AFL Daily Podcast. It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
What a matchup this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bit to get inside of the bounce.
The intensity and the pressure around the ball is unbelievable.
Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy.
This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing. And they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He's pulled the through for a magnificent goal. Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
An extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick.
Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping. We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker. Leans back on the kick. Game on.
Like camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward, off it. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Close to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers, snaps.
boot. Kick up towards the logo.
He defies the laws of gravity. He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, this is bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah.
Rose snaps goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that mighty roar.
Thoughts one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish. 60 out. Oh, my goodness. That's a massive kick.
Big time spot. Big time goal kicker.
That's why we love football. Brilliant to watch.
From the centre wicket. Whacks it for 6. Scores level. Running past. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer?
Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
The Gold Coast Suns, under their premiership coach Damien Hardwick, make their way to the MCG for their one and only trip of the 2025 home and away season. Is it a coming-of-age moment for the Gold Coast Suns as they try to keep somewhat of a winning streak going on the road? Who'd have thought they've won their last 3 away from their home patch, either on the Gold Coast or in Darwin? Standing in their way is the Melbourne Footy Club, who have had a little bit of a week from hell after the faux pas of their coach Simon Goodwin. They've been in the headlines again, not for the reasons they want to be. They're out to score their first victory of the young season this afternoon. Will it be the Demons breaking through, or perhaps the Suns to really stamp their mark on the season and establish themselves as a player in the premiership race? It is a juicy fixture, Melbourne versus the Gold Coast, on our air this afternoon here on ABC Sport. My name's Corbin Middlemass at the mighty MCG. It is breezy. It is 21 degrees. There was some rain forecast, but at the moment it is clear, so that is good news, despite the fact it's a cloudy afternoon as the umpires are about to make their way out. There is no late change. Jake Melksham is the sub for Melbourne, and Jake Rogers, his namesake, is the sub for the Gold Coast Suns. Ben Cameron's here to call the footy with me. Hello, Ben.
Hello, Corb. It's tremendous to be here, and I love themes. I love Damien Hardwick's themes because storytelling is how we all understand the world around us. So I noticed last week he gives his players a gift before every game. It's a T-shirt. Last week it was one that featured a picture of the Detroit Pistons, the bad boys in the NBA from the late 80s, early 90s. And I think it clearly tells us that he and this Gold Coast Suns coaching group are trying to instill a hard edge, a mean spirit in this team that hasn't necessarily been there to date. So I want to see whether we get that here today. And just on the Ds, I've done both of their opening 2 games. They were poor last week, but I saw them here against GWS, and I saw them take the corridor more. So I'll be really intrigued as to whether they're less risk averse with the ball in hand and do take the corridor more, open up the entire 50 and maybe have some better entries that they haven't for the last few years.
It's Saturday afternoon footy. It is the premiership time slot, which means we have our premiership pair here. And it's always Saturday afternoon on the ABC with this man, the youngest Essendon premiership player on planet Earth.
That won't be changing anytime soon.
Currently
I think it's
standing
safe to say.
in Adam Ramanaskas. Hello, Ram.
Good afternoon to all. It's unlike Dimmer Hardwick to be buying things for people, because he would not have shouted at Shark.
I think it comes out of the soft cap.
Yeah, well, it's not coming out of Dimmer's bank account. I can absolutely guarantee you that. So, but it's all, I like that. I like that. So the bad boy Pistons, obviously of the 80s and early 90s, and he wants that harder edge, and that's how Diver played the game. That's how I guess he coached Richmond in a sense at certain stages. He wanted them to be harder and scrappers and fighters, and now he wants this Gold Coast Suns team to be that, and he has got the personnel in the team to do that, which, it's easy to say, let's fight, let's be tough and let's be strong, but you need the personnel. And I think he's building that, but I also think he's finding the players as well. So I think he's, he might have half to 3/4 of those guys that are prepared to do it. He needs to find that other few numbers. So, Melbourne, on the other hand, it was disappointing last week. No doubt about that. But can they find the form against the Giants? And that will help them a lot this afternoon.
The Suns are on their way out. They're trying to tick a couple of boxes this afternoon. Obviously, win here at the MCG, something they have done in the past. Their first win at the MCG actually came against Melbourne back in 2013. Their 5 wins and 13 losses at the venue. Their last win here was round 24 last year, so not that long ago. But against the Demons in particular, they've lost their last dozen games. 12 in a row the Suns have lost to Melbourne, so a little bit of a bogey team for them.
I'm tipping Gary Ablett Jr. played in that 2013 game when he was possibly the greatest player of all time.
Absolutely. Let's see what we get from the Suns this afternoon. First team out on the ground. His premiership companion here, the premiership pie, Luke Ball, is stuck around on the back of AFL Saturday. Hello, Bally.
Bobby, yeah, well set up, Ramo. Unconditional is the word that the Dimmer will be trying to instill with all these stories and all these messages and the team he's trying to build. We know how good they can be. Most of the time that's at home. Can they come to the MCG? I mean, it's a bit of a surprise. It's their only visit here. Can they come and make it count? I mean, Corby, you mentioned coming of age. I think we've got to stop talking about them in those sort of terms. This is just a game they need to be mature enough to go and win, isn't it? Melbourne, you're right, Benny, have been okay in patches in the first 3 weeks. There's some personnel issues there, we know, and there's some star players that are just coming back into the game. Pound for pound, they just need to be going out and winning today. There's just something about them I still don't trust. I don't know what it is, but I'm really looking forward to seeing them go. I like their ins. It's great to see Mac Andrew come back in. Jed Walter, is he ready to take another step now? As that big key forward, Sam Flanders coming off a career best year last year. Ballard hurts him. He's been a really consistent figure in that back half, and Ben Ainsworth as well. But they are starting to build a bit of depth in that squad now. I mean, look at how Noble comes in and Rioli come in to this side. So those, I guess, bottom 8, bottom 6 that we always talk about are starting to look a bit stronger and a bit more reliable from the Suns' point of view. But can they come here and get it done in really good conditions, it must be said, at the MCG?
Yeah, and you're right, it shouldn't be a coming-of-age moment, and yet until they do it, until they properly break through and establish themselves, it's hard to trust them the same way. I think we all did a game together last year against North, where they came to Melbourne. They should have won. It was a Saturday afternoon, and they had this monkey on their back, having not obviously won in away from home all year, and sure enough, it extended as the Roos won one of their only handful of games for the year.
Just quickly on that, what I do remember out of that game is how mad Damien Hardwick was in the postscript.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
So do you remember he was out on the ground, Rammer? And I think you pointed out saying, look, I know Damien Hardwick really well. He is seething. Yeah. And he was in the press conference as well.
Is this if we're going to run with the big dogs, we've got to get off the porch?
Got to get off the porch.
Is there an F-bomb in there too?
I think there might have been. Not on ABC airwaves, but I think there might have been. We're waiting the arrival of the Demons, and how's that? Right on cue. Max Gawn pops up from out of the tunnel. Not a huge crowd, must be said, for Saturday afternoon footy here at the G. And this is a very new thing that's come into footy. It's almost like teams have their own song that leads in before they burst through the banner, and then the theme song plays. Back in the day, it was just the theme song.
Well, it's been Hell's Bells, hasn't it, for the Demons? So they've ditched that, and they've just gone for something a bit more light-hearted. Yeah, a bit more in keeping with the... What is it, millennial sort of crowd and player these days, Penny, so whatever works.
D's have made 5 changes back on Thursday night. So Stephen May's back to play against his old team. Jack Billings, Jake Melksham will start as the sub, Harvey Langford and Aiden Johnson. So 5 changes from the team that lost to North Melbourne. 3 of them unforced. Woden, Turner and Howes all dropped. Spargo and Jefferson are injured. While for the Suns, they get Mac Andrew back from that sternum injury he suffered in the pre-season. Sam Flanders back from a back complaint, and Jed Walters in for his first game of the year. The 3 that miss out, Sexton, Ainsworth, and in particular Ballard, which might have sort of snuck under the radar. He's torn his ACL. He's out for the year.
It's a big shocking blow,
Important player.
They love Charlie Ballard. He's one of those guys that sort of internally, and the Suns love him, and yet the broader football world think, he's a guy, but that is a significant blow for the Suns so early in the new season. Our new favourite segment, Ben, which you've dubbed
Hurt Chamber.
The Hurt Chamber, which we do every single Saturday afternoon with our man Razor Ray Chamberlain. G'day, Ray.
G'day, fellas. How are we today?
We're very well. We've got a couple of questions for you. One is off your own comments during the week on Fox Footy on AFL 360, where you spoke about the unduly roughness of the push in the back, and the conversation obviously quickly moved along
But can you explain to us the way that the umpires are told to interpret the push in the back in modern footy?
Yeah, so the instruction that comes from the umpiring department to the umpires on field is that it's got to be an undue push in the back, meaning unreasonable. So obviously there's some jostling and all those sorts of things that take place, and that's all fair. But if it's undue, which I've got to be honest with you, I don't like the additional subjectivity. It just, for me, it just broadens the grey. Then that's when a free kick will be awarded. So an undue bump or an undue push in the back will result in free kick.
So is that written into the rules, Ray, or is that just how you're told to interpret it, to look for something that's undue?
I don't want you to get ahead of yourself too early today, but that's a great question. So in 2019, that was when they removed hands in the back from the laws of the game, and that is when that word unduly pushes or unduly bumps found its way into the laws of the game.
Okay, so it is in the laws of the game.
Yeah, verbatim.
I think there was a bit of conjecture around that during the week as to whether that was just how it was conveyed to the umpires to interpret it or whether it was in there.
Conjecture's interesting. Yeah. It's probably those who've never taken the time to read the book.
Oh, I've read it, Ray. Don't be firing bullets up here.
Cover to cover.
The four umpires, Ben, you wanted to ask about?
Yeah, do you think it's working, Ray? The four umpires?
In terms of the system, I love it for the game. I think it serves the game way better than the three. As being on field for 20 years umpiring under the three umpire system, it was incredibly demanding physically, and you would be in very, very ordinary and compromised positions on the ground to make an adjudication on a contest. And particularly now where they're all up and down the ground, it's always so congested around the ball. With the four, the physicality's removed and the play comes to you. So by extension, the philosophy around it is umpires should be getting better information, seeing things and being less fatigued, and as a result, they should be making better decisions.
So if I can be the voice of the fans, from what I'm hearing from my friends and seeing, Ray, is that they're saying if we have four umpires, that's supposed to remove the howler, yet Thursday night, last night, it feels like we've still seen a high number of those. Why is that?
Yeah, and that's fair. I mean, it's not, you sort of say it's supposed to remove the howler. I haven't seen that officially on a sticker anywhere, but I think really what it is that you've got human beings in a dynamic game that have got to implement subjective laws, and there will be error. You know, that's the nature of this game. You know, you're 360 degrees. You know, it's all subjectivity, and then you get a point if you miss too, Bally. So no one's perfect out there.
I think we did have removed the howler on the sticker, because if we said, look, more umpires means better positioning, so they have better angles and make better decisions. It was just a bit too big for the sticker, Ray, so we had to go with remove the howler. No, it didn't fit on it.
I don't mind it. It's catchy.
Yeah.
We'll come back to you, Ray, for a check of conditions in just a moment after the coin toss. But there we go. That's another fine edition.
Good segment. Yeah, I like it.
I can see a sponsor coming on in the next couple of weeks.
Are Bully and I allowed to jump in?
Yeah.
We are? Good.
Hurt Chamberlain or Hurt Chambo?
Didn't feel like that at all.
No, you're more
like you've got your arms around that one. Anyway, good start.
Could be Ray's rant. Could be
Ray's rant. Don't mind it.
Could be all sorts.
We'll throw it open.
Yeah. They throw it open to the SMS. Yeah. It's a good idea.
0437 774 774. He's multifaceted, our man Ray Chamberlain.
The rules of Ray.
Not just there
rules of Ray
as our boundary rider, but also as being able to take us along the ride for the rules as senior umpire.
Has to do a press conference for the umpires every Saturday afternoon.
Mark Murphy's still answering questions as if he's the Carlton captain. So we'll put Ray in the umpiring department for us as part of our crew on ABC Sport. Set it up for us, Rummer and Paulie. So no late change here. Just repeating the subs: Jake Melksham and Jake Rogers. Where will this game be won this afternoon?
Well, the setup of this game is fascinating for me. So usually it starts and almost ends with Max Gawn at Melbourne, the way he just his presence around the ground. Now, last week Tristan Cherry beat him quite comfortably, yet there were circumstances around that. So, can he find that best form again? I think that's number one. Second, I want to see more options through Melbourne's midfield. I think the blame always falls on the shoulders of a Petrarca and an Oliver and a Viney if Melbourne don't win. It's like, well, why can't they play better? That's fine, but I think their weight of work over so many years now suggests that they've been exceptional players for the football club, but they need more players to come along with them. And when I say more players, like maybe it's a bit more out of a Christian Sailor, maybe it's a bit more out of a Sparrow, Bailey Fritsch. Zave Lindsay coming in for his third game, but can he continue to get better? Jack Billings is in the team. Jake Bowie's in the team. Can those guys go to the next level? Ed Langdon's had some time in the middle of the ground ball recently. Can those guys find the next level? In their premiership year, players found the next level, and that's generally what happens in a premiership year. So many guys have career best years, and they go on with it, and they're able to win. So I don't want the blame if Melbourne lose today to fall upon the shoulders of their big guns, because that's always what happens. But I want the next rung of player at Melbourne today to really stand up and go, well, okay, I want to take some control of this team now moving forward. Look, and then I think it's all set up for the Gold Coast. Corbin spoke about maturity of this team and what they're doing, and then a harder edge of this team. Well, they got to come to a place like Melbourne, a place like the MCG, and start winning games of football against a team that they should be able to comfortably compete with. Noble's been a good addition. Rioli's been a good addition. Rioli was kicking goals off half back before their buys, so those guys are looking really good. But again, it's the next rung of players: a Will Powell, a Bodie Yulin, a Lockie Weller, a Will Graham, Bailey Humphrey. Those guys, can they go to the next level in their development and start to take control of the teams?
Yeah, you look at their list, or the team on paper today. They've been able to, with some of those additions like Rioli, like Noble, as you said. It seems like a nice spread now between youth, so there's high young picks that are coming into season 2, 3, 4. I mentioned Walter off the top. Ethan Reed's another one who's starting to emerge, and Mac Andrew. And then they've got that core who really are the ones, that 24 to 27-year-old, 100-game, really are the ones who are becoming reliable and who, we know drive the week in, week out performance of the team. And that's the skipper, that's Noah Anderson, that's Matty Rowell, that's Flanders. You mentioned Will Powell. That's Ben King now. Yep. Connor Butterick and Joel Jeffrey. These guys who are in that sort of real prime of their career now. They're the ones that have to drive that week in, week out consistency of effort and performance. So I like the additions they've made. It looks like a much better and well-balanced team.
Yeah.
Both teams' strengths of the midfield, we know that. And you mentioned numbers rolling through Melbourne's midfield. They're going to have to today, because we know on the flip side the Suns have got 3 or 4 that are real mainstays. Matty Rowell, Took Miller, we know that. And so Flanders comes in, and Noah Anderson, who play 85-90% of the game in the middle of the ground, along with Jared Witt. So, that's clearly going to be a massive battle today. You just feel like if the Gold Coast can at least meet them there, or even get the better of them in the middle of the ground, it's hard to see Melbourne kicking a winning score today.
The Gold Coast Suns still going through a few run-throughs after the coin toss, and Melbourne in a circle, almost like they would be to sing the song. It's not the tight, bunched-in field
here are the
in the
bells.
huddle. This is we've got the bells going in the background for a Melbourne home game. That means we're getting close to the bounce, which means we can check in with Ray Chamberlain, who's in the front row of the grandstand for a check of conditions. Ray, what's it like down there?
Yeah, nice conditions down here. The ground looks magnificent. Swirly breeze going right of screen, I think is where it favours, but only a goal really. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing how this plays out today, guys.
I'll tell you what, Corb. Yep. So the whole Shane Warne stand top level, empty.
Yep.
The whole Ponsford stand top level, I reckon there's about 30 people up there.
Yep.
It's a small crowd.
Well, they're not going to be overwhelmed, the Gold Coast, by a big Melbourne crowd, are they?
Well, there's not much happening in Melbourne today.
Yeah. It was 23,278 for Melbourne in GWS in round 1. That was a direct clash with the Formula 1 Grand Prix. It wouldn't be bigger than that today.
Races at Flemington, but if you're a Melbourne supporter, you should be here today, you feel.
It's a tough fixture to start, though. The Giants and the Suns as your first 2 home games of the season. It's a juicy game of footy. If you love your footy, you're an industry type, you know exactly what's at stake this afternoon. The D's trying to find an avenue into the season, looking for their first win. And the Gold Coast Suns looking to come of age. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. You're with Ben Cameron.
Umpire Wetton lays it down. Whitson gone with the opening tap, palms it down, trying to get after it. Anderson, they're immediately on top of the football. Eventually Anderson comes away with it. Oliver wrenches him off the football. Still live in the bullseye. We haven't gone anywhere. And eventually Harvey Langford is just moved off the footy. So another ball upcoming Alongside the centre circles, gone down again. Viney can't grab it. Anderson's kick smothered. Spills out onto it quickly. Hewland. And another ball up in the middle.
You know, I'm a uniform guy. I don't think I've ever seen this. Two teams wearing the exact same socks.
Yeah.
So both teams, the plain red socks. Melbourne all in navy with the red V, and the Gold Coast Suns wearing their home jumper, which is the stealth jumper, all red, with the red outline of the emblem on them and the red shorts. As the Suns win it from the stoppage, Hewland kicks down to half forward. Oh, long, very good mark. Got rid of Petty, takes it, moves it quick to full forward. King caught at the back. May looking to mark, and the mark will be paid in front.
Loved how he took front spot. We were lamenting last week, with those Essendon defenders, weren't we? Taking back shoulder and getting led to the ball. That's a good experienced defender, taking front spot and taking advantage of the missed kick from long.
Former captain of the Suns for 38 games, Stephen May. The D's try and work it out of defence as Billings goes short to Langdon. He got it from Lindsay. And now Langdon swings it out to the southern boundary line to my man Bowie.
Bowie kicks well up the wing, marked there by Viney. Between the logo and the boundary line on the southern wing. Viney wants to retreat. A red footy in action today. Goes back to Lindsay. Been very impressive through his opening couple of games as he goes back to Stephen May. Back in the side from that fractured larynx to Oliver. Centre half back. Pokes a kick out wide to Bowie. Runs down the southern wing. Stabs it short for Salem. Back where they started between the logo and the wing. Viney again. Just forward of it now. Kicks the D's to half forward, looking for a marker. Henderson takes the basket catch. Wide out, half forward. Low ball inside 50. It skips out. And a throwing coming left forward pocket here for the D's. No score through the opening 2 minutes. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Great story, Jack Henderson, isn't it? But you want that first possession back.
Michael Barlow told me, coaching him at Werribee, the favourite player he's ever coached.
I remember coaching against him way back when he was captain of Geelong College.
Wow. As Gorn grabs it out of the ruck, shoots goalward but misses near side. What a start that would have been for Big Max. After a week in the headlines, after his coach's faux pas, so 2.5 minutes in, Melbourne first scorer behind a Max Gorn. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. There's no late change, just repeating Jake Melksham and Jake Rogers, the two subs.
Noble goes to Hewland, who gives it back to Noble, kicks up to the wing. McDonald comes up, juggles the mark. D's back in possession on the wing. Members side of the ground, retreats with a kick for May, who's diving, sprawling, marking.
Just looking at Zave Lindsay here, holding his knee.
Well, that is not good. As May kicks into the middle of the ground. Awkward bounce for Sparrow. Can't gather it cleanly. Coming up with it. Here's the Suns. Here's Anderson running through. They got men out everywhere. Sweeps the handball away to Weller. Stabs it inside 50 and long marks. 40 out. Slight angle to the right-hand side.
Weller free. Had Reed free. Just a real breakdown there. It was a poor kick inside, wasn't it, from Stephen May that led to the turnover. Just the option for McDonald, Raman. That's where, Benny, you mentioned being a bit more bold with it. So McDonald takes the intercept mark across, right on centre wing. And instead of pumping it back in and trying to catch the defence outnumbered or out position, he goes backwards to May. I don't like that as a general rule.
Reinvented as a forward last year. This kick is away to the right. A minor score apiece through the opening 3.5 minutes. So round 8 last year, swung forward Ben Long. Ended up finishing equal third in the best and fairest after that move.
May on the kick out. G didn't quite get it. Put his teammate under the pump with the half volley. Billings trying to clean it up. Goes to ground. Suns win it. Bowie, big tackle. Billings goes, he gets it back. As he goes short with the kick to Langford, who marks at centre half back for the Demons. Comes out of the defensive arc to Salem, who marks on the back flank as the sunshine briefly breaks through the thick overhead cloud cover. Red Sharon in use. A lot of red out there today. Short kick towards Langdon. He gives a hand pass away back to Sparrow. Now to Oliver. Kicks a turnover. And Butterick takes the intercept mark half back for the Suns.
Quickly kicks up the wing to the run of Touk Miller. Outside the logo. Long kick for Long, who marks just in the field of play. He's away and running. Pulls his kick infield. It's a good one. Big collision. Will Graham takes the mark. He's bundled over and he'll get 50. Yes.
Is it? You know what? It's a really interesting one, that. So the 50-metre penalty is being paid. But Will Graham's feet hadn't touched the ground. And Stephen May made contact. So
I think the point there, Chamo's going to be, there wasn't a genuine attempt to spoil.
Aggression.
So I think that's a 50 every day of the week. But bit of a rusty start from Steve May.
From the goal square, Graham whacks it through. And the Suns are off and running. They lead it by one straight kick. 1-1-7 plays one behind. We've played 5 minutes in this opening term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Might just check in with Ray Chamberlain. Ray, you saw Xavier Lindsay come off the ground. How did he look?
Yeah, straight down to the rooms. Left leg looks like a knee.
That was not good. Well, it's hope for the best there. But
fingers crossed for the young man.
Just 2 turnovers, remember? Just 2 sloppy kicks that's led to the 2 scores. You know,
Melbourne are trying to come back in the corridor, but just the options aren't there. So
it was Oliver that time.
Then that's forcing a rush kick almost, and that's why they're turning the ball over. So I love the idea of getting the ball back into the corridor, but okay, if it's not there, then just have some patience and take what the opposition's going to give you.
Happy with the 50, Ray?
Yes.
There we go. It's gone, wins the hit out. Picked up, though, by Anderson, the captain for the Suns. He comes wide with the kick, and Closey takes the mark on the wing. Sam Closey, who we actually interviewed on Corbin and Bound on ABC Sport last year, came into the studios in Darwin.
Yep.
And we're up there for a little visit. Grew up a Carlton fan. His favourite player was Mark Murphy.
Which he wears number 33, so I think that might be for that reason.
Love it.
Given Murph wore number 3.
Short to Miller, short to Rouse.
Or is it just what was given to us?
70 metres out, kicks to the forward pocket. They come from all directions, falls down to Long. Hand pass to King, snaps. Couldn't beat them out on the line. And in the end, it's trapped down there by Howes, who keeps it alive for Melbourne. Not 15, said the umpire. As Langdon gives a hand pass away to Petty. Petty's handball comes back to him here as he tries to run away with it for the D's, sends it up to the wing.
Mac Andrew just buffeted off the footy, picked up by Petrarca, as shovels out a handball to Langdon. Handball for Fritsch, he fumbles it. Fritsch picks it up, loops a handball to the run of Sharp. Down the southern wing he goes. Sharp takes a bounce, pokes it into the pocket, leading out Chandler. He's got it on his chest, right alongside the boundary line, 25 metres out.
Early test for the sternum there for Mac Andrew, but he looks okay. Big hit from Petrarca. Nice physical bit of play. And, well, it was Fritsch that fumbled, wasn't it? Almost threatened to derail the forward attack. Nice bit of work there from Harry Sharp to take his space. I mean, that's the strength that he brings to this team. Got a nice spot kick inside 50. Tough chance, though.
So Chandler hemmed up against the boundary line. Left footer, left forward pocket. Drop punt is across the face and knocked through down there by Witts. So a couple of minor scores to start for the D's. They're 2 behinds. Gold Coast 1-1-7. The visitors, they lead it by 5 points. 8 minutes into the opening term. Saturday footy on ABC.
It's pretty open, free-flowing start, isn't it, Mohammed?
Yeah.
Both teams, both coaches would be a little bit concerned by the amount of space given to their opponents at the moment.
The kick heads up towards the wing, picked up by Witts. Hand pass away to Closey, gives a handball away to Rowell. Rowell turns and kicks down the wing. It's no mark taken. Ball spills through towards Walter for the Suns. They work it up down the wing. Miller, hand pass inboard to Anderson. Sweeping hand pass to centre half forward. Picked up here by Langdon for the Demons.
Langdon gives it off to Petty, and the D's can reload from their defensive 50. Short to Bowie. Bowie pokes a kick up to the wing for McDonald. Right in front of the interchange gates. He'll stab it over the top. Rivers has run on. Right on the centre line, beneath the members. Nothing Rivers likes immediately. Suns by 5 points.
Gorn, who's drifted forward here with Witts.
Rivers sets it up inside 50. Gorn is down there, hands to it, doesn't complete the mark. Viney comes through, misses his handball. Spits out, clearing kick for Jeffrey and the Suns. Tumbles it up to the wing, bouncing ball. Still they go after it, and a free kick in amongst all of that going the way of...
Yeah, it is. Walter was right onto it.
Yeah, he saw Clayton Oliver. He was trying to be smart then, Clayton Oliver.
He doesn't know he's got 50 here, Jed Walter,
and he knows he's done the wrong thing, Clayton Oliver, also. So really good spot there by the umpire. Just kicked the ball away, made out like he was running over the top of the ball and accidentally kicking
Time wasting,
it. But the umpire was right onto it, so a really good call there. It puts them in a position to kick their second.
So the mark set 45 out, 30-degree angle to the left. Jed Walter picked 3 in 2023 as part of the first round 4 for the Suns. It's a helicopter, and it swings right to left and right through.
They're the good ones.
Walter whacks it from 50. And Gold Coast are off to a flyer. 2-1-13 plays 2 behinds. They lead it by 11 points, 10 into this opening term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Our premiership pair, Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas.
What was it, Corby?
Flower bag.
55-metre flower bag.
What
We don't
was
see
it?
too many of those.
Wounded duck.
I don't-
All of the above.
I think you've got to be very specific about this. I think that was a helicopter because it was very
it was. Fair.
horizontal.
That was a helicopter.
Wounded duck's a bit sort of mongrel puntish, floaty.
Yeah. Well, tell you what it was. It was a great first impression on this game from this young, precocious talent. He looks a bit fitter, Raman, doesn't he?
Yeah,
He looks
does.
like he's trimmed down a bit. He's a big lump of a lad, we know that, from the waist down. But it looks like he's trimmed down a bit up top. So a great start. Just a little
And you want to
little
see
mistake.
him up the ground, like where he got that free kick. That was past centre wing. So it's that work rate that you want to see from Jed Walter.
Oh, Johnson doing some of the ruck work, gets bodied into it by Witts as he kicks Melbourne down towards half forward. Yulin gets a kind bounce for the Suns. Slick hands to Humphrey. Oh, handball away to Graham. Ball comes back to him as it's knocked down by Johnson. Graham's handball finds Anderson, fights through the tackle, got it out to Humphrey. Humphrey turns, swings a handball back to Noble. Noble on the wing comes wide with the kick to Butterick. Hopefully he gets a good run at it. A young man in jumper number 35. He's coming off 2 ACL tears. Son of Craig Butterick, former Glenelg footballer. Kicks inside the forward 50. No mark. Spills down towards Long. He gets a kick across the half-forward line and that'll work. Falls in the lap of Holman, who marks really at centre half forward. He's about 30 metres out.
Great hand from Ben
lots
King,
of
wasn't
fortune.
it? Yeah, but Ben King just snapping that one off his toes at 6'8", and it was a bit of a call as to whether it was a legitimate handball to Ben Long. Just some worrying signs though. There's plenty of space being given to these smaller Gold Coast forwards from their Melbourne defenders.
Nick Holman in his 8th season with the Suns. He moves in the lefty, drop punt. He misses. Out to the right. So it is the Suns by 2 goals. We're 12 minutes in. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. If you got caught out with your budget, the teams, if you didn't catch yesterday, Jake Lever actually came out with an ankle injury. So Blake Howes is playing. So Howes is in the team. It might have caught a couple out, Rammer.
Look, a couple being you, Corb.
Kick up to the wing from Stephen May. Finds Salem, who gets it onto Fritsch. Wheels and kicks inside 50. Coming across Andrew, spoils it down. There at the fall of the ball, the Suns arrive. Powell gathered, caught, holding the ball. Umpire felt like he had prior opportunity. And the free kick will go to Christian Petrarca.
Well, he did
45
step.
metres out.
He did step then, Will Powell. So that's the prior opportunity. He didn't continue in the straight line, so he stepped, had a look. Petrarca was onto him.
Just McAndrew just getting his bearings back. You'd like him there to come over and kill that contest.
Yeah, about over the boundary.
Just a half a step too late and the ball falls at the drop, allows this opportunity for Petrarca.
What a player he has been, and coming back from that traumatic injury. Crosses the 50, puts his laces through it, and misses left. Just tugs it. Christian Petrarca.
Well done.
Gee, from the kick out, Johnson breaks it up, prevents the mark for Noble in the back pocket as the Suns tried to move it quickly, and the Jeffrey kick just didn't get to him in time.
And all his Melbourne teammates are over there just congratulating him on that. Yeah,
mature age recruit.
You love the desperation.
Well, he plays big. He's listed as 193, but he sort of plays bigger than that.
It's Aiden Johnson with the dome. He's got the shaved head from the boundary throw in. Langford got it out to Sharp, high up and under into the forward pocket for the Diesel. Bounces back towards goal, but there's a free kick. It's going the Suns' way, and all the red jumpers burst away, including Flanders with the peroxide blonde look. It's a hand pass over the top to Yuland, and they're out of the back 50, the Suns. Handball away to Anderson, the skipper, just cruising down the wing. Just got his kick away, finds Walter. Ground opens up again for the Suns, leading by 11 points. Long kick from Walter to fall forward. Humphrey, juggled effort, no mark. Falls down towards Sharp, to Petty, slick hands, and Howes kicks it out of the fence.
His kick up to the wing for Chandler. Between the wing and the half-back flank. Suns leading it by 11.
Missed opportunity there. He really should have marked that, Humphrey.
Nearly the quarter-hour mark. Long left-footed kick. McAndrew goes in, doesn't take the mark. Ball hits the deck. Arriving Melksham. He loses it. Petrarca gets involved, shoveling out a handball. Petrarca close to the boundary line, and over it goes for Sharp. So it just looks right down there like the sub has been made, which is not good news for Xavier Lindsay, is it?
Now, just waiting on confirmation, but you're spot on. Left knee, as I said, so a bit of bad news there for Xavier.
It's a guy who was pick 11 in last year's draft out of Gippsland, won the Morrish medal as the best player in the Victorian under-18s. Ball magnet. Boundary throw in Reid Rucking wins the tap. Down to Humphrey, who's taken out of bounds.
Just watching Harry Sharp. So he kicked that ball up in the air inside Melbourne's 450. Then you see him in the back pocket helping out. Then you see him up at the contest. He's Melbourne's best runner. He's just got to work out his game now, how he uses that to its greatest effect.
Harry Sharp, former line. He's involved again here at the stoppage. Gets the clearance, kicks towards full forward, and Collins is back. Takes the intercept mark. Two-time best and fairest winner. He's short to Jeffrey, has a fumble. Lucky to push away the would-be tackler. Got it out towards Miller, runs out of defence. Hand pass to Closey against the boundary line. That's a dart back inboard, trying to get it to Flanders. Awkward half volley pick up in the end. His hand pass missed the target. Langdon back the other way. Away go the D's. Hand pass to Fridge. Kicks inside 50. Melksham tried to take the mark overhead. Couldn't. Ball spills out. Langford gang tackled and a ball up. Centre half forward. No, it's not. It's holding the ball. And it'll be a free kick for the Suns. As Langford slides in, grabs the footy, doesn't release. And the Suns get it at centre half back. So Gold Coast by 11 points. 16 minutes in. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Bodie Hewland, Dimmer's coach's pet, kicks up to Walter. Big fly on the wing, through his hands it goes at the back. Will Graham for the Suns. Handball out, back to Walter, back to Graham. Moves it on to Holman, half forward, infield for Rao. Loops it over the top. Flanders accepts it, turns around and kicks the goal. No, just clips the post and misses. Gee whiz, when the Suns get it forward of centre, it feels like there are red jumpers everywhere.
Well, both teams struggling with defensive transition at the moment. It's just whether it's who's got the cool head to finish the work, whether it's a kick inside 50 to get a mark or a kick for goal.
Gold Coast by 12 points.
Rivers out of defence, short kick to Langdon.
Only been 8 effective tackles in the game to this point, halfway through the first quarter. It's really circle work at the moment, both teams.
Short to Sparrow, who marks on that southern wing. Kicks to centre half forward. Here's Fritsch. Gets a handball on straight away. Got it to Langford. Langford shoots goalward, but he misses out to the right. Would have been his first in a big time for the 19-year-old. Picked 6 in last year's draft.
He's going to be a very good player, Harvey Langford.
Yeah.
Watched a lot of him at Dandenong Stingrays last year, Vic Country last year, and he's the right size, uses the ball really well. Melbourne are going to like what they see for many years with him.
Gold Coast by 11 points, 18 minutes in.
Lark medalist last year, best player in the carnival is Max Gore, and takes the intercept mark on the wing for the D's. Kicks infield to Salem.
See, this is the problem. So every player is basically forward to centre. It's got to be patient here, Melbourne.
Salem to House, who kicks inside 50. Miller breaks it up for the Suns, and they come away with it through their skipper in Anderson.
Great kick.
Pokes a kick to the wing. It's a good one. Witts fumbles it. Has time to recover. Handball to Andrew, who tries to move it on to Holman. The D's converge. Bowie gets a hand in. He'll get it back as well. Viney back to Bowie. Bowie kicks forward of centre.
Puts it out in front of Melksham. Just got to get it on. Ball sits for him. Sweeping hand pass looking for Van Rooyen. Hunting after the scrappy footy. Suns get back in number. Hewland slips over but got it out to Noble. Sweeping hand pass to Rao. Still at half back. Steps away from Melksham easily. Kicks down the wing. One bounce. Out of play. And a throw in on the wing.
Oh, I thought he was going to...
I thought for a moment too, Brad.
I'll tell you what, that caller earlier, we had to revisit that call around the skills in these first three. There shouldn't be many excuses there. Might be a little bit blustery, but both teams, just some horror, unforced errors. Handball's almost missing their hand.
2-3 to 4 behind. Suns by 11 points, 19 minutes in. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. From the boundary throw in, Langford puts his head over it and was taken high. So Harvey Langford will get the free. 23 and kicked the goal last week against the VFL Roos. Back in the seniors after making his debut in round 1. Looks corridor, finds Bowie, takes the sprawling mark. He's 51 metres out. He gets up and goes. Bowie looks at the big sticks and drives it home. The man they call Bowser puts the first on the board for Melbourne. They are in business at the 20-minute mark of this opening quarter. Suns lead trimmed to 5. Melbourne 1-4-10, Gold Coast 2-3-15. Suns by 5 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, terrific by Harvey Langford there. Puts his head over the ball, is able to draw a free kick in the contest. But rather than going long down the line inside forward 50, he finds Bowie in the corridor, which Melbourne are trying their best to get that ball back into centre corridor. But I love that from Bowie. So when a team's sitting back in numbers, you've got to run the ball at the defence there. So Bowie just got close enough to goal. He's probably about 52 metres out and was able to go the journey. So that's it. When the chance comes and Gold Coast have got numbers sitting back, which it looks like they're going to do, you've got to be able to attack. You've got to be able to take that little bit of space in front of you. And it's a good goal by Bowie in the end.
Restart in the middle. Gawn hooking it down. Oliver bursting through off to Petrarca. How about that? Oliver away to Petrarca. Back to Gawn. He gets a handball moving it on towards Fritsch. Chopped off by Dan Rioli. His handball misses the target. Getting involved Witts. Back to Rioli. Handball knocked down. Petrarca soccers it on towards the boundary line. Goes back and gets it. Shrugs a tackle. Handball away towards a teammate. There in Billings, who's taken the ground, and a ball upcoming. Better from the D's. They're working into the game. Suns led it by 5, 21 into the first.
It's not just the skill errors by foot, is it? It's by hand as well. As Gawn wins the hit out, Chandler tackled by Noble, ball out of play. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
That Bowie goal, that's the direct line of the breeze down here at ground level. So he kicked that from 52 and it got over the fence. So there's a little bit in that.
That's Ray. Second goal of the year for him. First one he said was touched off the boot. It stood anyway. The video wasn't able to overturn it. And the boundary throw in. Humphrey got to get a hand pass away towards Weller. Hangs it back inside the boundary line. Gives it to Humphrey. Kicks beyond the wing. They come from all directions. Ball spills down Reed's way. It's a hand pass for the Suns to Long. Clever. Just whacks it on to the advantage of Miller. Kicks back to centre half forward. Graham drifting down there. Hands to it. No mark. May attacks it. Left it behind. Ball spills to Rivers though. Shocking handball. Put Chandler under the pump. He's tackled now. Taken the ground. Holding the ball.
Well, Trent Rivers, and he is. Go and apologise to your teammate there. Well, I've never seen so many poorly executed handballs in my life, I think.
Right, he nearly missed his hand.
Well, it's happened 5 or 6 times already.
Wants to move it on short.
It's just 15.
And it just goes the bare 15 to find a diving Matt Rowell from Flanders. Sliding in on his knees. He gives it off. Cruising by. Noble accepts it and finishes it. His first goal as a Sun. The heartbreak kid for Collingwood in 23 finds a new happy home at the Gold Coast. 3-3-21 plays 1-4-10. The Suns by 11. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, look, I think that's unforgivable from Melbourne. Like, to allow the handball received to come from behind to a known kicker within the team. When it was a slow play, there was a free kick, then a little short pass, and then the mark there, and then Noble's able to come and get the handball received. That's unforgivable from Melbourne's half forwards. They've got to be up. They've got to be next to John Noble, and not allowing him to get that handball received. So he didn't have. Yeah. He ran past two players. So great play by Noble. Really ordinary by Melbourne.
Witts wins the hit out down to Rowell, and he runs it out the front door of the stoppage as well. Kicks to centre half forward, but turnover. A good intercept mark as Rivers jumps back and goes long to Gawn in a battle with Witts as Witts spoils. Ball hits the deck. Hand pass along the ground from Viney. Got it to Fritz. Fritz a wrap-around hand pass with Gawn, and now Fritz puts it straight on Petrarca's chest. Hand pass to his mate Oliver. Caught in the tackle. Ball comes out to Viney. Great tackle initially from Jeffrey, and then lays the smother. Ball trickles away to Oliver. Gives it to Bowie. Now the hand pass to Billings. Kicks to half forward. Punched away at the back by Anderson. Into the path of Powell. He's tackled immediately. Hands it back to Anderson. He's got it on the back flank.
Plenty of time, just loops the handball to Jeffrey, who stops props, feeds his own handball forward. Closey flicks it on quickly, out in front of Anderson, who soccers it on. Slews off the side of his boot. Chandler gains it for Melbourne. Off to Harvey Langford, raking left-footed kick inside 50. Sam Collins, the Suns reigning best and fairest. He marks at fullback and moves it on to Dan Rioli with running room.
Has a bounce. A 3-time premiership Tiger as he kicks beyond the wing, finds Reed. And Ethan Reed himself involved a little early in the game. Stints in the ruck as the forward ruck option. Gives it to Noble. Hand pass away to Rioli again. He kicks to half forward, but a turnover, and Petty takes the intercept mark. Do we like Petty more as a defender?
Yeah, he's a defender.
Definitely. Forward stint over after his 6-goal haul at the end of 2023 for the Tigers. It's a good mark. Petrarca in a tangle and takes it overhead, and now he's off and moving. Kicks down to half forward, but a turnover.
That's bad. That's a poor option by
both ends. Rioli at one end. I mean, two premiership players.
That's a simple 2-on-1 there that Petrarca's kicking to. Just got to hold there and wait.
Collins the intercept mark to Andrew, and now at the Butterick, who marks at right half back for the Suns. They lead by 11 points. 25 and a half gone opening term. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Contract here for Connor Butterick. Kicks around the southern wing. Up they go. Humphrey doesn't take the mark. Miller trying to rove on the way through. He leaves it behind. Then Humphrey bursts his way through. Squeezes a kick inside 50. May drops a simple mark. Holman gathers. Off to King. Dribbles it home.
Melbourne plays, it gets touched.
May has made a meal of that. And King has capitalised. Suns out by 17. 4-3-27 plays 1-4-10. 26 minutes into the first. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, the Melbourne players, Jake Bowie thinks it's ricocheted off his legs, and they'll obviously review it, but he gets lucky there, Ben King, and I've just watched him in this first quarter playing on Stephen May. He's got to keep presenting at the footy. Sometimes he just resorts to working back towards goal. I love the fact that May takes front position. Do you think it ricocheted? We'll have a look at that, but he's got to keep coming at the footy, Ben King. We know Stephen May, experienced defender, and he doesn't want to get caught in a wrestle with him, but
Stephen May's got to take that mark.
Yeah, he does. A big mistake. But Ben King, we're going
come back.
Okay. So he doesn't get lucky.
So this will be cancelled out and we'll come back again.
Lets him off the hook. But I like the way May's approaching this one-on-one contest. He's just taking front position. Not enough to key defenders do that these days. If he's going to mark it over your head, so be it. But he forces King to make a decision.
Had an impact at both ends, Jake Bowie, just ricocheting off his shin or just below the knee as he stuck out his legs and arms to try and smother that dribbled kick there from King. So a let-off for Stephen May as much as anyone else. Suns lead by 12 points, 3-4-22, plays 1-4-10, 27 and a half into the first.
May on the kick out, goes long up to the wing. Jeffrey, double-fister, pumps it back inside 50. Clean bowls a couple. May's going to get another look at it. Has it for the Demons, back pocket. McDonald, the 1-2 hand pass with Bowie, now it's out of play. Remember the most outrageous stat in footy, which I couldn't believe when I saw this. Ben King, who kicked, what did he kick last year? 55 goals. He has never finished in the top 10 in a best and fairest. Top 10 in a BNF.
Top 10s. Yeah, that is staggering.
And I'll give you some of the numbers. He's kicked 55 goals once, 47 goals on another occasions, and couldn't get in the top 10.
Here's Jeffrey setting it up to that man. Up he goes. He's opposed to 4. Can't take the mark. Down at ground level, Rivers. Tackled by King. And a ball up, 12 out.
Yeah, it's better.
Yeah, 2-on-1. He's able to bring the ball to ground. That's what you want, your key forwards. If you can't mark it, they don't mark it.
12 out from the Suns' goal. Winning it down, Gawn. Trying to get through. Humphrey sticks a boot in. A miraculous goal. Somehow hand to foot. And he hooks it through.
They call him touched again.
That is special from Bailey Humphrey.
I don't believe them this time, Rama.
No.
I don't think they could be quick enough.
And how's the somersault on the back of it?
Well,
the judges scored it 10 out of 10 on all fronts from Bailey Humphrey.
We know he's capable, and this is a big year for him, isn't it? He's a player, high draft pick, high talent, starting to get a bit more midfield minutes.
Yeah, you want to see him up into midfield a little bit more. So, again, another product out of the Gippsland Power. He played a lot of his football up around the midfield, so he's a very good half forward, no doubt, for the Suns, but to take his game to that next level, can he be that real sort of, mid-forward that's able to find a lot of the footy and kick goals?
Damien Hardwick's keeping it in check. He said he has Dustin Martin traits.
Yeah. He's only 20 years old, actually. I mean, that's surprised. I thought he was more, 22, 23, but still young, so much upside.
Suns by 3 goals. Anderson got it out to Jeffrey. Hand pass to Rao. They're going forward again. The red team kicks to half forward, and there's Humphrey right on cue. Kicked the last, and now he's got a chance for one more conventional. He'll shoot here at left half forward from 45 metres out.
Yeah, they've got a bit of a problem out of the middle of the ground at the moment. The Demons, Matty Rowell, up to 10 possessions, 3 centre bounce clearances. Anderson's had 10 himself, and this will be Humphrey. This will be his 8th possession to go with a goal, so this could be a really big first quarter for him.
Bailey Humphrey, big deep breath as he starts his approach, number 19 on his back. And here the Melbourne supporters trying to distract him. The right-footed drop punt sails goalward. It's out to the right and it's a behind. So 19 points a lead for the Suns. That is a new game high. Comes at the 31-minute mark of the opening term. We've got some great nominations for the Hurt Chambo, our new segment, pre-game with Ray Chamberlain. So I'll bring you some of those at quarter time as well.
Stephen May with the kick in, brings it Members' side, out towards a contest. Petrarca there, punched away from him by Powell. It spills to Viney. Quick handball away from the pressure. Billings keeps it moving forward. And the siren beats them all. A good opening term for the Gold Coast Suns. It wasn't something they did well last year, winning only 8 opening terms. But they've started well today. 4-5-29. They lead Melbourne 1-4-10. A 19-point advantage. The goal kickers Walter, Graham, Humphrey and Noble, while for Melbourne just the one, Jake Bowie, through to quarter time.
The other incident in the opening quarter, unfortunately, for Xavier Lindsay, the 18-year-old, pick 11 in last year's national draft, is suspected, will be going that far, suspected ACL. Certainly didn't look good. A knee injury for him coming off, so his left knee buckling under him on the wing in the opening 10 minutes of play, and unfortunately was subbed out in that opening quarter. Off the SMS, 0437 774 774. Paul from Catherine. We should call the segment Razor Ray's Ramblings. We've got a lot of the Razor Ray theme. Tom from Wheelers Hill, Razor Ray Rages. The Chamber of Rules from Teps of Torquay. Paul from Mount Dunedin. Ray's Rottweiler Rant. Not sure about that one. Ron from Adelaide. Hi, guys. I'm so old I remember when there was just one umpire. Good calling. Thanks, Ron. OMG using Razor Ray pre-match. Love it. Great work, ABC. Jenny from North Melbourne. Where are all the Melbourne supporters? No excuses. The ski season hasn't even started, from Peter in Balaclava, so a little bit of a mix there on the back end. But 0437 774 774. Which one stands out, Ram, to you? I think the Hurt Chamber's still in pole position.
I like my idea, actually.
Okay.
The Rules of Ray.
Rules of Ray.
Bawley?
Yeah. I'm not sure. I don't want to give him the credit for the Hurt Chamber. Well,
okay.
Yeah. It's something to do with Chamber, I feel like, isn't it? Anyway.
What about you, Ray? Which ones stand out?
In Bawley, I trust.
Okay. I like it. Something on the Chamber thing. We'll see if we can work on that. More from Ray Chamberlain and the rest of the crew, in particular our premiership pair, Luke Ball and Adam Ramanaskas, with their analysis next. The Suns by 19 points at quarter time. It's Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
New from ABC Music.
The Wiggles have joined the biggest stars of country music for their brand new album, Wiggle Up, Giddy Up.
Giddy up, down, wiggle down.
Out now at abc.net.au/ABC Music.
The tradition continues. The Sheffield Shield Final on ABC Sport.
What about that? Unbelievable.
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Tuke Miller outside the logo, long kick for Long, who marks just in the field of play. He's away and running, pulls his kick infield. It's a good one, big collision. Will Graham takes the mark. He's bundled over and he'll get 50, yes. From the goal square, Graham whacks it through.
Harvey Langford will get the free. Looks corridor, finds Bowie, takes the sprawling mark. He's 51 metres out. He gets up and goes. Bowie looks at the big sticks and drives it home. The man they call Bowser
wants to move it on short.
It's just 15.
And it just goes the bare 15 to find a diving Matt Rowell from Flanders. Sliding in on his knees. He gives it off. Cruising by. Noble accepts it and finishes it. His first goal as a Sun. 12 out from the Suns' goal. Winning it down, Gawn. Trying to get through. Humphrey sticks a boot in. A miraculous goal. Somehow hand to foot. And he hooks it through.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds there from the opening term. The Suns by 19 points. It is a standalone game in the afternoon time slot.
Melbourne and Gold Coast. Melbourne 1-4-10, the Suns 4-5-29. Corporate Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Ray Chamberlain, and our premiership pair, Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball, with their take on that opening term.
Well, look, it was an interesting quarter. Look, you can see what Gold Coast are trying to do. Gold Coast are trying to move the ball quickly off halfback, so sort of the old slingshot football, but the way football's moving now, it's efficiency and how quickly you can get it inside your forward 50 to score. That doesn't allow then opposition to drop numbers back. Whereas Melbourne, on the other hand, they had 35 marks for the quarter to the Gold Coast 23. So you could see what they were trying to do. They were trying to bring the ball back into the middle corridor, but to Gold Coast credit, they closed that down. So then that was forcing then rush kicks down the line, and the Melbourne skill errors in that quarter were just horrible. They turned it over early in that quarter, and that allowed Gold Coast to score. And then Damien Hardwick, we spoke about what he wants as a coach before the game. Well, it's contested football, so they win their +9 in that, and ground ball gets their +10 in that area in the first quarter. So, the real combat part of that first quarter, Gold Coast were well on top of the Demons. So, structurally, I still look at Melbourne going forward, and it just doesn't inspire me at all where they're going to create goals. We see Christian Petrarca coming out of the quarter-time huddle now, heading down into that forward line. But, then you've got Van Rooyen, you've got Johnson, you've got Sharp, you've got Chandler, and you've got Henderson. It's sort of like, Paulie, well, is that really worrying you as a Gold Coast defence?
I mean, they're really missing Pickett, aren't they? Yeah. Goes without saying. Who's their match winner down there. I don't mind the problem with taking Christian Petrarca out of the middle. I thought it started to look a little bit ominous out of centre bounce and clearance as the quarter went on. Matty Rowell and Anderson really started to get on top. It's a good battle. A couple of wily old veteran ruckmen, at the hit out, Wits and Gawn. But, yeah, that's a concern.
All elbows and knees, aren't they?
That's right, isn't it?
Who's winning that, Bally?
Pretty even at the moment. Yeah, pretty even. Yeah. Gawn, you can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to push forward and test Wits out going the other way.
The Suns by 19 points, and the two rucks will go at it again here. Gawn up against Wits. Gawn palms this down into the path of Langford. Got it out. Viney puts his head over it. Pressure there. Viney goes back in a second time. Wits tackles him. Ball up again. Xavier Lindsay, a suspected knee injury, coming off the ground, subbed out in the opening 10 minutes as Gawn palms it down to Rao. He's tackled. Ball up. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Just watching it quarter time, Daniel Rioli had some work done on a lower leg and had his ankle re-strapped. So we'll keep an eye on that. Hopefully it's just didn't like the tape job and just wanted a freshie.
Do you used to strap anything, Ray, when you umpired?
My confidence.
Umpire puts it aloft. Edge of the centre square. Free kick picked out in amongst all of that. It'll go the way of the Suns.
Just the big body in the way there.
Jared Wits.
What a player he's been. What a stalwart.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Kicks inside 50. Big pack forms off hands. It comes down at ground level. Gathered by McDonald for the D's. Gives it to Salem. White kick. A good kick and Sharp runs onto it on the half-back flank. Suns by 19 points. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas and Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. Sharp kicks Melbourne up to the wing. Van Rooyen flies at it through his hands, spills to Gawn. Humphrey pinches it, gives it off to Collins. He punches it forward. Out of play it goes. The umpire comes in and says, insufficient intent. Ray, what did you think?
Yeah.
Well, he hit it blindly, and from where he was, he went in a direction closer to the boundary line than the middle of the ground, so that's in line with the umpire's instructions.
Those instructions may need to change.
Rivers to Salem to Bowie. He's kicked Melbourne's only goal so far off the back flank. Number 17 on his back, Jake Bowie, actually won his first 17 games, would you believe? Had 2 rising star noms before he had a loss. Goes wide to Rivers, kicks down to half forward, wanted Viney, broke it up. Suns onto it, and here they go with speed again. Closey got it to Rao, kicks out to half forward, Reid to the target, marks in front of Stephen May.
He looks like he's put some weight on over the summer.
Stephen Reid,
yeah.
202 centimetres.
Proper blue chip prospect. He goes back inboard to Closey, kicks a bullet into the forward pocket, and Long takes the juggled mark. Against the boundary line, Ben Long, right forward pocket.
That's kick to space, and Ben Long, you go and get the ball. You've got Tom McDonald as your direct opponent, so you got him for speed. That was just a terrific kick by Closey.
Third season with the Suns.
playing that role as the pressure forward. It's a lot of negating roles, but able to kick a few himself. This will be a tough one. Outside of the right boot, right foot against the boundary, trying to bend it back, hits the behind post. Far side, so no score. Suns by 19 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. We're 3 minutes into the second term.
It's that pocket where players have a lot of shots before the game in their warm-up, before they head off down into the rooms again. Most of the time they kick them, but not that time.
May unleashes long up to the wing. Mac Andrew with a lot of it, and he'll get a free kick. He got some treatment as well.
Yeah. As I said, just getting his timing back and finding his feet.
Dangerous kick into the middle of the ground. Sorry, Borley. Broken up by Van Rooyen. Handball back to Johnson. Sweeps it forward. Off to Henderson. They're zigging, zagging. Back feeding a handball to Van Rooyen. Wide out. Kick touched. It'll be play on. Noble gets a hand on it. Suns have the numbers. Collins gathers it. Gives it off towards Rowell to Noble. Off to Hewland. He'll snap up to the wing.
Oh, Hewland hooks it too far. Out on the full. And Bowie's going to get the footy back for the D's. Comes inboard to Langford. Overcast day in Melbourne. Temperature 21 degrees at the moment. A blowy afternoon at the MCG. Short to Langdon. With the Adamuse long sleeves on, as is customary for him, rolled up as he kicks a flower bag inside the forward 50. Van Rooyen trying to trap it. Petrarca fighting on for the ground ball and then somehow extracts it. Got it out towards Sharp, still in the forward pocket. Hand pass to Sparrow, trying to bounce it through for a goal. He thinks he's got it there. It was touched. And a behind, so in the end, just one on the board for the Demons. So 1-5 to 4-5. Suns by 18 points. 4.5 gone second term.
A long kick in from Rioli, out towards the wing. Up goes Humphrey, right there with him, Rivers. Humphrey lands like a cat on his feet, wins it back off to Witts, to Anderson, back to Humphrey, forward of the halfway line. Flanders sweeps it forward, bouncing ball, gathered quickly there by Reid. He'll centre his kick for King. King can't take the mark, spills down towards Langdon for the D's. He gets a handball out in the back pocket, ball tumbles out. Tom McDonald pretty happy to see it out. Appeals from the Suns. Nothing doing. Umpires Nichols, Wetton, Bryson Young in charge of this one this afternoon.
He did well there, McDonald, didn't he? That's where, just expect King just to get his knee out, protect the space and mark that. Would have capped off a brilliant bit of transition footy.
A scrappy round 3 so far. Boundary throwing. Still no claim takeaways. There's a high off and under inside the forward 50 here for the Suns. Try and mark that. Gawn had a play on it. No mark, spills down towards Petty and he's tackled. Just laughed. We got the sound effect of Ben Cameron taking a drink. Just thought, you know what, I won't turn the microphone off.
I pressed the button. It just didn't turn off and I heard it and thought, oh no.
And Ruck share it down. Still inside the forward 50. Here for the Suns. Salem just had to get out of here. Kick towards centre half back. Chandler jams it on the boot only as far as Noble. And John Noble trying to reload for the Suns. Kicks across the half forward line. Here's Closey. It's been a scrappy game so far. 4 goals to 1. 4-5 to 1-5.
Just numbers everywhere inside Gold Coast forward 50 here.
Closey back to Hewland. He's further from goals. 70 out. Kicks into the forward pocket. King goes the climb. No mark. Spills down and out of play. Ben King, he's taken one hanger already in the one game the Suns have played. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, boys, just a quick one in relation to the umpires. We've got Nick Brown out there today. He's replaced Matt Nichols. And so for Mrs. Brown at home who's listening, she'll be devastated from the earlier comments.
That was bound to happen at some stage throughout the year. And here we are in round 3.
Intent Jeepers.
Better get it right.
Their names right.
Yeah, better get the right people. You're right, Ray. As Anderson kicks across the attacking 50. Mark taken there by Graham.
She'll be happy with the match payment.
Yeah, late changes have caught us out today. I realised Blake Howes was out there when he had the footy.
Chipping into the leading lane of King, hands to it, bursts through his hands, spills out to Rivers. He'll kick up to the southern wing. Bouncing ball here for the D's. Van Rooyen tracking it. So too is Henderson. Bursts onto it right there with him, Graham. Handball back to Van Rooyen. Now Sparrow kicks laterally. Good kick for Langford.
These are on here. Langford marks. Lays off a little hand pass to Viney. Long entry inside 50. Hewland left his man. Came and took the intercept mark. Nice work for the Suns.
Yeah, well called, Corbs there. Just come off his direct opponent, Johnson. Would have been a mark otherwise inside 50 for Melbourne.
Closey to Weller, keeps it moving. Hand pass away to Noble. Short kick to Miller. The old school footballer took Miller. He's got the socks up.
Love it.
As he always does. Were you a socks up guy, Bally?
Oh, initially.
Yep.
Got a bit crampy in the calf and ended up...
Okay.
For much to my father's dismay, ended up reverting to the socks down.
Short to Closey, long kick inside the forward 50. They come from all directions. No mark. Ball hits the deck. Witt's dangerous hand pass back in towards the corridor. Flanders can't trap it. And Sparrow able to get a handball out to Langford for the D's. He's met solidly in the tackle from Miller. Caught holding the ball. And a free kick inside 50 for the Suns.
He works hard, took Miller. Yeah. So he was the inside 50, wasn't he, down here on the wing? And just a great example of contest-to-contest work rate. If you're a young midfielder at I1, the more contests you get to, the more you're going to get. And he just put himself... I watched him. He ran past a couple of his teammates too. Came forward, put the pressure on. Damien Harvey will be pleased. They're up to 7 tackles, 10 minutes of the quarter. They had 8 for the first whole of the first quarter. So they've just lifted their intensity around the contest a little bit, the Suns.
Took Miller, one of their leaders, moves in, drop punt, sails goalward. It's hitting the post. And behind at the Ponsford stand end. So 4-6 to 1-5. Suns by 19 points, 9 gone in this second term.
You cut the ends of the rubber gloves to keep the socks up, Paulie, as well?
Well, they just ended up being a bit restrictive in the end. Maybe it was a mindset thing, but Dominic Del Santo used to cut his socks.
Yeah, we got fined.
And then the AFL said, no, you're not doing that. Don't cut off the AFL logo.
Yeah, I think 1 metre Peter was the initiator of that.
The poor old property steward then had to tailor make half socks.
Cutting
for
socks.
Nick Del Santo.
Peter Bell got fined for it.
1 metre Peter.
Yeah. Well, he had the biggest calves. He had the Lockie Neal calves.
But they actually issue them now, don't they? The short
half socks, yeah.
Yeah, and junior local clubs make them as shorter socks now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
wow. I've got one for the SMS too, but call the footy then.
Free kick for Sparrow on the wing. I reckon I know what it is. Best players to have their socks up.
Yeah, particularly in recent times.
Dangerfield.
So 2000 onwards.
Dangerfield.
These work it to half forward here. Just reading your mind, Corbin. Billings poking it inside 50 for Petrarca. Marks overhead, 47 out. Very tight angle. 5 metres in from the boundary line, left half forward.
A bit of patience there by Salem. So he waited for Petrarca to come at him rather than, I've got to get this on the boot. There are holes. I know there's numbers back everywhere inside Melbourne's forward 50 at the moment, but there are still little holes, and if you're patient enough and a good enough user of the ball, you can find them.
The Norm Smith medalist from their 2021 triumph. Gawn goes down inside 50. Veers out to the right. His drop punt is across the face. Gawn is down there launching at it. Like Superman, he was flying at the footy. Can only punch it through for a minor score. Gold Coast by 3 goals neat. 4-6 plays 1-6. 11 played second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
0437 774 774 is our SMS number. So maybe 2000 onwards. Best players with socks up. Don't give me the ruckman with the shin guard or anything like that, but best players with socks up in the game as Melbourne win the footy back on the wing from the kick out. Fritsch hand pass to Sparrow. His handball missed the target. Gets to Langford in the end. Hits up Melksham out on the lead. Bursting from full forward, and he'll get it. Slightly left of centre. He'll kick from 35 metres out.
Don't know who Joel Jeffrey's gesturing at. I think it's his teammate saying,
"Push back."
Where were you? But gosh, that was just a turnover on centre wing. It's hard to get back. I think that was just him getting caught napping a bit, not protecting the dangerous space. It was a nice kick under pressure. I'm sure it was Sparrow who kicked it in, or it might have been Langford on his left foot. Yeah,
Sparrow to Langford. Yep.
Just having an impact on the game. Harvey Langford up to 4 possessions for the quarter. Melksham's usually a terrific set shot at goal.
Heart and soul guy, low trajectory drop punt is there. Trying to spark something for the Demons. It's just their second goal of the day. The Suns 4-6-30, Melbourne 2-6-18. It's back to just 2 straight kicks though. Suns by only 12 points despite their dominance a dozen minutes into the second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
What's pleasing there, Bally, is those last 2 entries just haven't been bombed inside forward 50. They've been to space where a teammate can run onto the ball. First one, Petrarca. On that occasion there, Melksham. So I think, you've got to learn your lesson in football at some stage. If it's not working, okay, we've got to change. And that's through communication. So, Langford there being one of the youngest players on the field, he's learnt his lesson. He's go, okay, I'm not going to bomb this ball. I'm going to get it out in front of Jake Melksham, who takes a good mark and kicks a good goal.
Back in the centre of the ground. 2 second-string rucks in there in Reid and also Johnson. Neither decisive. Ball hits the deck and they pile in immediately.
Just thinking about the socks up.
Yep.
Scotty Lucas, Matthew Lloyd, Joe Mercedes.
Nick Rewalt.
Jeez, yeah. It was a real Essendon thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, Matty Lloyd was famous for it because he would always adjust the socks before the shot on goal, as well as the grass toss in the air. Ball moves to half forward. Here for the Suns, gathered by Flanders. Off to Anderson, running laterally. Hooks the kick with absolute class. And the Suns respond immediately out of the middle. And it's back to 3 goals. 5-6-36 plays 2-6-18. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanaskas.
Well, Paulie, I think that's where you look at the Suns and go, well, that's why they can be a finals team. So that's a stoppage. It's just forward to centre, but it's still, it's still right in the centre corridor. But you look at the numbers coming off the contest there for the Suns, and you look at how flat-footed Melbourne are. But the Suns players are just on the move. They're moving. A good tackle there. Weller's involved. Flanders is involved. And then Anderson's able to finish it off. But it's the movement that I love there.
He's a star, isn't he?
He is, yeah. Just tracked the footy really well. Again, a good clip for young mids. Didn't overcommit to the contest. Sparrow did. He's a direct opponent at the stoppage. Was caught in at the contest and really well timed. Great finish.
Johnson rucking undersized. Reid palms it down to Rao. Johnson goes and tackles him. Big time tackle. Ball comes out up. Crowd wanted holding the ball, not forthcoming. And then Reid tackled again by Johnson.
He's a classic, almost like ammo level ruckman.
School.
Yeah, really aggressive. Playing undersized.
Aidan Johnson picks 68 out of Werribee as he gets a fist on this, punches it away, but straight to Rioli. Kicks to centre half forward for the Suns. Humphrey in front of Rivers wins the one-on-one, hands down. He's done that a couple of times today already, Humphrey. Puts it into the pocket. That's not his best effort. Slides past the intended target. Walter keeps it alive. Handball to Butterick. Fights through the tackle, but the ump says holding the ball as it comes free as Chandler hangs onto him and wraps him up. Oh, dangerous kick, trying to link up with Rivers. Got it to him. He's crunched after taking the mark. It'll be paid. Off the SMS, by the way, Buddy Franklin from Dan. Socks up. And Simon says Sean Burgoyne, the 400 gamer.
Under pressure on the halfback flank here, the D's arriving the Suns. They do well enough to hold it in. Some troops will get back. Rivers just holding up the Suns for a moment.
Rare for midfielders, isn't it? You almost need to categorise them, Corby. Yeah. Key forwards a bit more common. Very rare for midfielders.
Got a mid for you.
Johnson takes it out of the ruck for Melbourne. Off to Oliver by hand. High kick around the wing. They arrive in numbers. Power punches it away. Straight over the boundary line. Throw in.
Give me the club.
Neutral territory.
North Melbourne.
Which era?
Now. 2010s.
Andrew Swallow.
Andrew Swallow was always socks up. Had this vision of these guys sort of running through the royal blue socks.
Not a hair out of place.
Yes.
Gold Coast by 18 points, 16 minutes into the second term. Trying to paddle it on is Humphrey around the boundary line. Through hands, gathered there by Langdon. Little 1-2 with Viney. Back to Oliver. Kicks off a step. Up to the logo. Van Rooyen arriving. Drops the mark. Follows up at ground level. Off to Langdon. Always running. Still running. Gets around a man. Good kick. Spots up Henderson.
Oh, no.
49 out for the D's. Moves it out. Opposite pocket for Fritsch. And the kick is good enough. Fritsch marks. 35 out. Tight angle. Right forward pocket.
I love that by Langdon. Lower the eyes. He could easily went over the top of Henderson. But that's basically to a 4-on-4 contest. Henderson there, and I thought he had the distance, but saw Bailey Fritsch on the other side of the 50 and has gone to him. Call it 35 metres out.
Has been emblematic or maybe symptomatic of the D's struggles. Usually a sharpshooter. Tugs this right.
He's got to take those chances, doesn't he? He's got to be kicking those, Bailey Fritsch.
Oh, yeah.
Just a little narrow. Back to 17 points. 17 played second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
It's interesting. Late last year when Petrarca went out, Trent Rivers went up into the midfield a lot.
Set play.
Noble.
Great kick.
Through the corridor as Collins running back takes the mark. Links up here with Powell. Hand pass to Miller. Now they're inside 50. Puts it out in front of Long. Can't quite trap it. Still alive. Graham fighting on forward pocket. Overran it. Graham goes back. Collects the footy. He's tackled by Howes and holding the ball.
Oh, they left one out there. There was a ripping set play. Will Powell just had to kick it. Had to lift his eyes. The extra handball that Miller cost them an easy shot at goal there. Love a set play from a kicker.
About to say, it's fast becoming one of my favourite things in footy. That
beautiful kick from Noble, just on a dime.
Saw the Hawks obviously implement one Friday night a couple of weeks ago against the Bombers. Wooshka, end-to-end for a goal. And kick heads up to the wing for the Demons. Spills down to Viney. Just tries to take a little bit of ground. It'll trickle and roll and stay in. No, just out.
Just back to Trent Rivers. So gets the midfield time late last year when Petrarca's out, Oliver's out. Then now, I don't know why they're not giving him the midfield time. He's playing across half back as he has for a long time, but he looked really good as a midfielder.
Yeah, looked brilliant. Last year, Sparrow onto the loose footy as both rucks miss it. Fridge goes in, pinched by Weller across half back. He gets it back from Anderson. Kicks from the defensive edge of the square to the attacking edge for the Suns. Petty can't take the mark. Ball hits the deck. Rivers again getting involved. Shovels out a handball. Attacking at Graham. Leaves it behind. Going in Anderson. Loose footy on the wing. Graham picks it up. Suns possession off to Miller. Handball out wide to Closey. Half forward flank. Kicks inside 50. Shocker on the non-preferred. And out of play it tumbles. 47 out from the attacking goal for the Gold Coast Suns. They lead it by 17.
Brett in Canberra. Hi, Corby. Steve Silvani. Socks down.
Yeah, Sauce's socks down.
Yep. We're looking for the other way. Socks up. Jimmy Clement.
Yep.
From Tyler in Bustleton.
Nathan Buckley.
Yeah, Nathan Buckley.
Brett says Warwick Kappa and Steve Kernahan both socks up.
Oh, that era, there's so many.
Yeah. Yep. We're looking more 2000 onwards. From the restart, Viney tackled. Ball up inside the forward 50 for the Suns.
Just on Jimmy Clement as well. He was socks up and sort of the jumper tucked in.
And
sort of
shorts high.
Yeah, 2 fingers below the belly button rule for Jimmy Clement, wasn't it?
He's a real high shorter.
Oliver, hand pass away towards Howes, high up and under to half back. Ball pitches, bounces and thumped away by Collins back inboard. Fighting through the tackle, Viney got it out to Oliver. A little scrappy here at half back for the Demons. Handball away to Billings, gives it to Sparrow. He's coughed it up. Suns win it back. Here's Graham. Great hand pass to Closey. Hand pass to Noble for his second of the day. Kicks it on the run.
Well, they're going to check the post here, Corb.
Oh,
just died late, didn't it? He was off to the races with the celebration, Johnny Noble. He's not sure.
Okay, we're going to the video. The soft callers are behind, and we're going to check it upstairs. The Arcs had an interesting weekend so far as we're time on here, second term. Suns by 17. We're looking at the Noble goal. And Stuart Hollywood-Baker, who's our esteemed audio technician, has just whispered in my ear one I can't believe we've forgotten. Midfielder, socks up. Did that hit the post or not?
Yeah, there's a little vibration.
There we go. So
Snicko.
Goal umpires all over it. It's a behind. Midfielder played in consecutive grand finals 05-06.
Acker. Oh, no, that was earlier.
Simon,
Acker.
no, not Simon Black. Michael Voss.
Number 9.
Was.
The other team?
Oh, Ben Cousins.
Benny Cuz.
Yeah.
Socks up.
Yep.
Good shout out from Stuart.
Under pressure here, the D's, after making a meal of the kick in, trying to go in nice and low is Holman, looking to win the footy opposed to Clayton Oliver.
Another high shorts, Joe Mercedes, socks up, high shorts, but that was the takeaway from the size of his backside, so that's why he's shorts up so high.
Smoking Joe Mercedes.
I hope he's listening to that as well.
Gold Coast lead it by 18 points. Tapped down by Gawn, onto it Anderson, gets a handball out to Flanders, wide out half forward for the Suns. Closey dribbles a kick inside 50. There is Langdon for the D's, though, off to Howes, little 1-2, and a clearing kick.
Down the wing for the Demons, but well intercepted again by Collins.
He's a good player.
Isn't he?
Just such... Well, Honest does him an injustice. He's much better than that.
He's a marker, that's what I like. He doesn't... Yeah, he goes for it. Goes for his marks. I mean, he's a lot like Sam Taylor in that way, isn't he?
Yeah. You know, a two-time best and fairest winner under two different coaches. Goes back to Noble, looks corridor to Flanders. Suns by 18 points, short kick inside 50, and they had multiple options, long hits up and marks. Centre half forward, lays it off by hand to Jeffrey, trying to trap the footy, kicking with the breeze to the Podsford stand end, but he misses out to the left or behind. Suns by 19 points, 23 gone in the second term.
19 points, and they're dominating the game, but they're just not putting scoreboard pressure on here, the Suns, which would be a little bit concerning.
Got to go.
Oh, they're away down the southern wing, the D's. They move it on quickly through McDonald, away to Johnson.
He's got to keep
holds
going
up.
there.
Now he moves it on to Fritsch. He's bracketed by a couple of Suns, and Hewland comes over the top, punches it out, 70 around from the
Natural
goals.
thing to back off the mark, isn't it, when you take it? But you've got to read the game. You take the mark, you've got to roll on straight away. He had Fritsch out. And just that 4 or 5 seconds where he backed off the mark allowed the Suns to roll around in their defence. And well done by Hewland to get there and spoil missed opportunity from the D's.
Just on Collins, too, you've got to say it's a fumble by Freo, letting him go and sending him back to the VFL, and it's what he's become.
I think that, you look at their team now, Pearce and Cox and Ryan, but still, it's a great story.
Umpire puts it aloft, half forward for the D's, tapped down by Witts to Flanders, pokes a kick up to the wing, bouncing ball for Salem of the D's, handball to Langdon. Off to Viney, trying to loop it back to Langdon, sets him a task and intercepted by Flanders. Viney comes back to make amends and fumbles it out, or is it held up right on the boundary line? The ball up is what we'll get. Suns by 19, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Up it goes. The Rucks wrestle, Whitson gone. Under the lion's share today. First clean possession though to Flanders. Hand pass to Rao. Kicks down the wing, southern side. Bowie intercepts. Hand pass though picked off by Weller. Suns the other way. Handball to Holman. Hand pass out in front of Miller. Can't quite trap it. Gets a kind bounce half forward. Kicks deep inside the forward 50. King leaping up. He's got it. Wins the one-on-one with May. And King marks in the left forward pocket for the Suns.
Well, he gets there in the end. I'm just going to harp on it. You'd love to see a key forward just come back at the kicker there. That is an easy tick lead into space for Touk Miller. He makes it hard for himself in the end. He takes the mark in the pocket, but we don't see it enough. Key forwards there. Just come back at the kicker. Easy 20-metre lead up.
Yeah, we don't see it very often at all, Bally, these days.
You mentioned a couple of your old teammates. That would have been just money for jam for M. Lloyd.
5 in from the boundary line. Left forward pocket. King across the face. Again, he's hit the behind post. Second look he's had in the quarter. He's hit the behind post in each pocket.
A recent socks up, just retired premiership player.
Recent socks up, just retired premiership player. Leave it with me. 19-point lead for the Suns. 25 gone in the second term.
Salem to McDonald. Back to Salem. Now to Chandler. Chandler 30 out directly in front in his D50. Goes right to the back flank onto Rivers. He gives it to a running McDonald. Kicking up towards Henderson. Goes past him, or Johnson rather. And a free kick is going to go the way of Collins.
For a block, yeah. Again, just another experienced, smart key defender taking front spot. So he may do it at one end. Sam Collins at the other end.
Gold Coast Suns with it. Back flank. Collins kicks up to half forward. Humphreys comes in from the side. Well, Humphrey, I should say. Can't come down with the mark, and the D's are there. Oliver gathers the footy, then just drops it.
Oh, boy.
Went to kick it,
Right.
changed his mind, has to flick it out to Bowie. Sends the D's high around this member's wing. Punched away there by Collins. Sharp gathers. Tackled to ground. Ball up coming just forward of the logo. Members side here for the D's. 19 points, the Gold Coast lead.
How recent was his flag?
Last year.
Oh, wow.
Joe Danaher.
Oh, it's
That's it.
Smoking Joe.
Yep. Of course.
He wore them high too,
Yeah.
the socks.
Corn wins it down, but Rao gets a hand pass out towards Humphrey. Long kick inside the forward 50. King in the box seat again. Leaps up. May does well to spoil. Still alive forward pocket. King's back on it. Bowled over by Rivers. D's win the footy. McDonald to May to Rivers. Hand pass out to Bowie. Hangs it inside the boundary line. Hand pass to Salem. Kicks down the wing. It's almost like the kick was meant for Powell. There was 4 Demons and 1 Suns player kicked it straight to the opposition.
The skill level of both teams.
Been abhorrent.
Horrible.
As Pound drives the Suns back inside the forward 50. Reed down there makes body contact, no marks. Spills through towards McDonald, kicks it out of defence, and his Sparrow marks on the back flank. Suns by 19 points, 27 gone second term.
Bites off the kick into the middle. Nearly a turnover. Anderson drops the mark, which allows in the D's through Langford. Kicks up to Gawn. Attacking point of the square. Held up by Collins.
50.
Could easily be 50. Umpire says no. Gawn moves it on. Wide out to Fritsch. And he's got it on his chest. 45 out. Slight angle to the right.
Well, look, you understand what Collins was doing, but he was holding on
We
to
know
Gawn.
why he was doing it.
Yeah, correct. It's a 50-metre penalty.
Ray Chamberlain
Yeah, it's your classic example where he's pressed up to try and prevent him getting that ball inside 50 and let his defenders sag back. And for mine, he's not in the marking contest. He hasn't contested the ball, and he lingers with the hold. 50.
But so is he just supposed to let Gawn run on? I mean, Gawn was
He's supposed to stand the mark.
Gawn was goal side of him. So all he did was pull him back behind the mark. I'm not sure about that.
If he goes forward to the...
In comes Bailey Fritsch and misses left.
It's a good question. It's a good question in relation to the man on the mark. If we go back to the first quarter where Stephen May conceded a 50-metre penalty, I'm not so sure about that one either. The player comes with the flight of the ball. You don't just have to give them the olay. You can prevent them from playing on.
Thanks, Ray. A Noble on the half-back, kicks the Suns down the wing. Bowie attacks it at speed. Drop the footy, regathers. Hand pass out in front of Oliver. Opens up for the D's. Got it to Petrarca, 70 out. Kicks it deep to a one-on-one. Melksham down there. Jeffrey gets back. Lends a hand, punches it through.
They look very well organised, Gold Coast, in their defence. So Hewland's had some really good moments. Collins we've mentioned. Jeffrey looks really comfortable down there. So McAndrew, the other, they look really well organised in their defence.
Suns by 17.
There's a truism they speak about in the NFL, Rammer, that defence travels. Maybe we're seeing that. The Gold Coast Suns becoming better on the road. Short kick into McAndrew in the pocket. And the siren sounds. The Suns lead it by 17 points at the main break. 5:8:38 plays 2:9:21. The goal kickers in this game, Walter, Graham, Humphrey, Anderson and Noble. They're the 5 for the Gold Coast Suns. Just the 2 for the D's. Bowie and Melksham, just the 7 goals to half-time.
They played at big stadium, Melbourne. There's no doubt about that. 100,000 seats here at the MCG, and particularly on the back of their premiership success, the fact that in this cruel twist, they finally break the drought, but they win it with the grand final in Perth that year. And you would have thought in this great era that you would get huge crowds out to watch this team that's in premiership contention, and so we always criticise the roll-up for the Demons, and yet it is a really low crowd today to play the Suns. Their second home fixture. The first one, of course, clashed with the Formula One Grand Prix, which was against Gold Coast, which was against GWS, the other expansion team. But if you're a Melbourne fan and you didn't come today and you're feeling a bit guilty about it, by watching that half of footy, you're probably thinking, look, I'm not missing out on all that much. They kicked 2 goals in a half of footy. It was error-riddled throughout. And the Gold Coast Suns, who seemingly dominated the half, are only 17 points up at half-time, and the game is still on at the main break. So the Suns 5:8:38, Melbourne 2:9:21 in a scrappy affair in the first half of Saturday afternoon footy, the first of 4 games today. More of your thoughts on the SMS. We've got 2 things running concurrently. We're trying to find a name for the segment for Ray Chamberlain's sort of rules update or clarification for us every Saturday out of the controversial moments from the Thursday and Friday night games. And we also have great players from 2000 onwards to have worn their socks up after we shone a light on Took Miller, who's still carrying it forward in 2025. Before all of that, though, the thoughts of our premiership pair, Luke Ball and Adam Ramanathan.
Well, it was a pretty ordinary quarter, to be honest, Ram. I mean, look at it, half, and in particular that quarter. I mean, we'll start with the Gold Coast. So they go, and Corby, you mentioned it. They really did felt like dominated the quarter. They kicked 1 goal 3 from 14 inside 50s. Now, we mentioned the skill errors, both by hand and by foot. We know the money kick in footy is that last kick inside 50. But I think it's been a combination of both. And I want to harp on Ben King needs to get moving. To me, he's got Stephen May, who we know plays out in front. King needs to get on his bike a bit more. He's resorted to just hand up, kick it over my head. But May's too good. So for me, it's a combination of some poor execution and poor maybe decision making from mids, going inside 50. But if you're a Gold Coast forward, geez, there's been some opportunities out there today. I mentioned it, through that call there. Just the amount of space to lead back up into for that easy 15, 20 metre kick where you get a lay-in shot at goal. They've just left, that quarter in particular, left so much out there. And really, they've left the door ajar, Rammer. I mean, as average as Melbourne have been as well. I mean, you think about Bailey Fritsch missing those opportunities, they could be even closer.
1 goal 5.
That's right, 1 goal 5 for the quarter. So they win the quarter. Really, for a quarter that it's felt like, for the majority of it, it was played on the Gold Coast term. So, I think it'll be a bake from Hardwick, from Dimmer. I don't think he'll be happy with that at all. It's looked like, at times it's looked like the way they want to play, and they've been able to link up with hands, and that contest-to-contest work rate that we spoke about from their gun midfielders has stood out. But I think it's been pretty disappointing in their ability to capitalise on their work from a Gold Coast point of view and keep Melbourne in it, in a sense. If you're a Gold Coast supporter, you'd be pretty disappointed.
Well, Gold Coast have had the better of the half. Now, that's not saying much because I don't think Gold Coast's level was that high in itself. But 7 inside 50s that quarter for Melbourne for 1 goal 5. So 6 scoring shots with 7 entries. I think they learnt their lesson from the first quarter. Stop bombing the ball. Actually try to find a target. And they were able to do that. And Fritsch definitely left 2 out there. There were 2 gettable goals that he's missed there. But I think what Damien Hardwick will be pleased with is, particularly here at the MCG, is that the contested side of the game, Gold Coast comfortably won in that quarter, +6 in clearance, +4 in contested, +5 in ground ball gets, +5 in tackles, and then you look at inside 50s, that converts then to +9 inside 50s and 13 scoring shots. So I think from that point of view, Damien Hardwick will be happy. Both coaches then, I think, which has got to be tricky, Corbs, is how do you go to work on skill level at half-time? So it's not a tactical thing because both teams playing very similar tactically. It's, we'll squeeze the field up, we'll try and make the ground small, we'll try to push particularly when they're coming out of defence, we'll push the team into the pocket, then try to kick it up the line and go from there. It's not like an extra's coming up to a stoppage or someone sitting behind the ball. So they're playing very similar. It's got to be a simple, well, who can improve their skill level to convert more into the third quarter.
Yep.
And I think the team that's able to do that, I think that team will run away with this game quite comfortably.
Sometimes it's just take some care. It's like the handball. There's no excuse for that. Just take the care and show the care to your teammate by putting it on his chest, not at his feet, not at the ground. It can be as simple as, it's been played at times like it's a wet weather game today, isn't it? Such as the skill.
So if we're transitioning into efficiency now with the football and how the game's played with speed, it's never been more important to get the fundamentals right, because if you can't execute, efficiency in transition means nothing. You turn the ball over.
Turn it over and then you can't defend.
That's right. You can't defend it. It's too hard. So and this is a completely different conversation now, but you go and watch training and it's all match-based training. So you're not getting the 5, 6, 7, 800 touches of a football in a training session that you would do in, if you're running normal drills. So maybe Kevin Sheedy was onto something all those years ago when he used to just absolutely pump fundamentals into us. So
stand 15 metres
apart. That's right. Kick the ball to each other and the like. But even Gold Coast, they had that beautiful set play on a kick in, and they're past centre.
Yep.
And then the last kick going inside forward, they can't execute.
No, it's a good point. It completely, as you said, the tactical analysis is completely undermined by the skill level.
That's right.
So how do you possibly make too much of a judgment on that? And we sort of came here today thinking that about Melbourne. Yeah. How are they going to play? Are they going to do something different? And yet, because of the way they've used the footy, how can you possibly judge?
But that's why Hawthorn look like geniuses at the moment.
Yep.
Because they're able to execute their skills. So every set play, everything they're doing is done almost perfectly.
And I'm sure that it's interesting. I heard an interview Sam Mitchell did in the preseason where basically he said, I designed my game plan around what the AFL want the game to look like, which is genius. It's basically, hey, the AFL, we are a copycat league. And so I'm sure the AFL are hoping, probably like all of us as neutral observers too, hopefully that is the predominant style that takes over, because it forces every other team then to get their skills up and play in the same kind of way. Suns by 17 points at half-time. Quickly off the SMS. Keep them coming, by the way. 0437 774 774. Socks up footballers from the year 2000. Particularly we're looking at midfielders. But there have been a few key position players thrown forward. Tom Hawkins, recently retired premiership player with socks up from Brett. Patrick says Heath Shaw. Heath Shaw's a big socks up.
He was. Good one. Yeah. I reckon Hawk was down.
Okay.
Actually, I'm just looking over. He's in the box, a couple down. I reckon he was down by the end of his career.
Yeah. All right.
Anyway.
Buddy Franklin gets another nomination. 4-time Coleman medalist, of course. John from Edgewater. Shout out to Adam Goods and Matthew Pavlich.
Yeah, Pav was definitely up.
Absolutely.
Goods was up. Yeah.
Brett says Tony Modra from the Crows. Socks up.
Mods,
yeah. Jude Bolton was up.
Yep, Jude.
A few of those Swans.
There's a
premiership team was up, I reckon.
A few more nominations we're looking for. Socks up players from the year 2000 onwards. On the other topic that we've been running, good name for Ray Chamberlain's segment, which we love. Cutthroat Razor from Jan in Geelong. We love the footy on the ABC. How about naming the new segment Chambermaid from G in St Kilda West? And this one from Chris in Tabletop in New South Wales. Hi, boys. Love having Ray Chamberlain on the team. How about Razor's Chamber of Horrors? We'll keep workshopping that.
Well, did we say the Harry Potter one?
The Chamber of Secrets.
Yeah. I don't mind that one.
That was a possibility. We'll see if we can workshop a few of those. We're looking for a name for Ray Chamberlain's new segment. We're also looking for midfielders in particular from the year 2000 that's rolling around with the socks up like Tuke Miller still does. Halftime here at the MCG, the first of 4 games up today, of course. 2 big ones tonight. We'll tell you more about them in just a moment. Plus, we'll get a score from the Sheffield Shield final, which is set up beautifully as well. Call available of that through the ABC Listen app throughout, as it has been all weekend. But for now, we'll take a break from the MCG. Second half action just around the corner with the Suns leading by 17 points. Let's see what's happening in the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Rescue efforts are continuing in the Thai capital Bangkok after an earthquake saw a tower block that was under construction collapse. Dozens of people have been trapped under the rubble and at least 9 have been killed after the 7.7 magnitude quake hit neighbouring Myanmar. In Myanmar, there's been widespread destruction and at least 140 people have been killed. Zing Mar Ong is the foreign minister of Myanmar's National Unity Government in exile, established after the country's 2021 military coup. She says the toll will continue to rise as the damage is assessed.
There's many people we are not able to verify and save and count enough, especially in Mandalay, and the buildings are collapsed, and also in Naypyidaw. We don't have proper access to Naypyidaw yet.
Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has described the opposition leader as appealing to people's darker side, a day after indirectly comparing him to US President Donald Trump. Soon after calling the federal election yesterday, Prime Minister said Australia should not copy other countries, pointing to Peter Dutton's policy to cut public servants, a reference to Mr Trump's cuts in the US. Mr Albanese went further while campaigning in Peter Dutton's seat of Dixon this morning.
Now look at Peter Dutton, who's made a whole career out of appealing to the darker side of human emotions. His whole career has been built on that. His speech, I haven't seen a budget speech or a budget reply that was characterised by that so much as I did on Thursday night.
Meanwhile, opposition leader Peter Dutton is also campaigning in Brisbane today. He made his pitch to voters in his budget reply speech, setting up a battle over cost of living and power bills. Victoria, New South Wales and Western Australia are among the states where the coalition lost ground at the last election. Ex-tropical cyclone Diane has been downgraded to a tropical low as it tracks southwards after crossing WA's Kimberley coastline. The system made landfall as a Category 1 cyclone early this morning near Cockatoo Island. A storm warning remains in place from Derby to Curry Bay. 126 millimetres of rain has been recorded at Derby in the past 6 hours. The Bureau of Meteorology's Joey Rossin says heavy rainfall is the primary concern.
As far as a cyclone goes, it's not a cyclone anymore, but it can certainly produce some significant weather as far as rainfall and some damaging winds as it moves, further south into the Kimberley through the day.
A boat captain has been rescued from their capsized vessel after spending around 3 hours stranded in the Gulf of Carpentaria overnight. Joseph Hathaway Wilson reports.
The rescue was a joint operation between the Maritime Safety Authority and Northern Territory Police around 12:30 last night. Authorities were alerted by the boat's emergency beacon about 3 hours earlier off the Sir Edward Pellew Islands off Borroloola. Rescuers dispatched an aircraft from Cairns and with the help of a local boat owner, they located the skipper on the upturned hull of the boat wearing a life jacket. He was taken to nearby King Ash Bay in a safe condition. AMSA says it's a timely reminder to register your boat's emergency beacon with up-to-date contact details.
A woman has been charged with the alleged cold case murder of Brisbane woman Tanya Glover and has had her case mentioned in court. Here's Chloe Shemicki.
61-year-old Vanessa Lee Turner was arrested in Townsville yesterday and charged with murder, misconduct with a corpse and fraud. Ms Glover's skeletal remains were found by cleaners in Brisbane in 2022 behind the wall of an Alderley apartment complex storage unit. Queensland Police say they used forensics to identify Ms Glover's remains and will allege that she was murdered in 2010. Vanessa Lee Turner did not appear during a brief hearing at Townsville Magistrates Court this morning. She was remanded in custody and the matter was adjourned to the Brisbane Magistrates Court for a committal mention on the 16th of June.
A man has been hospitalised with burns following a house fire in Western Sydney. Firefighters responded to a blaze in a single-storey home in Blacktown last night. Paramedics treated the man in his 30s for burns. He was transported to Royal North Shore Hospital. And in tennis, Novak Djokovic has secured his place in the Miami Open final with a straight sets victory over Grigor Dimitrov. The 24-time Grand Slam champion needed only 69 minutes to secure a 6-2, 6-3 win against his Bulgarian opponent. The 37-year-old Serbian is bidding to land his 100th career title and a record 7th in Miami, and his first since teaming up with Andy Murray as coach. You're up to date with the latest from ABC News.
G'day, this is Macca, and Sunday's your day.
I've got some roosters and I want to know if your program will help me get them to some farms. They're lovely, they're handsome brutes. I don't want them to go to a pot, Macca.
Give us a ring and say g'day to Australia. ABC Radio and the ABC Listen.
Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Roos.
Here it is!
Alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny. ABC AFL Daily Podcast. It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Melbourne with the footy back on the wing from the kick out. Fritsch hand pass to Sparrow. His handball missed the target. Gets to Langford in the end. Hits up Melksham out on the lead. Bursting from full forward and he'll get it. Slightly left of centre. He'll kick from 35 metres out. Heart and soul guy. Low trajectory drop punt is there.
Ball moves to half forward. Here for the Suns. Gathered by Flanders. Off to Anderson. Running laterally. Hooks the kick with absolute class. And the Suns respond immediately out of the middle.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. It wasn't a half for the memory bank. It was ugly, scrappy. There is the Gold Coast Suns who lead by 17 points at the main break. 5-8-38 plays 2-9-21. As they make their way back out onto the ground. There was some injury news in that opening half as well. Xavier Lindsay, the underage competition in Victoria, helped off with a knee injury. So fingers crossed that's not as bad as it may well be, but it looked like it has the potential to be. So fingers crossed for Xavier Lindsay. We'll bring you more updates as we move through. We've had lots of texts right throughout the afternoon. Keep them coming. 0437 774 774. As I said, it hasn't been the prettiest games. We do have the prettiest game, I should say. We do have a premiership pair, Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball in position. Bally, what are you expecting in this second half?
Oh, hopefully a bit of a lift in the skill execution from both teams. I think. Right from the start of the first quarter, Rami, it was a pretty open, free-flowing game, wasn't it? There was plenty of space out there. It's one of those ones, if you can't get a kick today, you can't play, as an old coach would say. There was plenty of space and not a lot of... I think the first quarter alone, there were only 16 tackles. It was that sort of game. And it lifted a bit in that area in the second quarter, but just there, that piece that's missing is that skill execution, that last kick inside 50, and... it's a little bit blustery down there, but still some of them just unforced errors, just players just not taking that little bit of extra care over the footy. So I think that would have been the message from both coaches at half-time.
And that's what's hurting the game, because the tackle count's so low for both teams. 27 to the Gold Coast, 21 to Melbourne. So the skill errors are standing out even more because they're standing out because there's no pressure.
Yeah, they're in space.
Yeah, they're in space, and you go, okay, they should be able to hit a target here. I mentioned Trent Rivers in that second quarter around him, last season where Petrarca and Oliver were out, him coming up and playing on the ball. He added a different element to Melbourne's midfield because he's able to get away from contest. He's played predominantly at half-back the first couple of weeks of the season. He's had Ben Long as an opponent today who's quite crafty and dangerous. I just wonder if Melbourne can use Trent Rivers better than they're using at the moment. To me, he's done his apprenticeship at half-back now.
Yeah.
He's done that. It's time to get him up into the action.
You think he's a midfielder?
He's graduated.
You think he's a full-time midfielder?
Well,
he's good back end of the year.
Yeah, but out of necessity.
Not
There's no Petrarca, no Oliver.
Yeah.
I think he's made way. At the moment, he's making way for a Harvey Langford to have to spend some time in there, I think. And Tom Sparrow's gone back onto the ball. I think he's
worth 50%.
Yeah, I think he can pinch hit in there, but I think he's if they're to keep progressing, I think he's a premiership winning halfback flanker who gets a lot of the footy and provides a lot of drive and makes good decisions. Now he hasn't today. It hasn't been a great day for him today, so maybe that's an opportunity to throw him on the ball. But
hasn't been a great day for their midfield either, though. They've been beaten in the clearances, so maybe there is a chance to put him in there.
I've just got to get this in before we start the second half. So there is coverage available of the Sheffield Shield final. You can find it through the ABC Listen app. Look out for the red cricket ball button. South Australia are 3 for 117.
Oh, they've dug in.
3 for 117. Jason Sanger, 54.
Game on.
Alex Carey's on 43.
What's the scenario?
The target is 270, so they need another 150 runs with 7 wickets in hand.
Ooh, how great finish, isn't it?
Beautifully placed.
Yeah.
Can I just ask you, Adam Ramanauskas,
Yes.
you are the manager of Ben Mackay.
Yep.
What did you make of the jeers early on in the game from the Essendon fans of him on Thursday night?
Look, fans are entitled to go to the game and do what they want within reason, obviously. But I don't understand why. What are they booing? Like, okay, he hasn't probably had the start to the season that he's wanted or the support, but I don't think booing him's going to help that situation. Doesn't make any. It's like when Sam Draper's kicking a snapshot for goal. He hasn't missed yet. So what are you booing?
Yeah.
Like,
Why do they cheer then?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me at the moment. But look, fans are entitled to come to the footy and boo or cheer. It's up to them.
Does it bother him?
I'd imagine it'll bother every player.
Suns by 17 points. Second half upon us as Gawn and Witts in the middle of the ground. There's no clean takeaway here. Eventually, Humphrey knocks it out to Anderson. Hand pass to Dan Rioli, who bursts off the back flank. Kicks outside of the right boot to full forward. The pack competes. Waiting at the back is King. Collects. Hand pass to Flanders. Centering kick. Tough one for Miller. D's with the numbers. And Oliver takes the intercept mark in the back 50.
And we've seen improved D's in their second half. Driving kick up to the wing. Mac Andrew in front. He marks. Right on the logo.
Have much of involvement, did he, in the first half?
Long-term big money deal. Kicks inside attacking 50. May leads up towards the footy as the defender drops the mark, spills to Weller. His kick is shanked, nearly works out into the pocket. Bouncing ball, Butterick gets there. Langdon tackles him. Handball to Flanders. Twisting, turning, evading. Now kicking a 5-metre kick around the corner. Bouncing ball for Petty. Melbourne in their back pocket off to Oliver and a clearing left foot kick.
Up to the wing, unkind bounce for Van Rooyen as he just leaps over the top of it. Collins cleans it up for the Suns. Hand pass to Rioli, kicks inside 50, turnover. And Viney takes the intercept mark. If we're hoping Bally was going to be a bit different after half-time. First 80 seconds aren't strong. There's Viney to Langdon. Long kick down the wing on a windy afternoon at the G. Punched away by Powell and then runs onto the footy. Suns win it back. Hand pass to Rao, locked up by Oliver. Fights free of the tackle. Hand pass close to the boundary line. The ump says now held without it, and a free kick is going to go to the Sun and Rioli. But his jumper tugged in all of that. And 3 premierships on this ground, of course, under Damien Hardwick with the Tigers. He's the reigning best and fairest winner at Richmond. He obviously won't be defending that in his new colours for the Suns. Short to Miller. High bomb inside the forward 50. King in the pack, reaching for it, trying to claim it. Says keep going. Petty knocks it down. Now he's tackled. Hand pass away to Sparrow. Back flank for the D's. Handball goes back to McDonald and he kicks down the southern wing.
Just rushes that kick out of there. Arriving Van Rooyen brings it to ground well. Allows Chandler into the action. He runs into trouble. Caught holding the ball. Free kick Suns. It'll go to Anderson. Attacking point of the square. Kicks infield laterally for Noble. Skips back off the mark. At centre half forward, waits a kick into the leading lane. Onto the chest of King. Well weighted kick. And King on the lead, as you've asked for, Luke Ball.
King on the lead. It's funny that, isn't it? You get on the move and don't play into your opponent's hands, and amazing how many times you get rewarded for that. Nice kick from Johnny Noble.
I just think on that, with the way the ball is moving early in this season, the forwards that can recognise that, they're going to get so many more looks at the goal rather than running back to goal and thinking it's coming over the back.
Their goal-kicking champion last year with 55 majors. Starts it right, can't bring it back. Just faded late for a minor score. Suns by 18 points, 3 goals neat. Took 8 marks inside 50 in round 1, the most ever by a Sun. For their last game, Ben King.
Stephen May with the kick-out duties against his old team, the former Suns captain. And of course, left to join the D's, won a premiership. Oh, that's a kick to the back pocket. He was running in one direction, went back to Petty, drops the chest mark, ball spills out of bounds. Says insufficient intent.
From who? From Walter.
Oh, and it's going against Walter. Jeez, he ends up being tackled.
He's got to get the
Petty.
ball out.
Wow, that's a hot whistle, and that's a bailout for the Demons. As Petty kicks along the boundary line, finds McDonald.
So he's facing the boundary there. If he doesn't
release the ball, it's holding the ball. Correct.
Kicks back to Petty. The D's hemmed in here. 18-point lead for the Suns. It feels like more in the game, but D's close enough if they can get it up and going. Kicks to half-back. Off hands it spills to Butterick. Hand pass out towards Miller. Hand pass to Power. Goes back by hand to Miller. He runs around Langdon. Feeds a handball through to Rioli. 55 metres out. Kicks inside 50. King hitting up. Takes the mark. Right half forward.
I just think as the year progresses, Rioli and Noble's ball use off half-back, it's got to be probably the difference between Gold Coast not making the finals previously and possibly making it, because it's just...
It's a good 1-2 punch, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a fantastic 1-2 punch. They just use it so well.
They can't get it past halfway at the moment, the D's. This is their 7th inside 50, repeat inside 50.
He's King on the drop punt. Misses. Near side or behind.
Well, all that's missing at the moment is a scoreboard pressure, and at some stage, Damien Hardwick, he'd be a little bit uncomfortable. He'd be comfortable with how the game's being played right now, but you look at the scoreboard, and they just haven't been able to put a real gap on Melbourne at the moment.
Suns by 19.
Mays kick up to the wing over the back of the pack, falls in the lap of Mac Andrew. Going to get a free kick, Max Gawn. I did see one of the experts on one of the many shows during the week, I just can't remember who, say that Noble and Rioli had transformed the Suns after one game, and maybe we're seeing it again. Dangerous kick. It'll work out for the D's. Petrarca off to Langdon, inside 50 to Sharp. Gets around one, onto the left. Left foot finish is Sharp. Opening goal of the second half for the D's. And they bring it back to 13 points. They're hanging around. 5-10-40 plays 3-9-27. 6 minutes into the third. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanaskas.
Oh, that's what happens, Ramo, isn't it? 7 repeat inside 50s. Yeah, and look, it was a risky kick, and there was a bit of luck involved. The bounce over the Gold Coast player's head, the Max Gawn kick, but a bit of a risk, and then they got numbers around the footy and a nice finish from Sharp. So 7 inside 50s for no goal. Ben King 2 misses. Straight down the other end. 1 from 1 for the Demons.
You picked it beautifully, though, Bawley. I mean, you spoke about needing King to get moving. It's like he's received that feedback from the coaches at halftime.
Yeah, and that's it. He's like, Stephen May loves a wrestle. But there's not many forwards in the game that are going to beat Stephen May in a wrestle. So get on your bike, move Stephen May around, test his agility.
Suns by 13, Langford. Was he taken high in all of that? No, it's a free kick going the other way.
Thought it might have gone Petrarca's way.
It was the out-of-zone umpire who came in and essentially said free kick for Rowell against Petrarca for a hold.
He's having a good day, Rowell.
Just a 13-point lead for the Suns as Rowell kicks inside the forward 50. Gawn's back there, takes the intercept mark. Centre half back for the D's. Hopefully a game's about to break out here as he gives it to Rivers. Kicks in the corridor, finds Sparrow. Takes the mark for the Demons. Suns by 13, early third term. Kicks to centre half forward. Banging bodies, Viney.
Forces the ball to ground. Petrarca coughs it up. Yuland for the Suns away to Rioli and now to Jeffrey.
Trying to rebound off halfback. Loops a handball for Anderson. He'll kick around the edge of the square up to half forward.
Come back at the kicker.
Target.
Sorry, Benny.
Back leading there, the Suns balling.
There were three of them. There was 50 metres of space in front of them.
McDonald, the intercept mark. His kick is poor. Salem can't trap it. Flanders claims it. Tackled, though, quickly. Ball up.
Well, I'm looking at Jed Walters, and his opponent ends up taking the mark because he's taking front position. That's just... Are we not training that at the moment, Rammer? Like, your key forward ex-teammates would just be shaking their head.
Witz punches it forward. The D's have the numbers. Knocked down, though, by Rao, who tries to get it moving forward. Gathering it, Petty. D's handballing at halfback. Salem to Billings. Bumped off it. Suns come up with it. Holman. Half forward now for the Gold Coast. High ball inside 50. Miller underneath it. He marks. Deep in the left forward pocket. 25 out, 45-degree angle.
The players now are so used to running back towards goal. Rather than running
it's
up
the easy
the
option,
yeah,
isn't it? They're looking for the easy one.
Yeah, because you squeeze up so tight now, and you go, I've got all this space behind me. That's where I'll run. But there's certainly now. There's a big place in the game for players that want to hit up at the football.
Tuke Miller.
Lovely.
His drop punt is perfect. Splits the middle, and again the Suns have the answer. Back out by 19, 6:10:46 plays 3:9:27. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. 9 minutes into the third.
Well, he was probably a little bit unlucky, Jack Billings. I mean, he fumbled first and foremost, but then unlucky not to get a free kick for a high or holding the man. But the umpire didn't give him the benefit of the doubt. And Ben Long was good enough to throw it on the boot. And just again, work rate for Miller. He's having a rest forward at the moment. Obviously not a notable goal kicker. But that was a beautiful finish. The game's just crying out for someone just to finish well at the moment, aren't they? So the ex-skipper for the Suns takes his opportunity.
Suns by 19 again as they were up by 19 at quarter time, 17 at the half. Windy afternoon at the MCG, overcast, temperature in the low 20s. The two backup rucks. Johnson, undersized, wins the hit out against Reid, but Flanders, the first possession for the Suns. Gives it to Reid, kicks inside the forward 50. One down by Rivers, hurried kick into the corridor. That'll work out okay. Finds his mate there in Henderson, who kicks down to half forward. No mark for Fridge, spills through to Jeffrey, hand pass to Andrew, spun around into tackle, got it to Anderson, he's mowed down. Hump says keep going. Hand pass from Billings is a turnover. Anderson gives it to Andrew. That's a horrible kick. High up and under down the wing, out on the full. Gee, this is a error-riddled game.
It is, and Andrew in particular is really rusty today. First came back, we know, for the year.
Coming back from that chest injury. Bowie takes the kick for Melbourne, kicks up to half forward, right on the arc, punched away by the Suns, spills to Sparrow, cuts a swathe through them, likes the look of the sticks, lasers away and misses the set. Out of bounds on the full.
It's been that kind of day, hasn't it?
19 points, the Gold Coast Suns lead as Corbin Middlemass spills his tea all over his notebook.
Wow.
That is a bad spillage too.
It's going to smell.
Oh no!
Notebook's going to smell of peppermint for the rest of the year too.
That's sort of new notebook territory.
I think that's a turnover job.
This has not been my day right from the outset, and that is a horrific start as
unforced error
continuation. As Power gets it away to Flanders, he kicks the Suns down towards high half forward. Miller takes the mark, keeps it moving. Walter the target, no mark, broken up there by May. He gives a hand pass out looking for Jeffrey. I'll let you guess what happened there. That was a turnover as Rivers gets a hand pass away towards May. Gives it to Salem, but it's out of bounds. Another throw in here, half forward for the Suns.
Is it sort of the hairdryer when you get home? Because I know you like to keep your sort of books in really nice order, Corb, because you love to go back and look at notes.
I think it has happened to me once previously, and it was we revived it, I think, at Subiaco Oval. So that was going back a few years. Might need a bit of paper towel.
Umpire brings it in. Reid doing the ruck work. Down for Closey. High floater into the pocket for the Suns. Bouncing ball. Favours the Demons and Salem. Handball to May. Flicked out by Hauser. It was a rugby pass. It was a throw. Free kick to the Suns. How's did he get rid of that?
Well, we'll have a look at the replay. He had a bit more time than he thought. Young Howes. It did look a throw to the naked eye. The umpire right there as well.
Mark set 25 out, and Tuke Miller is going to get it again. Almost the exact opposite pocket, distance and angle from where he kicked his goal just a few minutes ago.
Oh, it's absolutely a throw. Good call.
Tuke Miller's drop punt is doubling up. A mirror image goal for Tuke Miller. And the Gold Coast Suns lead by 25 points. 7-10-52 plays 3-9-27. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. We played 13 minutes in the third. Ray Chamberlain before Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas.
We discussed pre-game the justification and rationale of 4 umpires, and that's a perfect example where you have an umpire on the outside of play, outside of the players, and get that alternate view to see that George Gregan type behaviour.
Well, he's having a good quarter. Tuke Miller there, up to 6 possessions now, 2 inside 50s and 2 goals. So that's where you separate yourself, I think, as a midfielder these days. If you're able to hit the scoreboard, and Miller now twice in this quarter. So now it's really split the game open in the last couple of minutes for the Suns.
That's half his tally from last year, Emma. Only 4 goals in 18 games last year, so isn't a notable goal kicker. Gawn winning the tap down here, trying to inspire his team, reaching for the footy. It's picked up by Will Graham. Out of the middle, he goes for the Suns. Long kick. King shoves his man underneath it, dribbles it on goal, bounces it home. The Suns are rolling, putting the D's to the sword. 8-10-58 plays 3-9-27. They lead by 31 points. 14 minutes into the third.
Oh, it's just centre bounce work again. That time it was Graham, but they just look, when the ball clears that inner congestion, they just spread harder, don't they? They look better on the spread, the Gold Coast Suns midfield. We've spoken about Rao, we've spoken about Anderson again. That time it was Graham. And I love that the long kick. We know there's 6 one-on-ones ahead of the ball. And that time he was just able to use his body, being King, protect the drop of the ball. He doesn't want a set shot, does he, after his last couple? We know it is a bit blustery down there. You take a bit of a risk when you're playing like that. And he didn't hit it very well, did he? But good enough for it to squeeze it through. And it's red alert now for the D's. They need this clearance. They need to at least win or halve this stoppage.
Okay, here we go. So Suns by 31 points. 15-minute mark of this third quarter. Gawn wins the hit out. Here's Langford. Grabs it from overhead, trying to get a kick away. Run down by Rao. Ball comes out. Zigging and zagging, and in the end feeds a hand pass going back to Rioli. Swings his kick across the half-back line and finds Closey. He takes the mark. And Closey pokes the kick against the boundary line, trying to feed it to Jeffrey. Punched away by Fritz and out of bounds. That's Fritsch. And what a boundary throw-in. Bailey Fritsch, by the way, he hasn't kicked one today, has he? So he kicked one in the game against North Melbourne, 1 goal, 1. He was scoreless against GWS, and then today against the Suns he's gone 0-2, so that's, what is he in now? His 11th quarter of the season for a return of 1 goal, 3. As Melbourne come away with the footy here through Bailey Fritsch, decides to go very short, trying to link up with Henderson. A turnover though, picked up by Rowell. Back flank, hand pass away to Jeffrey. Feeds a hand pass forward to Closey, and he can give it off inboard to Anderson.
Anderson away and running, kicks up to half forward. Mays there, drops the mark at the back. Holman gathers half forward for the Suns. He loses it, Mays slaps it out. D's back with it through Bowie. Pokes a kick that's well weighted to the run of Langdon. He can go too. Away down the southern wing. Chips it short, out in front of Bailey Fritsch. Coming the other way, Collins. Collins slaps it on for the Suns and has to turn tackler. Ball spits out. Again, Fritsch and Collins go at it. Coming in, Clayton Oliver. Ball held in, ball up.
She hasn't put a foot wrong, Collins, has he? He's been a bit of a brick wall down there for most of the day today.
Ball up, wide out. Half forward for the D's. Witts punches it back towards the wing. Gathered in the red and blue by Bowie. Handball away towards Langdon. Quick kick inside 50. Bouncing ball. Collins is there again. Slaps it away straight to Anderson. And the Suns work it out. Witts away to Closey. Kicking off a step up to the wing. Leading up Reed can't take the mark on this occasion. Spills down for Rao. He's off and running. Forward handball. Away to Humphrey. Thumping kick. King's out the back, and he's got it. Or is infringed, whichever one you want. He'll end up with the kick. 15 out. Slight angle to the right. And look at his second.
Well, that's set up by Matt Rao.
Yep.
He's able to take hands off contest on centre wing.
Drive his legs too, wasn't it?
Yeah, and then he draws the Melbourne defender up to him, and it's a simple handball over the top. And then it's long inside forward 50. He's at the 22 now for the game. 10 of those contested. 7 clearances, Matty Rao. He's having a good day.
In comes Ben King. 20 out. Pops it through. King's couple. And the Suns are flexing on the Ds. 9-10-64 plays 3-9-27. It's 37 points. 18 minutes into the third. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, 4 goals in 10 minutes now, Bally. So they've certainly made their move now, the Gold Coast Suns. And again, it's really off the back of Melbourne. A lot of it's off the back of Melbourne's sloppy play.
Yep.
Yeah, turnover again there. And as I mentioned, Rao's able to really get off that contest, drive his legs out, and then off the ball goes inside forward 50. King out the back there, didn't need to get up at the ball. Stephen May was so far in front of him.
Long way back for the D's, so 4 straight goals now for the Suns. A 37-point advantage. King with the last 2 in the game. Miller with a couple before that. The Demons got something in them here as Viney gets a hand pass away towards Gawn. Slips over, gets it out towards Langdon. He's going to be pinned for a throw. Free kick for the Suns. And they'll get it again as Langdon. Little error on the return. Ball toss, but umps forgiving. Flanders kicks out the right half forward. Suns starting to take over in this game. Pokes the kick even further wide, and against the boundary line, Humphrey takes the mark.
Just work right now. The Suns, just Miller again, spreading harder than their direct opponents.
Humphrey to full forward. Witts hands to it and takes the mark. Gawn was in the marking contest. But a little body from Reed in all of that, and Witts was free to grab hold of it.
Big mark.
Massive.
2 big humans in there, and Witts was able to outmark his opposing ruckman in Max Gawn.
And now Jared Witts, after the big victory over Gawn, shoots 15 out straight in front, slams that through as well. It's 5 on the bounce for the Suns, and they are starting to take over in this game. And all of a sudden, the match is getting well out of hand for the Demons. On their home patch, a 43-point deficit. New game high, 10-10 to 3-9, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Oh, we said early on what a player he's been for them. I remember having a couple of years with him at the Pies, going way back. Witsy, New South Wales product, on the rookie list, and who would have thought he'd have the career he's had going up and captaining the club as well.
Were there
really
any
popular
signs,
guy.
Any signs
terrific person, terrific bloke. Yeah,
yep.
you could absolutely see how he ended up as skipper. He's a mountain of a man. He's just obviously worked hard, got himself fit, and just really smart. He's a smart person, but just a smart player as well. Just how he's able to use his body. I think he's well into his 30s now. What is he off?
32.
32. He's just showing no signs of slowing down.
My main memory of him at the Pies was when Bucks roughed him up on the boundary line. He wins the tap here, but the D's pinch it. Viney to Langford. Now Langford goes in again, tries to slap it on. High free kick. Free kick going to that man Langford. The Lark medalist, best player at the state-based underage carnival, kicks up to Chandler, gives it to Rivers, kicks inside 50 for the D's. Billings accepts it. 45 out, slightly tighter than a 45-degree angle.
Langford's a positive, isn't he?
He is.
You can just see the player that he's going to become. 15 possessions, 9 contested, 5 clearances, 4 tackles.
Well,
so
we talk about skill level Bally. The reality is Langford and Zave Lindsay will probably in the next couple of years be their most skillful players.
Yep. Jack Henderson it is, in fact, who's taken the mark, and the drop punt is perfect.
We'll have a little look here, Benny, I think.
Sliding it through from the tight angle. It went close to the goalpost. It might have nicked it.
It's got it behind.
Yeah, I think it just did deviate ever so slightly.
Let's go straight to the snicker.
I think we are. quickly. My gut feel on the first.
Well, it's like the
replay.
LBW, isn't it? Got to check whether it's online first, and then we check whether it's hit the bat. Sicko?
Yep, Snicko. Vibrations. Bad luck for Jack Henderson, the 25-year-old out of the VFL, playing for Werribee Suns by 42.
I think the goal umpire's heard the couple of snicks down there, hasn't he? That's why he's referred it. Just the low crowds allowed him to do that. So that's good use of technology.
Jeffrey on the kick out, sends it to halfback to Holman, sends the Suns down the wing. Graham, the target, takes the mark. Floodlights on at the G. Gloomy afternoon, but it's dry for now as he gives it to Noble, trying to get rid of it. In fact, he's run down. Henderson picks it up, kicks it beyond halfway for the Demons. This is Langford. Hand pass went in behind Henderson. Scrappy footy on the wing. Langford extracts it. Got it out to Henderson. Hand pass high up and under on the same spot. Viney just whacks it out for the Demons, close to the boundary line. And in the end, Jeffrey and Chandler bang bodies as the ball goes out on the southern wing. 23 and a half gone third term, 10-10 to 3-10. Suns by 7 goals. It's been a grim afternoon for the Demons. Footy still to come. St Kilda and Richmond next at Docklands. And then tonight we've got 2 big games, both head-to-head. It'll be the Lions up against the Cats, and down at York Park in Launceston, Hawthorn and GWS.
The good news is that on the ABC, Corbin, pick your poison. Go to the ABC Listen app, click on the AFL toggle or the AFL Extra toggle. You get both games if you wish to listen. Free kick from the ball up on the wing, going the way of GWS. Rao feeds a handball way towards Noble, and a big collision. Great mark taken by Salem.
I don't think those 2 games are poison. I think that it's more nectar, wouldn't it be, Benny?
Not a perfect phrasing from me, Rama.
But I understood what you meant.
Salem, very brave. Takes the mark, kicks back around the southern wing, up towards McAndrew with those springs in his shoes, jumps up, punches it away, but Melbourne come away with it. Petrarca gets rid of it to Melksham, kick to full forward. Jeffrey drops the mark, slaps it out, onto it quickly, in the pocket is Billings, gives it to Sharp, kicks the goal. His second. It bookends 5 straight from Gold Coast and brings the margin back to 6 straight. 10-10-70 plays 4-10-34. The Suns by 36, 25 minutes into the third.
Well, reality is there was only a mistake from Jeffrey there, spilling that mark that allowed Melbourne back into that contest. The kick was terrible. It went to a 2-on-1. Yeah, Jeffrey should have swallowed that, but
a tricky player to coach, I reckon, Joel Jeffrey. Yeah. His best is very, very good, but I reckon he's good for 1 or 2 of those a game.
Yeah. How long can Dimmer put up with it? You know, when you get to the pointy end of the season, that's got to be taken.
Just a drop chest mark, and then he knocked the ball out straight to Jack Billings, so double mistake.
Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
We've lauded Sam Collins in terms of his intercept mark and contest today, and what I couldn't help but recognise then was he's the first bloke to get to Jeffries there and just give him a pat on the back.
Thanks, Ray. Out of the middle goes Rowell as he goes bursting away and burns off Oliver. Kicks to full forward. Crowd wanted run too far. No call. King collects. Lost it. Regathers. Hand pass to Miller. Handball to Weller. Snaps. Goals. Suns answer straight back. And more of the same for Gold Coast. They lead by 7 goals at the G as we tick towards 3-quarter time. 11-10-76. Melbourne 4-10-34. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanathan.
Well, it's a clinic. It's a Matt Rao clinic, Rama, at the moment. He's up to 9, and it's a clearance clinic. Okay, maybe, let's have a look. Maybe he took a step or 2 too many, but I'll tell you what he did do. He had a look behind him, saw it was Clayton Oliver and said, "Yep, I've got you covered, mate. Yeah. I'm the Clayton Oliver of 4 years ago." That's what it's like, isn't it? We made that comment at half-time. Unbelievable game he's playing that round. 5 centre-bounce clearance, and they've all been clean like that. They haven't been scrubby kicks because he's had 6 inside 50s, 24 possessions. So it's a metres gain, which has been the knock on him, probably the only knock on him in the last 2 years. We know how tough and close he is inside, but
King's lifted too.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, well, he's the beneficiary of it, isn't he? Yeah.
Restart in the middle. Both rucks miss the bounce of the ball. Viney ends up getting on the end of it. Handball for Gawn. His handball looking for Oliver. There's like a bull at a gate going after the footy. Coming in Holman. Oliver jumps on top of him. Umpire crosses himself Wants to throw it up on the logo, members' side of the ground. Suns by 42, have led by as many as 43. Gawn slaps it down for Oliver. Tumbles a kick towards attacking 50. Bouncing ball, Melksham coming at it. Henderson 2, then gathers for the D's. Tackled quickly by Jeffrey. Ball spits out. Anderson tracking back. Wins it inside defensive 50 for the Suns. Off to Rioli, off to Jeffrey. Handball chopped off there by Oliver. Gives it off to Melksham. On to Petrarca. Bursting inside 50. Snapping. Goaling. Christian Petrarca at his best. Cuts the deficit back to 36, 11-10-76, plays 5-10-40. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas, our premiership pair.
Well, just strength there by Petrarca. The ball must have been touched or didn't go the required distance, but he's able to push through 2 tackles there. Better pressure, I think, by Melbourne. So, yeah, look, it's a long way back, but it's not impossible. It's not impossible, but 40 points they've only got up very late into this third quarter. Something would have to go very, very right in this last quarter. And Christian Petrarca simply may be that. It's maybe, Bally and I mentioned this off air. Bally said maybe it's just time to keep Petrarca more as a deeper forward.
Which he has been.
It's time to play like Dusty played later in his career at Richmond.
Yeah, only had the 6 kicks, so they've just got to get it down to him more. Every time he goes near it, looks like something's going to happen.
28 entries today as Rouse Clinic continues. The big fend off and kick inside 50, but a turnover. And Rivers takes the intercept mark. He's up and running. He's mowed down. Great chase down tackle from Graham. Wins the footy back for the Suns. They want to take the advantage. It'll come back though. There's a bit to pull apart in all that, Runner. So first the fend off into the chest of Sparrow from Matt Rao. And then the chase down tackle from young Graham.
Matt Rao's just a beast in the middle of the ground.
It's as good a clearance performance. I mean, he's had a few of them, hasn't he? Yeah. It's as good a centre clearance performance as you'll see.
Will Graham kicks a long bomb to full forward. Kings down there. They all miss it. Hits the ground and goes out of play. And the ump's saying out on the full. But the only way it's out on the full is if it's clipped a boot on the way through. Whose boot's this come off?
And it's Melton.
It's going to be a Suns free kick.
No, it's a throw in.
I swear the ball bounced on the turf and went out of play. They're saying it's come off King's boot. He was getting ready to take the free kick. Instead, it's going to be Max Gawn who'll get it. Final 3 minutes of the third term. It is the Suns by 36 points. Half-hour mark. Third quarter, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Gawn unloads on a long kick. Witts hands to it. Had a lot of it. Doesn't take the mark. Ball up half forward here for the Suns. Where will Rao be next year, Rama?
Well, it depends on...
in terms of where is he playing his football?
Yeah.
Who knows? Hopefully Gold Coast Suns.
Hopefully Gold Coast.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't know where you were going with that for a minute, Benny.
Howie kicks up to half forward. Van Rooyen drops the chest mark. Chandler gets the handball from Van Rooyen. He likes the look from 50. Celebrates immediately. He loved it. And there is a pulse for those whose heart beats true. Back to 5 goals, 11-10-76, plays 6-10-46. 31 played in the third.
Well, it was a young Langford that time. Lovely bit of clearance work here at halfback that set the player out. And Van Rooyen has had a really tough day, we know. I keep presenting, though. I like how he's kept presenting. Drops the chest mark, but good enough to get the handball to Chandler. I think he's tried pretty hard. He's actually showed a little bit today, Cole Chandler. A lovely finish from outside 50. It looks like the breeze is still going towards that end, isn't it? Because that carried a long way. So, as you said, Ramit, there's still a bit of life in the D's.
First time today they've kicked back-to-back goals, Melbourne. 6-10 to 11-10. It is the Suns who lead it by 5 goals, 31.5 into the third term. Advantage applied, free kick Demons. Langford kicks inside 50. The target Melksham, no mark. Ball hits the deck. Jeffrey knocks it out in front. Sun drags it in. That's Powell. Forgiving, says I'll have it.
What I like about that centre square for Melbourne, it was Viney, Langford, Sparrow. So it's different. It's given a different look.
Forward 50 stoppage for the D's. Comes down to Melksham. Snaps, misses. Near side, but gee, there's a pep in their step here, the Demons. So 29 points the Suns lead after they did blow it out to a game high 43 points at one stage in this third term. 2 minutes before the break, the Suns by 29.
Hit 3 of the last 4 goals all of a sudden. Mac Andrew with a long kick up towards the wing. McDonald goes up, knocks it down. Rowell bursts onto the footy, feigns the handball, now gives it over the top, looking for Holman to run on. Langford gathers it again for the D's on the wing. Handball to Fritsch, releases Viney, left foot kick, looking for a teammate in Van Rooyen. Noble gets back and marks, drops in the hole, tells them to calm it down.
And then pulls the trigger wide to Closey, just got it to him. Temperature in the low 20s, thick cloud cover overhead, a windy afternoon. 45 kicks a good one to Rowell. He's been on a tear this afternoon at the G. Looks corridor, finds Flanders. Hand pass off his knees to Rioli, and the shift continues out to the southern side. Long kick to Butterick, who's got it between wing and half forward. The academy prospect kicks inside the forward 50. Leading up and taking the mark is May, almost like the forward. He's the fullback. And he's got the footy here, half back for the Demons. Is there time for one more for Melbourne, trying to cash in on a bit of momentum late in the quarter? Kick along the boundary line is good. It finds Harry Sharp, who was an emergency for last year's grand final. Obviously involved with the eventual premiers in Brisbane.
Kicks around the southern wing. Up they go. Big fly. Melcher marks. Hits the ground and takes off. Runs laterally to the logo. Driving ball inside 50. Fritsch is there. Drops a simple mark. And now the Suns arrive. Fritsch gets a second chance. Snaps on goal. Bouncing ball. Touched on the line by Mac Andrew. And Bailey Fritsch is a player completely bereft of confidence.
Oh, has he been watching the footy shows during the week? It feels like there was a spotlight on him, Bailey Fritsch, and he does not look like his old self at the moment.
28 points the margin, 34 into the third.
Spilt that goal as Closey goes long down the wing. Gorn knocks it away, but straight into the path to Holman. Hand pass to Long. Long turns, kicks deep. Read the target. Waiting moments in the quarter. Ball hits the deck. Got to get boot to ball. Graham thinks he got it away. The goal, will it count? Yes! In the nick of time. Will Graham goals on the bell.
Is this reviewable or?
No, I don't think so. I think this will be a goal.
So the interesting point here is, and Ray can confirm this, when the umpires hear the siren, not when it goes. Oh, it was bang bang, but I think the siren had just sounded, but when the umpires heard it, Ray, is that correct?
Any field umpire can make the call on that. So when any field umpire hears the siren, that is when the end of play will be blown.
That is... we're talking like a freeze frame difference.
Yeah,
and in the end, Graham has got the kick-off in time just before the siren has gone. And as a result, that's a big 6 points in the context of the game. Instead of Melbourne feeling good about themselves with 3 of the last 4 and in within 5 goals, instead the Suns restore a 34-point buffer at three-quarter time. What a moment late in the term. The Gold Coast 12-10-82. They lead Melbourne 6-12-48. I'll have a go at this, the goal kickers, but you can only picture exactly what my sheet of paper looks like here, Rammer, with all this peppermint tea all over it and everything else. But to the best of my knowledge, this is the way the goals are currently situated. I've got 2 for Took Miller, I've got 2 for King, 2 for Graham. That gives me 6. And then 1 for Noble and Anderson takes me to 8. 1 for Humphrey is 9. 1 for Witts is 10. And 1 for Walter is 11, which means I'm 1 short. Unless it's
Weller.
1 for Weller. It might have been when I was in the bathroom retrieving some paper towels from my dear old book, which has had better days. The peppermint tea all over it. And for the D's, this will be a little easier. 2 for Harry Sharp, and then singles for Petrarca, Bowie, Chandler and Melksham. All right, it's three-quarter time. The Suns by 34 points plus. Jake Rogers, the unused sub, still up their sleeve, while Xavier Lindsay, unfortunately, the Morrish medalist from last year, best player in the under-18s in the Victorian competition, suffered a suspected knee injury in that opening quarter as he came hobbled off the ground in the first 10 minutes, and he was subbed out very early. Throughout the day, we've been talking about midfielders with long socks from the year 2000 onwards. Henry got in touch to say, what about Sean McManus? He was one, certainly, that had the long socks up. Shane Crawford from Gary and Buninyong.
Yeah, good one.
Crawford certainly socks up. And Matthew Richardson gets a little hat tip as well. More names for Ray Chamberlain's segment, which is a pretty hot one, by the way, just after 1 o'clock.
every Saturday for Saturday afternoon footy. The Chamber Pot from Nick, from Neil in Latrobe, Tasmania. What's in Ray's Chamber Pot? So we're on the Chamber Pot theme here. Snag in Baldwin for Ray's segment. The umpire strikes back. And Razor's Edge from Sam in Morley. I think there might be another Razor's Edge that he's already got to see. He's got lots of segments, our man Razor, but unfortunately I think that one may be taken. Suns by 34 points, three-quarter time, Saturday footy on ABC Sport. The thoughts of Bawley and Runner coming up next.
The tradition continues. The Sheffield Shield Final on ABC Sport.
What about that? Unbelievable.
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Gawn winning the tap down here, trying to inspire his team, reaching for the footy. It's picked up by Will Graham. Out of the middle, he goes for the Suns. Long kick. King shoves his man underneath it, dribbles it on goal, bounces it home. The Suns are rolling.
Rowell as he goes bursting away and burns off Oliver. Kicks to full forward. Kraut wanted run too far. No call. King collects. Lost it. Regathers. Hand pass to Miller. Handball to Weller. Snaps. Goals. Suns answer straight back.
Bowie kicks up to half forward. Van Rooyen drops the chest mark. Chandler gets the handball from Van Rooyen. He likes the look from 50. Celebrates immediately. He loved it. And there is a pulse for those whose heart beats true.
Holman, hand pass to Long. Long turns, kicks deep. Read the target. Waning moments in the corner. Ball hits the deck. Got to get boot to ball. Graham thinks he got it away. The goal, will it count? Yes! In the nick of time. Will Graham goals on the bell.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Three-quarter time here. Next on the slate is St Kilda and Richmond as we tick towards the start of the final term. Lauren Borden is there for Grandstand. Loz.
Hello, Corby. Yes, the teams are in for St Kilda and Richmond, and there's no late changes to the selected team. So Toby Travalia making his debut, the number 5 pick from the Sandhurst Dragons, is the sub for St Kilda. Caleb Smith will be the sub for Richmond. So the Saints had a galvanising win here against Geelong last week, while Richmond really copped a hiding from Port Adelaide with a 72-point thrashing last week. Tom Lynch, a big in for the Tigers. Adam Uze will want a lot of him, the man he called the Godfather a couple of weeks ago. And then there's the question of this venue, as did anticipate. So the Saints have won 7 of their last 8, and Richmond hasn't won here since 2021. The 10th and final Maddie's match is what will be celebrated today too. So calling alongside me will be Joel Peterson, Brent Harvey and Karen Peterson as well. So we've got the kettle on, we're getting a cup of peppermint tea ready and getting set for our call as well, Corby.
Be careful, keep it away from your notes. Thanks, Loz. Lauren Borden there at Dockland. So that's next up, St Kilda and Richmond. We're going to fly straight into this final term. If you are listening in Adelaide, so at 15:40 Adelaide time, that is 20 to 4. Our listeners in South Australia on local radio will go straight to the Sheffield Shield final. So you'll be getting that next. Of course, you can make your own pick through the ABC Listen app. Just toggle between the options. Final term underway here, Suns by 34.
I'll give you a score in a moment as well, as Anderson wins the footy on the wing, gets rid of it to Butterick. Handball to Noble. Suns going the wrong way. Butterick eventually kicks back towards the attacking 50. Bouncing ball. Walter coming out. Viney's there. Slaps it away. Rogers into the game for the Suns. Toe pokes it forward. Tries to pick it up. Walter just bursts through them. Pulls his kick back towards a central position. Bouncing ball. Sparrow involved for the D's. Gawn is back there. Under pressure. They work it out to McDonald. And a short kick for Langdon. Not the required distance. Salem, cold turnover by hand. Gives it straight off to Humphrey, who kicks inside 50. And it tumbles out. Throwing 20 around from the attacking goal for the Suns.
See glimpses, don't you, from Jed Walter? Not enough at the moment. And we know that. He's got work to do on, he had 8 possessions, but just every now and then for a guy that size then, that was a brilliant bit of play. Got to hold up here, the D's. Can't concede the first goal.
Umpire flings it back in. Short of both of the rucks. Oliver able to grab it, gives it off to Langdon. Straight up and down it goes. Gawn punches it away towards the arc of attacking 50 here for the Gold Coast Suns. Trying to shovel it out, Tuke Miller. Quick whistle from the umpire. So South Australia 3 for 161. and a 109 to win with 7 wickets remaining. Carey on 69 and Sanger on 72. Oh, quick tackle there on Anderson, and we'll do it again.
Almost they have to be favourites now, wouldn't they?
Yeah, in the box seat. Gawn, little backhand down, picking it up. Here's Tuke Miller, half forward. Off to Anderson, hooking a high kick to full forward. King comes late. Doesn't drag it down, spits out to Rogers. Little shimmy, off to Long. His kick is a shank. It will sit there for Miller. And he marks the high ball. 25 out, plumb in front.
Well, we need to go behind the goals to see the reason why Tuke Miller, who's the goal kicker today, had 30 metres of space, 30 metres out directly in front from the Suns' goal. So a bit of luck, obviously, with the shank kick falling into his hands, but a defensive breakdown for the Demons, and he's kicking well today. There's no doubt about that.
Has never kicked 3 goals in a game. Tuke Miller. Now he has. He slides it through. And the Gold Coast Suns lead by 40 points. 13-10-88, play 6-12-48. 3 minutes into the fourth. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, I agree. We need to see behind the ground here, because it looks like Miller's just followed the ball down really, but directly in front, sort of 20 metres out, you should have an opponent here, and we're going to get so he's just come off that stoppage, and you look at the Melbourne players, they're not moving from that
just
stoppage.
ball watching. Yeah. And
Miller's gone central to probably into a more defensive position, and the ball's just happened to land there in the end, really. So I love that from Miller, because he's thinking about, okay, the ball's deep in our forward line. I've got to start to think about defence, and he gets the reward there by being in the right position.
Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, as you called, Jake Rogers substituted into the game. Nick Holman's gone out.
Thanks, Ray. Another centre break here for Rowell as he kicks to centre half forward. Bowie picks it off. Hand pass away to Rivers. Play on at all cost here, the Demons. Kicks hurriedly down the wing. Henderson the target. Can't mark. He'll get a free. The Norm Goss medalist is the player best on field in last year's VFL Grand Final. Henderson, hand pass to Oliver. Hits up Petty. He's gone forward, Harrison Petty, as he kicks inside the forward 50. Oh no, Petrarca and Fritsch left it for one another. And the ball slides out of bounds. Feels like every time Bailey Fritsch runs near it at the moment, there's some kind of a comedy of errors. And for a guy that is so smooth and fluent in the way that he went about it, think about him in those, the premiership year and following that. Kicked 6 in the grand final. Just not himself at the moment. And Bailey Fritsch out of the ruck. Gawn grabs it, tries to shoot goalward. Kick smothered, spills to Butterick. Hand pass away towards Jeffrey. And he just kicks in hope out towards half-back, and it'll pitch and roll out of play. Boundary throw in high half forward for the Demons. So a 40-point lead for the Suns. Now, Ramo, we saw a goal right on the siren. Have you got a little solution as to
I do. We've got so much LED signage around the ground now, similar to the NBA around the backboard, where it sort of goes, there's red LED lights. Maybe the bottom level of the MCG could just go red.
I like it. I really like it, Ramo.
That's a good one.
Would it be hard to program, I don't imagine, with
No. Sometimes they put up the countdown clock on that LED signage. As the D's work it down the southern wing, but Noble stems the flow with a good tackle. Ball upcoming.
And you can match it up on the video review, and when the ball leaves his boot and when the board goes red, and once it's red, it's full time.
Even Aaron Norton's goal last night, why can't we extend the goalpost through technology to make it go obviously higher? Yeah.
Not the lasers.
You know the same kind of thing. Yeah, well, basically what I'm saying. But technology.
Witts winning a free kick, gives it off to Noble, kicks around that southern side of the ground in front. McDonald down for Bowie, roves the pack, gets a kick away to Langdon. Not the required distance, so kick long up to half forward, and Jeffrey outbodies his opponent to take the mark. Suns back in possession, kicks to Rao. Bites off the kick on the 45. Miller diving. He marks on the edge of the square.
Gives a handball immediately. Butterick off and running. Turns and kicks to full forward. Big leap from King. Trying to mark over the top. Can't complete it. Knocks it out in the direction of Long. He collects. Tackled immediately by Chandler. Ball comes out. Here's Rogers. Hand pass along the ground. Picked up by Weller. Shoots a handball to the advantage of Humphrey. He gives it to Long. His hand pass a turnover. And Fritsch working back in defence. Gets the kick out to half back. Petty marks. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, just the discussion around technology and the laws of the game is an interesting one. They did try a buzzer that would go into the umpire's earpiece a few years back at the Adelaide Oval. Didn't last long.
Okay. So I can imagine that would be pretty distracting right on as the quarter ends. As Petrarca kicks down to high half forward, here's Van Rooyen. Suns by 40, by the way, 7 minutes into the last. Short kick over the top, and here's our man, Bailey Fritsch.
Well done.
Who marks in the left forward pocket, 25 out.
Well done, still working hard. Okay,
Yeah, he started in the back pocket.
Yeah, that's right. Got involved down back and put his head down, worked hard forward, ran past a handful of Gold Coast players and gives himself a shot at goal. So really well done, Bailey Fritsch.
So 0-2 today. He was 1-1 last week, and he was blot in round 1. So throw that all together. He's got 1 goal 2. He's in his 12th. Sorry, 1 goal 3. How's my maths going? He's in his 12th quarter of the season. The club's most famous number on his back, Bailey Fritsch, the left footer, moves in. It started on line, fades to the right and behind. Make it 1 goal 4 through 12 quarters.
Both of his misses haven't been by much on the set shot.
Okay, isn't it? If he was a golfer, you'd say he's actually hitting it pretty well. He's just got a little bit of a hook going on his kick.
Suns by 39 points. Their only trip to the G this year. Long kick from Noble, looking for Andrew. Brings it down to the front. Closey tackled to ground. Ball up.
In the regular season, at least. Their only trip to the G.
Yeah, in the regular season, at least.
I'll be hoping.
We might see them back here in September. Gawn hooking it down, trying to get onto it, Oliver. Chandler does. Spins out of trouble. Slick hands away to Billings. Handball to Langford. His handball back infield for Oliver. Sets a task for him. Oliver shovels it out. Chandler beelines the footy. Handball back to Langford. Another handball to Rogers, who's tackled by Oliver. The diminutive Rogers wrapped up by a couple of Ds and slammed to the turf.
One thing I have noticed, though, not as many players slipping over at the MCG as there was in the opening rounds.
Yeah.
And particularly this wing in front of us looks a lot drier than what it was. The grass looks a little bit shorter also.
Yeah. It was like an ice skating rink, wasn't it, in the early couple of rounds? We're looking to the umpire back inboard, not realising that they had umpire Matthew Young here on the blind side, closest to the boundary line. He calls for a ball up. Gawn pumps it down to Petrarca. That familiar combination. Bad hand pass trying to get it to Chandler. Noble steals it. Back flank for the Suns. Kicks down the line to Rogers. He's got the fresh legs. Jake Rogers just pokes the pass over the man on the mark to Anderson. Between wing and half forward. The Suns' new skipper. A long kick into the forward pocket. Read the target. Caught at the back trying to break up the mark from McDonald. He does well in the end and the ball trickles out of bounds. Of course, he's a son of Dean Anderson. He's Noah, the Suns captain, who played in a couple of premierships for Hawthorn. Running around on the G for the Suns, leading the team for the first time in season 2025.
4:50 stoppage for the Suns. Gawn with the tap on it. Straight to Miller, though. He gets rid of it to Rao, to Flanders. Gets back on his right, pulls the trigger. Salem tracking it back. He can't get there. Flanders adds another for the Suns. And they lead by 45 points. A new game high, 14-10-94. Plays 6-13-49. 10 minutes into the final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it's just been a clearance domination after quarter time.
Yeah, they've
spoken about Matty Rao, but it's been Anderson, and that time Flanders gets the finish. But yeah, the numbers are pretty alarming from a Melbourne point of view. 36-17. That's a hiding around clearance, and it's not just. It's been the quality of them too, Rama. You know, sometimes clearances can be just little scrubby kicks out of it. You know, we've spoken about Rao's ability to break out with foot and get metres and get yards and get deep entries. That time he was involved again, just working through the stoppage, getting the handball to Flanders, who was good enough to stop prop and go bang off one step. And any slight slither of chance that the D's had, you'd feel like he's snuffed out with that kick.
Back in the middle, Rucks miss it completely, falls down towards Anderson. Hand pass along the ground to big Ethan Reid. Got a handball away, but straight to Viney. Kicks to centre half forward. Oh, big leap from Rioli. Comes down with it. Didn't mark it clean. Hand pass out to Butterick on the wing. Squeeze the kick out. Got it to Graham. Will Graham takes the juggled mark. Turns Rivers inside out and he's off. Plenty of run now for the Suns.
Long high kick inside the forward 50. King down there deep, getting across. Here's Sparrow, but May's hanging on. And there's a free kick for King on the behind line.
Well, I was going to actually be critical of Ben King here because he's doing the old kick it to me, sort of, he's behind Stephen May. Now, okay, yep, May's given away the free kick, but that's the one ball. We've spoken about it all day.
Well,
Ben King could have had a huge day if he wanted to hit up at the ball.
Yeah, quick shout. Jed Walter hit up, and he's one that I've just been watching. He's one that does it naturally, hits up at the ball, and it forced Tom McDonald to go with him, so McDonald couldn't drop off. And I agree. I think King's been lucky a couple of times with the ball just coming over the back.
Ben King goals, 100 up for the Suns, and the lead is beyond 50. They've had the day that they've wanted to. Out at the MCG this afternoon, the Suns by 51 points a dozen minutes into the final term. 15-10-100. Melbourne 6-13-49. King has now got 3 on the afternoon.
Well, it's 50 now, 51 now. They need it. It needs to be 70 by the end of this game. So I think there's times when you can make statements, and this is one right now for the Gold Coast Suns. Come to the MCG, which has been a tough venue for them, albeit they don't play it too often. But, Melbourne, who we thought maybe a better opponent, and it's proven not. So now you've got a chance to really put the foot on the throat. You take those opportunities when they present.
Yep. Walk off feeling really good about your one appearance here and hungry to come back, obviously, the business end of the season.
Suns lead by 51 points. Petrarca trying to get the clearance, getting involved though. Rao, he steals it. Handball to Rioli, handball to Noble. Noble kicks out wide and Rogers offering the lead marks. Very wide out, right on the centre line. Southern side goes back to Flanders. The peroxide tips through the head.
Yeah. You look at both Noble and Rioli off half back. Noble's had the 23, Rioli's had 19. Noble 500 metres gained, Rioli 400 metres gained.
2 goals for Noble too.
Yeah. Flanders onto Closey. Runs around the man on the mark, sends it long. Walter launches, doesn't take the mark, comes down for Rogers, half forward here for the Suns. Back feeds a handball, back to Noble. Driving kick to full forward, looking for a marker. King can't take it. Salem roves the pack under pressure. King turns tackler, umpire lets them go. Ball spits out, Rioli tackled. Nowhere to go, held in. So you agree with the TV expert, who I can't remember, Rama, who said that they've completely changed the way the Suns play?
From last season you're talking about?
Yeah.
No doubt. Yeah, both of those.
Well, I think if you think about Damien Hardwick's time, we know coming from Richmond how they like to play. They've wanted to play like that. They just haven't had the personnel to do it. Now they've gone and really handpicked those 2 players to allow them to play that way.
Tees working up to halfway. Chandler slick hand, sets up Petrarca. Hand pass away to Viney. Feeds it further forward by hand. Got it out to Langford. Turns, shoots goalward. Langford's got it. He's first in the big time. And something to cheer about late for the Demons. There's Harvey Langford, who's done some good things today. Picked 6 in last year's national draft. Got on the end of it at half forward and slams it through on the run. 7-13-55 Melbourne. Gold Coast 15-10-100. Suns by 45 points halfway through the final term.
Oh, he's been huge. He's been the positive, the huge positive to come out of the day. And it looks like you can just see the coach having more and more faith just to leave him in the middle of the ground. Now they've been cleaned up out of the middle. We know that, certainly from a clearance point of view, and he'll get some good lessons today. Standing next to Rao and Anderson and these guys who have just had more pre-seasons than him at the moment. But gee, Rammer, I've liked what I've seen. 24 possessions, 14 of those contested, 6 clearances himself, 5 inside 50s, and now a goal. Really impressed Harvey Langford.
Bounce back in the middle. Slapping it down, Reid. Onto it quickly. There is Humphrey. Gets a handball to Flanders. He coughs it up. Henderson pinches it. D's back the other way to Langford. To Viney. Low kick inside 50. Petty clean pickup. Handball away to Oliver. Snaps on goal. And hooks it a little too far. Melksham trying the little circus trick.
Just take the mark, Jake.
Yeah, trying to... Yeah, why didn't he mark it? That's a good point.
He thought he was in the goal square.
Gold Coast Suns lead by 44 points, 16 minutes into the 4th. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yuland
gives it a whack as he takes some ground, kicks up to the wing. McAndrew got a little fist in there as coming charging through. Viney collects, hand pass away to Powell to Flanders, who's tackled by Petty, and a ball up high half forward for the Suns. The Suns by 44 points still to come. Of course, it'll be St Kilda and Richmond. A twilight game, and then two big games tonight. Brisbane up against Geelong. The same time slot, it'll be GWS and Hawthorn down at York Park in Launceston. You can toggle between the games through the ABC Listen app. Some more errors here late in the piece as Langford spills a footy, goes back, gathers, gives it to Rivers, to Oliver, half forward, shoots a hand pass out to Billy, back inboard. Gee, somehow Van Rooyen got it out to Oliver. Says keep going, kicks to the hot spot for the D's. No mark, Sharp gets his way through traffic, kicks to the goal square, but Closey's there to clean it up. Hand pass to Hewlin, Suns by 44, 17 gone in the last.
Hewlin sends it long beyond the defensive arc for the Suns. Roving Flanders gives it to Big Wits. He sweeps a handball. Graham running on. Kicks further afield. Oh, Walter drops a simple mark. There's been a lot of that today. As Walter then pinches it from Stephen May, who turns it over. Gives it to Rogers. And then a fumble in the middle from the Suns. Anderson goes and picks it up. Gives it off to Rogers. Shrugs a tackle. Steps another. Settles. Tells them where he wants them. Kicks out wide and a good kick for Weller.
Look at him. He says, come at me.
Yeah.
Give me an easy little hit up. Stop running back towards goal. Goodness sake, they've had 60 inside 50s. I reckon twice they've had a forward, a key forward, and there's heaps of them down there. Lead back at the kicker.
So Weller took the mark, 45 out, 45-degree angle. And trudge in. Boot the ball from right on 50. It's just fading away to the right.
It's a little wedge, wasn't it, Benny?
Yeah.
Really
parried well, didn't it?
Yeah, very well.
Paula, you don't barrack for either team, but I love your tone there because I feel like that just perfectly matches for the neutral exactly what this game's been. It has been infuriating at times.
Yeah. But it's just a bit of a theme too. Like even watching a couple of times last night, just across the first month of footy. And I think you're all right, Ram. The way the game's played these days, there's so many easy goals scored over the back, aren't they? Walked in over the back. That it's almost like the art of just a tick lead, a lead up forward is gone.
May long corridor kick to Rao, who's been sensational. Gets a hand pass out to Witts, kicks inside the forward 50, up in front and a good mark, and ripping it down. Ethan Reid, the contested grab. Gee, there's a bit to like about this guy.
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
He's put on some decent size over the summer, and there, Stephen May, Tom McDonald, two absolute seasoned defenders. He's able to jump in front, take a strong grab.
Well, he's 202, isn't he? I mean,
they're very excited about him.
Both well over 200 centimetres. So
he runs a 5.56 per day.
Ridiculous.
Sometimes you just say, look, how many sort of natural gifts can one person be given? Ramo, you would have played 400 with those sort of metrics. Me too.
Yes.
Ethan Reid from straight in front, the drop punt. He's got it. He's a proper blue chipper. And the little ice-cold celebration as well as the Gold Coast Suns now find themselves 51 points clear. 16-11-107 to Melbourne 7-14-56. We tick into time on in the final term. It's all the Suns here at the G.
You're about to say something there, Benny. I was just
going to say, give me a kilometre head start and I think we could have a ding-dong battle.
You get those little pistons popping, Benny. That'll be fine.
Do you reckon you can run a 6-minute K?
Yeah, but it'd be close. I'd feel him coming, breathing down my neck.
That would be great. Let's see if we can tee that up in the off-season at some stage.
Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Paulie, I'm not going to throw stones here because it's the same for me. I don't think you get through a K without pinging your calf, mate.
Jeez.
That's a cheap shot late in the day.
Socks down.
Gold Coast by 51 points out of the middle. Gawn winning the tap, but Rowell again gives it to his great mate Anderson. He looks out wide for Noble. Good handball. Noble shrugs a tackle, kicks inside 50, and Graham claims it right on the arc of 50 for the Suns.
Well, the interesting part is the art of a forward coach now, and how can they teach, I guess, the new age forward what they've got to do.
Graham whacks it well wide. Just slides it through for a minor score. Suns out by 52 points. New game high lead.
Because if teams are playing now with this speed that, Champion Data are talking about and starting to track now, and the efficiency part of it. A forward needs to hit up at the football. It's simple as that.
Langdon goes long up to the wing. Powell trying to spoil it away from Johnson. Spills down to Walter. And called his name a heat. Gets a hand pass away towards Rioli. He gives it to Anderson. Hand pass to Miller on the logo southern wing. Heads down to half forward. Back to Jed Walter.
Like for many, many years, Corb, we spoke about time in forward half. Lock it in. Keep it in.
Yep.
The game's evolving.
No doubt. It's speed either by foot or by the way you move the ball as Anderson kicks inside the forward 50. Rivers the only one who flies. There's a free for a hold. It's going the Suns' way. And the ball is handed straight to Ben King. And he'll have a look at it here right in front.
He's made some uncharacteristic errors today, Stephen May, as a defender. And I think it's the extra length of Ben King, no doubt, where he's just needed to hold and what he thinks he would usually get away with, he simply hasn't got away with today. I reckon this is Ben King's probably fourth free kick inside 50.
Yeah, in fairness to him, he's had to defend 62 inside 50s.
Yeah, not easy.
Against 37. Gosh, that is a blowout.
On the ground that crowns royalty in our game, Ben King kicks 4. All in the second half. And the Gold Coast Suns are having a day out at the G. 58 points is the lead at the 23-minute mark of the final term. Gold Coast 17-12-114. Melbourne 7-14, 56. The Suns are going to win and win wide. Ahead of a home date next week with the Adelaide Crows, which was a juicy game.
Yeah, that's a nice one. It's funny, like Melbourne. Yeah, we're expecting a bounce from last year. They missed Petrarca for a lot of the year, Oliver for periods of the year, May Lever for a period, but they're in that middle bracket of teams, that 7 to sort of 12, where they need all their good players playing. So Lever's laid out today, and it caught Corbin by surprise on his notebook. But they just need their better players out on the park. But they need their next tier improving rapidly.
Little did I know, Rama, that was nothing that my notebook had in store for it today. That was just the start of it.
Oh, Rogers misses a handball, has to go back and get it himself. Go forward here for the Suns as Humphrey slung down in a tackle and caught holding the ball.
He looks lively, Rogers, doesn't he? Just got to take a little bit more care with his disposal. Certainly finds it well, and you love his speed, but a couple of times there.
Petrarca, having received it from Rivers, he turns it over.
He's had 20 contested possessions, Matty Rowley. He doesn't need too many gifts like that.
Kicks out wide for Noble, who goes further out wide to Butterick. He moves it on to Anderson. He can veer out to his right, kick a low ball in the King direction, gone back there.
What's amazing with Matty Rowley, he's had 13 clearances for the game. 9 of those have been out of the centre square.
Yeah. So Gorn in the back pocket. Kicks back up towards the wing. Noble goes upstairs, and the Suns are there through Butterick. Back to Noble. Back to Hewland on the wing.
Hewland kicks inside the forward 50 for the Suns. Bringing it down, Mays. He goes the spoil but can't kill it. Here's Long. Hooks it back to a dangerous spot. Rivers hunting out after it. He's outnumbered. Walter at the drop. Hand pass straight to Henderson. Close, he tackles him. And a ball up centre half forward for the Suns.
I just like what I'm seeing with Walter. Just creates a contest.
Competes.
Yeah, he's competitive, isn't he? Competes. So athletic too.
Down it comes to Oliver. Got a hand pass away to Salem. Hooks his kick wide to the back flank, and Sharp takes the mark there for the Demons.
He already looks like a big, strong lad, but he'll continue to refine his body probably over the next 2 pre-seasons, where he becomes, that stronger and fitter player. It's going to be a lot to handle.
Suns ball on the wing. Hewland gives it off to Powell. He tries to wait a kick. It will tumble out of play. Throwing coming. The attendance here today, 24,506, which for the D's follows on from round 1, 23,278. On a wet Sunday, going heads up with the Formula One Grand Prix. And the first time since 2019 the D's will start with 3 losses to a campaign. And was the year following on from the horrible prelim final defeat to the West Coast Eagles. They're working it through hands. Down the southern wing, Oliver out wide to Langdon. Feeds it forward to the run of Sharp. Now looks with foot inside 50. Johnson drops a simple mark. Able to knock it out towards Petrarca. He's caught quickly. And holding the ball.
Yeah. Well, you can hear the reaction from the crowd, can't you? The Melbourne supporters, those that have stuck around. It's just been, unfortunately, at times a comedy of errors today. And really, it's been across the four quarters, hasn't it? Yep. They're just some simple, basic skill errors early that had them behind the 8 ball. And then even then, looking for a consolation goal. Just an easy drop mark from young Johnson.
Hewland runs past Johnson here. Kicks down the wing for the Suns. They all fly for the footy. Spills down to Bowie. Gets a hand pass away to McDonald. Short kick to Chandler. Outer edge of the centre square. Final 3 minutes. A wide margin. Suns by 58. Kick finds Petrarca. Hand pass to Oliver. Cruising speed. Just gets his kick away. But good chase. Affected the kick in the end. Hunting effort from Butterick, and as a result of turnover, Collins takes the intercept mark.
Who was he kicking to there?
Gives it to, I think he was meant to kick it to the goal square, and the chase from Butterick just sort of threw his compass off a little bit. They're going to get the footy back to D's as close his kick goes out on the full. So Salem's got it. 70 metres out. On the leading lane comes Henderson. Can't quite take the sprawling mark. There's a free kick. Contact below the knees. It's going to Flanders as Henderson trying to crawl out after it on the MCG turf. Final 2 minutes. Suns by 58 points. A big win incoming here at the G.
Flanders with his head on a swivel, looking infield, then down the line, goes short to Noble, gets it back and kicks high up the wing. Coming up, Rivers there for the Demons. Takes the mark now, runs around. The man on it, kicks a low ball inside 50. Van Rooyen launching at the footy. Couple of bites. Is he paid the mark? Yes. 47 metres out. 45-degree angle to the left-hand side. It'll be a tough kick for Jacob Van Rooyen.
Just his second for the day, second mark for the day. He's been well and truly beaten by Sam Collins, and he's not the only one that will be this year. And you can just see Sam Collins on the mark there. He's really dirty just to let him take that mark so late in the game. See if he can try and give himself one to take on to next week.
Big blonde-haired key forward. His drop putt is pretty good from the arc of 50. It's there. Something for the D's late. They bring it back to 52 points. 17-12, 114. Plays 8-14, 62. 28 minutes into the fourth.
Yeah, good kick. But yeah, look, he's had a quiet day, Van Rooyen. It was possession number 7. As Paulie mentioned, only his second mark for the game. And his first shot at goal. So, not easy. 40 inside 50s only for the D's today. But you probably want a little bit more out of your key forward. Hasn't really had that chance in the ruck. Johnson's taken that second ruck role when Max Gawn's having a rest. Probably feel Van Rooyen needs it a little bit more than Johnson. Get him up into the play a little bit more. Let him run around. Let him use that energy that he's got.
.52 lead for the Suns. 17-12 to 8-14 despite the late goal for Van Rooyen. And it's going to be a banner afternoon for Damien Hardwick's team. A breakthrough win at the MCG. It'll be 4 straight wins on the road after a victory in Perth to start the season and 2 to end last year after their horror home record to start as Humphrey takes it out of the centre square, kicks to Reid at full forward, spills down to Long, tumbles a kick through for a goal. Back out to 58 points. And the celebration is well and truly on for the Coasters. Make it 18-12, 120. The red team all over the Demons, 8-14, 62. Back to 58 points at the half-hour mark of the final term.
He's worked hard, Ben Long. It's not an easy role that he plays. He's had the 14 possessions. He had 2 tackles, 5 inside 50s and a goal, but his pressure that he applies, and I call it pressure out. So when the opposition win the ball inside your forward 50, it's a lot of guys get the speed wobbles when they're trying to chase. Ben Long, though, he's continued to pressure, and then you get a reward. Like, okay, last minute of the game, but you get that goal on the board as a reward.
Bounce back in the middle. Witts and Gawn. Witts winning the tap down. Bursting onto it again is Humphrey. Oliver gets involved too. Moves it back towards Langdon. On the half-back flank. He'll kick around the wing, and The Suns are there again, and the mark is taken by Joel Jeffrey, neutral territory on the southern wing.
58 points at the moment, which is a game high. In the waning moments as Jeffrey sends it down to half forward, they all fly for the footy. No mark, bursting his way through Waller. Bowie collects late as the seconds peel off the clock. There is a house of footy, and today it showcased a team they call the Rising Suns. The Gold Coast by 58 points.
We are the sons of the Gold Coast sky. We are one in the red, gold and blue. We are the mighty Gold Coast Suns. We play to win the flag for you. Fight, fight, fight till we hold on to come. Run, 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 all the way. Hey! We are the sons of the Gold Coast sky. We're the team who never say die.
Hit that trumpet. The Suns by 19 at quarter time, 17 at the half, 34 at three-quarter time, and 58 points in the finish. The Gold Coast Suns 2-0 to start the new season, while for Melbourne, they are 0-3 for just the second time under their premiership coach, Simon Goodwin. Just 24,500 in to see it, but it's a result that will ring bells across the competition. The Suns by 58.
We are the sons of the Gold Coast sky. We are one in the red, gold and blue. We are the mighty Gold Coast Suns. We play to win the flag for you. Fight, fight, fight till we hold on to come. Run, run, run all the way. Hey! We are the sons of the Gold Coast sky. We're the team who never say die.
Suns by 58 points in the finish. It was a big win for the road team. Here's how the goal kickers were listed. 4 for King, 4 goals, 3. All 4 goals came in the second half. 3 for Took Miller, a career high. 2 for Will Graham, and then singles for, stay with me here, Noble, Weller, Flanders, Humphrey, Long, Walter, Reid, Witts and Anderson. Gee, that's a good list of contributors. Meanwhile, for Melbourne, 2 goals for Harry Sharp, and then singles for Melcham, Petrarca, Bowie, Van Rooyen, Chandler and Harvey Langford kicked his first goal in AFL footy. It was a horror day for the Demons. Not just they lost to the contest, but when you compound that by the fact that one of their boom recruits, pick 11 in last year's draft, the Morrish medalist is the best player in the under-18s, Xavier Lindsay, suffered a suspected ACL injury in the opening 10 minutes. That's not a good day for the home team. They lose here by a wide margin. 58 points in the finish. We're on air for another 7 minutes or so. We'll bring you some thoughts from Luke Ball and Adam Ramanaskas. On the other side of it, we're all off in different directions. So if you're in the ACT and the Gold Coast, you're off to the NRL action. The Dragons up against the Melbourne Storm. If you're on News Radio in Brisbane, we'll take you back to the network. If you're in South Australia, on Sport Digital or on ABC Radio, you're going to the Sheffield Shield final, which is beautifully placed, so we'll take you there for that. And for everybody else, if that's you, you're off to St Kilda and Richmond. You can make your own choice through the ABC Listen app, toggle between the games and what you want to listen to. Shield final calls there, the footy's there. Take your pick all afternoon long. Luke Paul and Adam Ramanaskas, the Suns by 58.
Well, a dirty day for the Demons, Rama, but all honours the winner, so we'll focus on them. And in the end, yeah, they run away with it. But, I thought at times they, especially in that second quarter when they had such dominance over the game, there'll be a bit to work on because they certainly left some opportunities out there to put that early scoreboard pressure on. And it really wasn't until halfway through that third quarter that they kicked away a little bit and put the game to bed. And it was off the back of an absolute clearance domination, really. I mean, the numbers show back up what the eye saw. It was 40-24 across the day, but out of the centre bounce, I mean, Matthew Rowell, how many times have we seen it? Just an absolute an exhibition, really. 13 clearances himself, and 9 of those out of the centre. So he led the way, and he looks fit, doesn't he? There's no strapping on him. He looks on top of the ground and looks set for a really fantastic year. His partner in crime, Noah Anderson, was good. Not his best day, but certainly got better as the game went on. And then you mentioned the hand-picked recruits, Noble off halfback, Rioli, not as good today, but it was Noble's chance to have a real impact on the game. I thought he was terrific as well. So that clearance domination allowed them field position and allowed them to set up and really control that field position. 65 inside 50s to 40. So really, when you look at that, 30 shots from 65 inside 50 is actually not a great return. And they'll have a bit to work on from that front. We spoke about maybe just a bit of craft for those young key forwards, including Ben King, who ends the day with 4 goals. But I didn't think it was a great day by any stretch of the imagination. He kicks 4 goals, 3.
Yep.
But again, exactly. The 65 inside 50s really so they should, the way the ball was coming down. So
and the key forwards will always argue there's other days where I played really well and I didn't get any.
Yeah, look, I understand that. Yeah, that's fair enough as well. But they're building an absolute stable of both aerial and ground dominance. Yeah. I like Bailey Humphrey. I think he's one who looks like he's really ready to take the competition or take that next step. Getting some serious midfield minutes as well. So not as much of a reliance on just Raul Anderson and Miller spending some time forward and hitting the scoreboard. Is that a late string to the bow that he can add to his terrific career? So as I said, all honours the winner, and they walk off their one. I mean, it seems a bit silly in round 3, isn't it, to say they've only got. This is their only appearance here at the MCG. But you can only play where you were fixtured. But they walk off the MCG, I would think and hope, really hungry to get back here.
Yeah,
September.
And they should. That should be the goal, to get back here in September and play finals football. But we spoke a lot about the midfield and the forward line today, but I thought their defenders were great. Collins, Jeffrey, Hewland.
Andrew needed the run. That's the thing. They've got the upside there. I mean, Andrew's probably maybe their best defender, and he looked like he needed. He was short of a run today.
Rioli and Noble. Sam Flanders even comes back into the team today, and he looked better today. So, the positives are everywhere, no doubt for the Gold Coast. But Melbourne, they've got some soul searching to do. I think. Teams have caught up to them and how they want to play, and particularly their defensive structure and how they want to play. Melbourne's defence is vulnerable. No Jake Lever today, of course, but it's vulnerable, and it's through fast ball movement. If you want to unsettle a strong defensive team, you move the ball quick. Yeah, albeit Gold Coast skills weren't totally fantastic today, it worked. 60. What was it? 60, 65 inside 50s. It was. In the end, so it's that's what you got to do. Give your forwards as many looks as you possibly can at absolute speed. I just think Melbourne's midfield mix needs to change more often. Harvey Langford had a great game. He's had 26 possessions and 6 clearances. But I think they need more options. I mentioned Trent Rivers a couple of times. He needs to go through there more. Sparrow needs to go through there more. So they just need to get more numbers. Petrarca to play a bit more forward, maybe as a higher half forward, and try to work. Just change it. Give opposition a different look now. You're 0-3, so teams will say they've worked you out to some description. If that's the case, you've got to change the look.
Club's 6th win at the MCG for the Gold Coast Suns. What a result, 58 points over Melbourne to start 2-0. They play Adelaide next week, while for Melbourne, the lights don't get any dimmer, so Friday night footy against Geelong in Geelong on Friday night, with the Cats still to play tonight. The votes before we're out of here: 3-2-1 in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
1 to Took Miller, 23 possessions and those 3 goals. I thought, particularly in that third quarter, it broke the game open. Those 2 goals that he was able to kick. 2 to John Noble, 29 possessions, 553 metres gained and a goal for him. I thought he was terrific. He kicked it at 91%.
Yeah, kicks it well.
And I think it was an easy one for 3 today. Matty Rao, 36 possessions, 13 clearances, 9 centre bounce clearances and 7 tackles.
Great job, Rama. Great job, Bally. Suns by 58. Thanks to Ben. Thanks to Ray Chamberlain in the rooms. We might just listen in on the Suns theme song. It'll probably be the last thing to take us out. Thanks to Craig back in the studio, to Stu Baker as well. We're all off in different directions. In South Australia, you're off to the cricket, and the ACT, and Gold Coast, you're off to the NRL. And Brisbane News Radio back to network, and for everybody else, off to the footy. Here are the Suns in victory. Pretty happy bunch, as you can imagine. That is the Gold Coast Suns in victory, 58 points over Melbourne. They win 18-12, 120. The D's 8-14, 62. So much footy still to come. The best way to follow it is through the ABC Listen app, particularly tonight with two games going on head-to-head. You can toggle between the two matches if you want to listen to Brisbane versus Geelong, or perhaps the game between Hawthorn and GWS. Both of them available all weekend long through the ABC Listen app. Goodbye for now from the MCG.
The footy might stop with the final siren, but with ABC AFL, the conversation keeps rolling. Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Roos alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny.
From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop.
It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app.